Chapter 251 Black. Since the design phase required a lot of focus, VS made sure that the company didn't need his presence for the next couple of weeks. He met with the officers and set a couple of goals. The new directors will be installed soon. You'll need to take some time off your project to introduce them to the company. You're wearing the chairman hat as well, VS. I know. VS replied in a sour tone. I'll make time, but I trust you can take care of everything else? The LMC only offered a single model for sale, so many employees had little to do outside of dealing with the backlog and administration. There will always be decisions that you have to sign off. I'll present them to you weekly if able. With that taken care of, VS closed himself in his office and booted up the design suite. It was time to turn an idea into a concrete product. First, the images. The base role received such a substantial boost from Barley's borrowed sentiments that it threatened to break its shackles. It wouldn't be very desirable if the base role gained absolute supremacy. Fight, Phoenix! Survive! Come on, Jake, you aren't a top mech athlete for nothing! VS distinctively gave the other two images a boost of strength to catch up to the knight. With the timely infusion of energy, the Phoenix and Jackknife Jake started taking the dot offensive against the base role portion of the triple division technique. The battle took place in an abstract realm where imagination and intelligence formed the principal mode of struggle. This enabled the wily Jackknife Jake to take an early lead, having cut a pound of flesh from both the Phoenix and the knight at once. The battle for supremacy tugged back and forth, as none of the three images held their advantages for long. Any moment where one image gained a clear advantage, the other two images ganged up on them. The struggle transitioned into a battle of attrition, where momentary bursts of energy occurred less and less as the images began to ration their remaining reserves. Slowly, the Phoenix gained an advantage in this increasingly lengthy standoff. It came down to which side lasted the longest. The knight possessed a lot of endurance and willpower. As a master of defense, the image relied on its durability to hold out the storm. The only downside was that the knight did not have any means to replenish its reserves once it ran out. Jackknife Jake typified a top mech athlete in that he treated the battle like a duel. While he started strong from the beginning, his reserves began to flag once it dragged on for a longer stretch of time. Mech duels never lasted longer than half an hour because the audience would get bored by the waiting game. Jake became increasingly more feeble as the attrition dragged down his performance. It was exactly in these circumstances that the Phoenix gained supremacy. It only needed to endure Jackknife Jake's intensive attacks at the beginning. As for the knight, the image acted too defensively to put any significant amount of pressure on the totem animal. By the time the knight realized its mistake, the Phoenix already enjoyed a clear superiority. The Phoenix is unending. Once its superiority reached a decisive moment, VS started to feel his brain heating up as the Phoenix burst out into fire. A massive inferno swept through his mindscape and swept every corner with cleansing flames. The Phoenix forcibly wiped out everything on the battlefield, including its two rivals. Both the knight and Jackknife Jake could do nothing as the flames disintegrated their unique identities and subsumed their purified essences for the victor. The Phoenix had won. A rich bird cry rang out as the flames turned into a shade of black. The sinister-looking conflagration swirled like a shrinking tornado that concentrated all of the fire into a single, black egg. Deep, mystical patterns ran throughout the egg, their meaning and purpose unknown. VS sat rapt with anticipation as he waited for the egg to mature. The patterns seemed to invigorate the egg as it started to grow hotter to the point it burst into the same black flames that formed it in the first place. This time, the fire seemed more deeper and nuanced than before. The wild, untamed fire had turned into a carefully controlled mantle that tightly protected the egg as it began to hatch. The shell cracked quickly. Among the broken shell, a pillar of black flames rose to the heavens as it announced the rebirth of the Phoenix. The Black Phoenix! It had evidently gained a substantial boost in strength. Its cleansing flames enabled it to absorb the essences of the two other images without risking contamination. The Black Phoenix only willingly absorbed the best part of its rivals, such as the Knight's enduring willpower and Jackknife Jake's devious intelligence. Stronger and more intelligent than before, the Black Phoenix seemed to stare at VS before huffing at him in disdain. It was as if the arrogant bird told him that his mind was an unworthy home for him, and that he should hurry up and finish his design. All right, I'll work on it. While the battle took a toll on his mind, VS gained a lot of inspiration from the vivid imagery. It's exactly how I envisioned my design. Neither pure aggression nor pure defense triumphed over endurance. Staying power, longevity, and recovery ability granted the Phoenix a great amount of superiority in battles of attrition. By all accounts, the upcoming Bright Visual War will definitely drag on for years. This should be the greatest stage for my Black Phoenix Knight. With the conflict between the images coming to a close, VS focused on the victor and channeled it through his work. He started with the internal frame, or the skeleton of his design. Knights usually possess very robust internal frames, but the thicker the internals, the more it impacted its mobility. It also took up a deceptively large amount of volume, leaving less space for the internal architecture. VS faced a dilemma at the very start. Should he utilize a thick internal frame that offered strong defense, or a leaner frame that left more potential for mobility? An offensive knight should still be able to act like a defensive knight if the situation calls for it. On the other hand, a thicker frame will cripple its playmaking potential by slowing it down too much. Rather than decide by himself, he closed his eyes and channeled the Black Phoenix roosting inside his head. The proud imaginary creature squawked and lifted off into the air, circling around the mental representation of the design in his mindscape. After regarding it with a critical eye, the Phoenix released a burning black feather that landed on the design. The feather burned up once it reached the schematic and started to burn away some of the thickness in the internal frame. VS got the message. If that is what you wish. He could see the rationale for using a thinner frame. The Black Phoenix depended on its mobility, cunning, and amazing endurance to outlast most opponents. Still, it knew when to stand its ground when the situation called for it. The Phoenix did not carry over the noble mission of the knight, but it possessed its own peculiar pride. It's as if I'm designing a knight for mech pilots who hate piloting knights, he muttered, already foreseeing the controversy his Black Phoenix Knight could ignite. I would have missed this issue if I declined to purchase a mastery from the system. The value of his first mastery already exerted itself. VS consciously knew what to look out for if he wanted to deviate from the standard of a defensive knight. It took an entire day to wrap up his design work on the internal frame. VS wanted to pursue balance in robustness and mobility. It came down to how much cutting he could get away with. If he thinned a section too much, it risked turning into a twig that might snap at the worst possible moment. Let's move on to the internal architecture. His goals for the internals determined its ultimate structure. Even with a simple frame like a knight, a lot of compromises had to be made in order to form an efficient architecture that could withstand the test of time. It has to be tough, it has to be easy to repair, and it also has to possess a high amount of redundancy. The last priority demanded a lot of clever solutions, because increasing a mech's RF took up a lot of weight and volume. VS had to keep them down in order to maintain his knight's mobility. With the generic alloys he licensed from the market, VS began to draw up his structure according to a specific method. He started with the major pipelines and channels and began to surround them with smaller components. All the while, he sprinkled his growing architecture with features that improved his mech's redundancy and compartmentalization. The work involved a lot of tedium and repetitive iteration. Time flew by as VS became absorbed in the problems of day. He leaned heavily on the Mech Designer system's advanced simulations to produce the most optimal results when his considerable intelligence and creativity failed to provide a solution. I'm glad I beefed up my mathematics and physics to journeyman. I'm finally starting to tap into the potential of all those simulations the system has in store. Even more advanced models awaited his use once he advanced his mathematics to a transcendent level. For now, VS made do with the workmanlike models that provided fairly realistic results at the press of a button. The design work on the architecture dragged on for over 4 weeks as VS faced the prospect of running out of space. He could always decide to bulk up the exterior of his mech to accommodate more internal space, but that would ruin his design's entire balance. Strangely enough, VS never got bored throughout the entire process. With the fate of his future career hanging in the balance, he worked at peak efficiency throughout the day. Rarely did he need to take a rest due to an overburdened mind. The simplification of his images allowed him to dedicate his focus solely to the proud and relentless Black Phoenix. It's even showing signs of growth. One of the main goals for his mech had always been the ability to foster growth. The Black Phoenix happened to be strongly connected to this concept, so it had been easy for VS to emphasize that aspect. He just didn't expect the growth to start before he finalized the design. A curious interaction took place as the design choices he made resonated with the image. In turn, the changing Phoenix reflected its own desires back at the design. VS served as the channel and mediator of this faint but clearly noticeable relationship. His role even allowed him to manipulate the interaction to suit his outcomes. It felt like something unprecedented and profound took place in a plane beyond the material. Something that VS had birthed out of nothing but his own mental energy took on a life of its own but colored in the perspective of his design. The Black Phoenix increasingly embodied the design, and the design increasingly echoed the Phoenix. It's as if they are fated to be together. In concrete terms, VS made many design choices that seemed odd and out of place, but started to make sense once he put all the pieces in place. He did not design the most durable knight, but he sure as hell made it tough as bones. In order to increase his design's redundancy, he sacrificed a bit of everything, in particular his energy budget and his armor budget. My knight won't be outlasting or outdefending similar models as a consequence. That sounded fairly bad. Even with the excellent Veltrex armor system, if VS did not employ too many layers, his knight would fall apart after a couple of alpha strikes. It's a marathon runner, not a sprinter. The endurance is still fairly good, and the repairability has remained excellent throughout the process. The internal architecture crystallized all of his considerable insights in this area. His extensive development with the Caesar Augustus line taught him many ways to untangle its ungodly internal mess. Added with the fact that he designed a pure knight rather than a hybrid knight, the internals had been shaped into a form that hardly any apprentice mech designer could top. During his design work on the internals, VS left out the layout of the artificial musculature. As knights relied on momentum and force to empower their blows, the question of forming the appropriate structure for his musculature could fill entire libraries. VS found to his consternation that his battle mechatronics skill left him with an insufficient foundation to design a structure from scratch. Even his mastery sub-skill didn't help that much, because the perspective of a knight only held a narrow perspective on the subject of something as complicated as the muscles of a mech. I'm going to need to read a book. It was a good thing he saved some merits in reserve. It was time to take a break anyway, as VS pretty much cut himself off from the rest of the universe for a month. Once he stepped out of his office, he quickly wished he stayed inside. Jake arrived up his doorstep almost immediately with a very important message. The newly instated board members are eager to convene the board. If you will follow me to the conference room we set up, You'll be able to meet them and set some high-level goals for the LMC. You are working with brilliant minds here. You best take advantage of their expertise. Oh joy! Chapter 252 Sparring. The conference room projected his grandfather and 5 other board members in a lifelike fashion. All of them sat at the table with expressions of hope and anticipation. After the formalities went out of the way, that optimism quickly disappeared as VS did not approve of their suggestions. A financial expert began to speak. Entering the Bentham market is a daunting venture that has broken many ambitious companies. We're going to need to build up a war chest. Right now, your various assets are tied up in a perplexing manner. There are ways we can leverage this situation to raise a lot of funds. The man put up a snazzy presentation that entailed issuing stock and piling up debt. All of it sounded great, but VS wasn't interested in a quick payout. I'm open to issuing a limited amount of stock, but I'm not a fan of complicating the ownership structure to this extent. VS shook his head. Let's not put the cart before the horse. The LMC isn't short on cash right now. Let me complete my design and figure out how much we have to spend on marketing before we address the need to raise more funds. The financial expert probably had ties to the very same banks and investment companies willing to get involved. The board member would increase his effective control over the LMC if his buddies held a lot of its equity in debt. VS could tell that people had been eyeing some of the exclusive licenses he obtained from the Clifford Society. If he wanted to maintain his advantage, he had to keep the licenses to himself, and only to himself. Our company is running far below its potential capacity. A woman spoke up next. She turned out to be product expert. Many licenses are time sensitive, and it will take who knows long until you finish your next design. It's best if we hire more mech designers and expand our catalog of designs. I don't wish to dilute my brand with designs that don't adhere to my design philosophy. I'm pursuing quality over quantity, so I'm very exacting in the type of mechs I want to sell. Then set up a different brand. It's not that difficult to draw a line between your own products and those designed by others. You can continue to pursue perfection, while our other crop of mech designers can aim for mass market penetration. I'm not open to hiring other mech designers. I founded the LMC to provide a platform to develop and sell my own products. I don't want to provide safe haven for a bunch of losers who can't make it in the mech industry on their own. Any external mech designer that the company brought on might be using it as a springboard for their own careers. They'd use the licenses and production facilities that VS had tirelessly accumulated and hop off his train after they achieved commercial success. Another possibility was that these external mech designers might take over the company's direction. If they developed a lot of designs that collectively earned more, they could diminish the value of his own products. What will it take then for you to accept more mech designers? They'll have to work under me for a long period of time. Right now, the only possible candidate is Carlos Shaw. I see, the woman replied while looking down at her terminal. According to the records, he's an able but inexperienced fabricator who is unremarkable in many ways. You can find many competent mech designers off the streets of Bentham that can do a better job than a former classmate of yours. The difference is that I don't trust random bums off the streets even if they can design a bestseller. If they're actually that good, they should have started their own company or find someone else that can sponsor their work. It's not the LMC's goal to promote other mech designers. After this, a mech industry expert started to tout his connections to Bentham. The LMC may have put their roots in Cloudy Curtain, but limiting it to an agricultural planet will severely hobble its growth. Any mech business needs a presence in Bentham. I can put you in touch with some of the regional powers that can facilitate a deal regarding the foundation of a second site. Such a second site would likely become the main base of production for the LMC, effectively giving control of a major revenue source to the mech industry experts' buddies. A second plant is not in consideration at the moment. Our current production facilities are already capable enough to meet a fair amount of demand. Since I'm in the business of selling premium mechs, I see no immediate need to expand our production capacity for the immediate future. VS parried a few more traps couched in helpful suggestions. Once the board members realized that he wouldn't fall for their tricks, the conference meeting shifted into an awkward silence. His grandfather Benjamin broke the silence by bringing up something that actually sounded constructive, a first for this meeting. At the moment, you've signed a contract with a Bentheim mech broker named Marcella Bollinger. I've read through the contract, and while it allows you and your company to outsource all of your sales and support to her, the compensation she demands is uncharacteristically high. The other board members nodded in agreement. The standard rate should be 10% of gross profits. The contract you signed gives her a 20% cut. All of the board members looked at VS like he got taken advantage of. Which he did, but he needed the extra help. The contract is only valid for 10 years. We can always renegotiate after the current term ends. We can do better, his grandfather added, surprising VS. Rather than see it as an exploitative relationship, consider the initial contract as an opening for deeper cooperation. Even if we build up our own marketing capabilities from scratch, we'll never surpass Bollinger's brokerage in terms of understanding the market and finding the best customers. A few board members disagreed. I know at least 5 great marketers who can be persuaded to head a marketing division in Bentheim. Benjamin shook his head. It's not worth the effort. Consider the amount of money other mech manufacturers spend on their marketing. It can suck up to 1 billion credits a day. That's only for the mass market segment. The premium segments rely more on personal connections to make a sale, something which Bollinger is very adept at. Can we find someone as equally formidable as her in the Bentheim market? Someone with so many connections either joined larger organizations or ran their own businesses. Even a medium-sized mech manufacturer didn't enter their eyes. What are you getting at, grandfather? The contract can't be breached without a penalty, but it can be renegotiated if both sides are willing to make adjustments. I think it won't be unreasonable to make a demand to lower your mech broker's cut in exchange for a longer partnership. You've grown significantly since you first entered into a deal with her. Your future prospects is worth too much to risk being ditched at the end of a short 10-year contract. His words sounded persuasive, and some of the other board members expressed approval at the suggestion. On the other hand, the remaining board members thought that the LMC should wait out the 9 remaining years and run their own marketing operation from then on. Marcella has been very helpful throughout my career, and I don't like to spoil that relationship, VS decided after hearing out some arguments for both sides. Even if my contract with Marcella ended, I had already been leaning towards renewing it with fairer terms. I guess we can try to push it forward. It didn't risk much to make the offer. As long as he did well with his first original model, Marcella would have a gold mine in her lap. Thus, her acceptance depended on her estimation of his future performance. The discussion soon turned to overall strategy. You've repeatedly made it clear that you are targeting the premium segment. However, there are only so many rich customers in the market. I think it's prudent to evaluate whether it serves the company to offer a cheaper selection of models. Not immediately, but in the medium term. The Living Mech Corporation's mission is to bring mechs to life. I can't do that without a minimum standard of quality. I'm not interested in getting into a race to the bottom. Cheaper mechs means I'll have to start cutting corners, which I really hate doing. The LMC could establish a different brand to take care of that problem, but VS had already ruled that possibility out. However, the board member suggested another approach. I'm not saying the company has to be responsible for the production of these cheaper designs. Your design capabilities are impressive for a young man of your age. I'm sure it won't be a challenge for you to come up with some cheaper variants of your main designs. Once you finish your variants, you can license them out to other mech manufacturers, who will do the rest of the work on our behalf. You're suggesting that we engage in outsourcing? In the mech industry, outsourcing meant that VS would offer his designs up for licensing with a very specific set of terms. The companies that bought his licenses had to abide by a number of very strict restrictions and wouldn't be allowed to modify his designs in any way. In exchange, VS would waive the massive licensing fee, though he did take a larger share of per unit revenue. Mech manufacturers in possession of production hardware didn't always have the money to pay for a standard license. Producing mechs on behalf of another company was considered a way to make ends meet by these sorts of companies. Even though VS didn't wish to cheapen his designs by developing severely hamstrung variants, he was open to the idea of offering up purpose-built designs. It would enable his work to penetrate the market and allow his reputation to spread beyond a narrow circle of wealthy customers. Even if the licensees botched up the production, the LMC could terminate the license and find another manufacturer to do the work. The only issue was that his company earned far less profits than if it did everything in-house. Then again, VS had already shot down the possibility to produce any cheap models by themselves. The idea holds some promise, but only if the right manufacturers are interested in licensing my designs, he replied after careful contemplation. Right now, we only offer the Mark Antony Mark II, which is an aging last-gen design that's unsuitable to further cost-saving modifications. Let's wait until I've developed my new design before considering the matter in earnest. VS started to understand the appeal of a board. Even if they had no actual decision-making power, they had a vested interest in the company's success. The various experts lent their expertise to the various matters that the company faced. Still, he didn't delude himself that they worked for the greater good of the company. They only had their own interests at heart. Overall, their knowledge and ability to think at a higher level made them useful sparring partners. Compared to the company's officers, the directors turned up short in terms of depth, but they made up for it by taking the bigger picture into account. If I might suggest something, the mech industry expert spoke again. Your search for a long-term supplier will not be successful. Even with a moderately successful design, the LMC will always be regarded as a non-entity. Even if you catch the attention of a supplier, it's doubtful they're willing to offer favorable terms. The CRO sounded much more optimistic when he informed me of the ongoing search for a supplier. Your CRO must be aiming to build a relationship with a distressed or desperate supplier. It's not a good idea to source your materials from a troubled seller. The expert provided many reasons why it might go wrong. The supplier might have almost tapped out its reserves. It might have engaged in illegal labor practices. It may even serve as a channel for pirates to dispose their ill-gotten gains. Considering the impending war, it's actually best we don't rely on any single source to supply our most critical exotic materials. Why is that? Because exotics turn into strategic goods over the course of the war. The Visions will try to occupy or destroy the Republic's mining operations. They'll also prey on the convoys delivering those materials to the hungry industries it feeds. That sounded very troubling. I don't see why relying on the open market is any better. Because no matter how the war progresses, the open market will always continue to operate. Don't forget that Bentheim is a port system and that it serves a regional nexus of trade. Some of that traffic will diminish, but not enough to starve the markets entirely out of resources. You won't be dependent on the whims of the Visions if you can accept the higher costs. Someone else disagreed. As long as the LMC insists on leaving out the exclusivity clause, it's free to trade with any other party. I don't see the need to suspend the search for a supplier. You can have your cake and eat it too. You won't find a supplier who is willing to let the LMC retain the right to approach its competitors for business. The LMC isn't producing enough mechs to force a compromise. They'd rather decline a partnership than be taken for fools. The issue of suppliers had always given VS a headache, and the directors just made it worse. He banged his fist against the table. Enough! This is going nowhere. Let me tell you now that I plan to let the relations department continue to find a supplier and attempt to negotiate a mutually beneficial contract. We can convene the board again to discuss whether it's worth it for us to sign it into the books. Even though the discussion led to nothing substantial, it got VS to think about what his company would do after the war broke out. He decided to raise the matter to the board. As you all know, the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom will likely be embroiled in a serious conflict. I'll likely be drafted by the Mech Corps, and so will some of my employees. How can we prepare the LMC so that it will continue to function during wartime? The directors made a number of useful suggestions, starting with his grandfather. First up, the Republic provides a substantial amount of assistance to mech manufacturers affected by their wartime policies. If your administration is up to task, they should have already prepared the necessary paperwork. I'll check up on that after the meeting. You should also check with the bank, the financial expert said. In some cases, they're obliged to freeze or even forgive parts of your debt in the event of war. Also, if the company is bleeding cash, it should be able to demand some compensation from the government, though they may demand some equity in return. In truth, the government only offered a limited amount of support to failing mech manufacturers. It was content to let the weak ones close their doors while offering only a pittance to most medium mech manufacturers. The only way to receive better treatment is by contributing to the war effort, his grandfather added. The Mech Corps has many needs. The LMC can best serve our fighting force by supplying them with high-quality replacement parts that are difficult to fabricate at military-supplied bases. They formed a tentative plan around this suggestion. His grandfather even offered to pull some strings and lay down the groundwork for such collaboration. At the end of the hours-long meeting, VS left the conference room with a moderately satisfied expression. He patted Lucky's head once he entered the lounge. You did good, buddy. The directors aren't complete bastards. His cat meowed lazily at him before turning around to resume his nap. Chapter 253 Blackbeak. VS resumed his work on his design after taking a break. The board meeting led to modest changes but gave everyone a lot of food for thought. One thing that struck him was that everyone pushed for mass production. They didn't believe the LMC could deliver the necessary quality to grow into the high-end market. They're right in a way. He'd have to become a journeyman mech designer to break into the top and most lucrative end of the market. That was still a long way off despite the help of the system. My various skills have reached journeyman level, but I'm barely scratching the surface. I'm still short on depth and experience. VS vaguely estimated he would have to design at least 5 or 6 original models to gain the minimum amount of experience to advance. They also had to be distinctly different mech, so VS couldn't get away with designing 6 identical night mechs. Let's get back to work. VS thought about the implications of forming the structure of his artificial musculature from scratch. The more experienced mech designers can do this by heart. I haven't reached that level yet, even with the theories I've learned. In such cases, it would be a shame to consult a reference book and adapt an expertly designed template that had been derived from examples of nature. For example, night templates often took their inspiration from studying the bodies of athletes and soldiers. VS chose to be fairly extravagant by borrowing a high-quality reference book from the Clifford Society's Moon Library. It took a couple of says for the fast courier to deliver the secure materials required to read the book. For a price of 10 merits, the Society went out of its way to make sure that VS didn't propagate its contents. He didn't spend his time in vain during the wait. He reread the textbooks on battle mechatronics and looked back on his old designs to study the way their musculature worked. Mech generally adopted simplified structures compared to a human made out of blood and flesh. In particular, they didn't require so much fine control for their toes, neck, and head. Night Mechs also sacrificed a lot of finesse in their arms in favor of brute strength. Still, a strong pair of legs forms the basis of a sturdy knight. Knights relied on the strength of their legs to build up momentum and withstand shocks. They also depended on their legs for balance. The reference book he borrowed happened to contain a couple of templates for all the different archetypes. After a lot of browsing, VS chose to go with the lightest knight template. It's the most responsive and agile out of all the medium knight templates. It's the only choice that conforms with my vision. The Black Phoenix would never sit still like a rock for long. It wished to endure attacks only up to the extent for it to close in on its opponent and take it out. A lighter musculature that facilitated movement over force enabled this choice of battle. Unfortunately, VS also had to accept a substantial reduction in arm strength. My knight will never match the strength of a purely offensive type like a swordsman Mech. He accepted the compromise since his Mech's substantial defense made up for its lacking offensive prowess. It aimed to outlast its opponents by surviving to the end rather than killing them off first. VS made a couple of tweaks to the standard template. He increased the range of motion of the shield arm to facilitate bashing with the flat or sharp end of the Phoenix emblazoned shield. He also strengthened the back and abdominal muscles to ensure they wouldn't overstrain if his Mech dug into hardy ground. His inexperience with designing a musculature led to long nights of continuous work. The Black Phoenix remained demanding throughout the process, sometimes even forcing VS to throw away hours' worth of development. The delays resulted in further refinements that provided greater strength without taking up too much space, which was getting very cramped by now. He sat back in his seat with a satisfied smile after the latest round of modeling pronounced his work to be without any major flaws. This is the best I can achieve at the moment. It helped that he licensed a fairly premium artificial musculature system from the Society. If he licensed a generic one, he would have been forced to bulk up his frame. Still, the various compromises he made so far made it clear it didn't excel as a damage sponge. It's leaning a bit too heavily on the offensive side. VS intended to use the armor cladding process as a way to correct this imbalance. Much like the artificial musculature, the application of the armor system also came with a lot of complexity. Many Mech designers either used a reference book or modeled the most optimal layout with sophisticated processors. This time, VS declined to borrow another reference book. His experience and his optimization sub-skills should be sufficient for him to design an adequate armor layout. The Veltrex armor system consisted of a minimum of 3 layers. The upper layer consisted of various composites that worked best against directed energy weapons. The middle layer consisted of heavier alloys that specialized in stopping kinetic weapons. The lower layer mainly dispersed heat and force that went through the other layers. It also worked great in mitigating explosive damage. The weakness of this armor system became apparent. If an enemy force stripped the upper layer with a ballistic weapon, it could easily penetrate past the middle and lower layers. While their sheer thickness could still mitigate a certain amount of energy damage, it was obviously not ideal. I doubt my models will become prolific enough for enemies to know about this weakness. Despite this wrinkle, the Veltrex armor system could withstand a surprising level of abuse for its thickness. Some armor systems could be trimmed or thickened by adjusting the amount of layers. The Veltrex system worked a little differently by adhering to the same 3 layers, only this time he could adjust the thickness of each of the layers. VS spent a lot of time with the fine-tuning of the armor layout. He adopted a fairly standard medium knight layout but trimmed some fat wherever he could get away with it. However, he didn't go too far, as a knight still had to withstand a lot of blows. Even if the internals are easier to repair, it's still not a good idea to make it easy to get past the armor. He took his time in this phase, dragging it out over 4 weeks as he meticulously verified his design choices with advanced mathematical modeling. From chilly ice planets to desolate asteroids, VS simulated every possible hostile environment he could come up with. His model performed surprisingly poorly in vacuum and hot environments. My mech doesn't generate as much heat as a laser rifleman, so I didn't put too many heat sinks in its design. This limited its heat processing capacity. The only way his Phoenix could shunt its heat was through shunting it from its feet or dissipating it through infrared radiation. Isn't it ironic for a Phoenix Knight to be prone to overheating? VS decided to keep the current amount of heat sinks. Adding any more meant decreasing his mech's performance to an unacceptable level in his eyes. He took the Republic's geography into account as well. The bright Republic doesn't have that many hot planets anyway, and space-borne mechs are far more suitable to deploy in vacuum environments. After making sure the armor held up in every other environment, VS surrendered himself to his artistic fancies. He meticulously carved the upper layer of the armor with Phoenix-themed reliefs. He shaped the generic humanoid face into a phoenix's head. He carved up the shoulder pauldrons into a feather-like appearance. He added minor decorative lines throughout the torso to reinforce its association with black fire and phoenixes. The only downside to this extra addition was that the carvings affected the structural integrity of the armor system. VS had to bulk up many of the sections due to the weaknesses he inadvertently introduced. It's worth it though. My design looks good, really good. He already applied a coating of black and gold to his mech. The change in color amplified the connection between the design and the image in his mind. The Black Phoenix strongly approved of the Phoenix Knight's impressive appearance. It definitely possessed a strong level of gravitas that he only found in his recent Marcus Aurelius limited edition model. What particularly stood out from its appearance was its underlying menace. The black coating gave his design a sinister association that VS didn't see very often in knights. The Mark Antony Mark II radiated aggression as well, but it always had a noble and flamboyant touch to it. The Phoenix Knight decried the brave charge, choosing instead to triumph over its opponent through a mix of guile and speed. This doesn't fit with the knight ethos. Even offensive knights don't go this far. Fortunately, VS still had to design its shield and armor. He compensated for the menace by adding a slightly wider shield. He spent over 3 days perfecting the Phoenix wing design on its surface. The asymmetrical look caused by the exaggerated curling wing gave it a distinctly exotic moon-like appearance. As for the sword, VS went ahead with designing it as planned. The winged guards and the Phoenix body hilt gave the sword a fine touch, but besides that he didn't stray from standard doctrine. Together with the use of generic sword alloys, it was clear the sword would never be able to outshine the shield, which VS had cladded it entirely with premium Veltrex armor layers. His mech came into shape after more than 3 months of design work. The seasons changed and the tension between the Republic and the Kingdom neared the boiling point. Despite the passing of time, VS hardly noticed any of it as he became subsumed in perfecting his design. He spent the final weeks in subjecting his tentatively functional design through a barrage of tests. Quite often, the simulations revealed a host of flaws in the interaction between the armor and the internals underneath. These flaws hadn't showed up when VS tested those systems in isolation. Only when he put together every piece in a single package did the flaws come to light. This is still rather sloppy for me. It's taken longer to eliminate all these flaws than I thought. Nevertheless, VS successfully completed his first iteration of what he temporarily called the Black Beak. Blackwing sounds better, but it's too bad my mech isn't capable of flight. Perhaps he'd adopt the name for an aerial variant of his design. The base model possessed sufficient space in the back to accommodate a flight system, though he would also have to overhaul the internals to increase its heat handling capacity. That's a problem for later. Now that he finished a solid design with concrete specs, VS thought about the next step in his design process. I'm going to have to fabricate a prototype and subject it to an extensive amount of grueling tests. This went doubly so for knights that specialized in long-term durability. VS couldn't trust his mathematical models to reflect the actual truth. His design might still hide a small number of critical flaws. The thing about models is that they reflect a distorted version of reality. No single model exists so far that can simulate our reality with perfect fidelity. Even the system's impressive models admitted defeat in this area. For an existence capable of materialization and time travel to express its inferiority in this area, VS didn't delude himself that he could trust his models blindly. First, let's see what the others have to say. They must be brimming with anticipation with what I've been cooking up all these months. He exited his office, only to encounter a worrying development. What's happening? VS asked. You should check the Mech portals, Carlos replied as he passed him a data pad. One of your competitors is one step ahead of you. VS glanced at the news article and found to his surprise that another apprentice mech designer debuted an offensive knight design as his first original mech. Could this be a coincidence? Then he recognized the designer. I know this guy, Chapter 254 competitor. VS first became exposed to other promising talents at the Young Tigers exhibition held more than a year ago. Mech designers around his age showcased their talents in order to achieve fame and recognition in the state they called home. It mostly ended up as a comparison between who had the better foreign backer. VS performed well at the event, only to be beaten by Edwin McKinney, who for some reason deigned to participate in such a low-class event. Afterwards, VS slowly realized that the geniuses who participated in the Waikiki likely didn't do very well abroad. They were mostly the equivalent to squires in the Clifford Society, marginal figures that could never compete against the native mech designers of those second-rate states. Michael Dumont. It's been a long time since I last saw your name. After being beaten by VS, Dumont disappeared from the face of the Republic. VS assumed that Dumont must have tucked his tail between his legs and fled back to the Coalition, or wherever he called his second home. Evidently, he returned, and just so coincidentally introduced an offensive knight design in his debut as an original mech designer. VS played a recording of the clip. After months of intensive development and extensive testing, I am now ready to announce the release of my first original design, the Havilax. A medium mech slowly stepped into view. The reporters gathered at the press conference murmured with excitement as the ground under their feet thundered as Dumont's creation stopped in front of them. With its stylish white coating with triangular blue and orange patterns, it made for a vividly noble sight. The Havilax is a knight mech geared for offensive and defensive purposes. Its greatest strength is its speed, which is even able to match the sprinting speed of light mechs. As a fast and mobile knight mech, the Havilax excels in chaotic skirmishes and smaller engagements where battle lines often shift on a whim. A projection appeared that showed the Havilax's performance in a number of realistic simulations, interspersed with clips of the first production model going through an obstacle course. What stood out from VS was that the Havilax showcased an impressive level of performance. So much so that he suspected the pilot must have overheated the mech soon after he completed his acrobatics. If you are worried about the Havilax's ability to function as a knight, then let me reassure you that it can take the hits as well as it can dish out. The armor system I am using is an exclusive development from a lab associated with my university in the Coalition. Its multifaceted composition employs a semi-modular arrangement where expended plates will fall after they degrade, facilitating even higher levels of mobility at the tail end of a fight. The rest of Dumont's speech detailed his design's strengths while glossing over its weaknesses. Some of the reporters did a good job asking about its endurance, which should have been quite awful for a pure night design. The Havilax is a mech that is designed to make an immediate impact on the battlefield, he repeated. There are hardly any mechs on the market that can compete with mine in these terms. Not at the price level of my initial models. How much will it cost? Production has already started. You can reserve the first 100 copies by moving quickly and pre-ordering it at my company's portal for the generous price of 50 million credits. After that, you can purchase a standard model starting at 55 million credits. We offer many additional options and customizations at additional fees. Please consult the portal for the details. VS flipped the data pad and slammed it to the ground. Then he stepped on it with his foot, though he failed to make any cracks. Pads these days served as reliable information carriers under extreme conditions like battlefields and hostile alien planets. I don't believe this is a coincidence. Just when VS prepared to debut the Blackbeak, an old rival released an offensive night on his own. The Havilax differed distinctly from the Blackbeak by specializing in delivering peak performance, but that design choice would also enable it to inflate its spec sheet. Frankly speaking, the Blackbeak's specs looked like crap compared to the performance that the Havilax was capable of pumping out. Sure, the night design by Dumont might only be able to keep running its systems at maximum capacity for a couple of minutes, but most laymen wouldn't know the difference. In actual fact, the Blackbeak and the Havilax shouldn't even be direct competitors. Despite sharing the same roles, they excelled in different circumstances, so there should be very little overlap. Except VS knew that many customers didn't think about less flashy criteria like endurance and longevity. They cared more about exciting stuff like top speed or arm strength. Jake arrived quickly after Carlos. It's fairly bad news. Early adopters already got their hands on the Havilax and they've been giving them rave reviews. Even some of the more reputable mech portals are giving it a thumbs up. How is Dumont able to produce so fast? His backers bought out a failing medium mech manufacturer and repurposed it as Dumont's personal property in the Republic. There's rumors that the Ricklin Corporation has a stake in the company as well. Figures. Both of them had a beef with VS. Dumont's entry in the White E had been cut short by VS while the Ricklin Corporation suffered a devastating terrorist attack with the help of a mech that he designed and built. VS suspected that the Ricklin Corporation had been behind the various attacks on his person. Such threats had ceased to materialize in the last half-year, which led VS to believe the Ricklin Corporation quietly gave up on its attempt to hit back at VS. Evidently, they chose to retaliate by a different means. He admired the elegance of their plan. It wasn't illegal to give a helping hand to one of his competitors. Even if everyone in the Republic knew of their conflict, so what? Right now, VS was in big trouble. He could already sense an undercurrent of worry and despair among the employees in the office. They all thought that VS would debut his Blackbeak too late. Even if it offered some redeeming features over the Havilax, demand for offensive knights had already been met by that time. Emergency meeting. 2 hours from now, VS said crisply as he stormed back into his office. Bring everyone that matters. Jake and Carlos watched the door slide shut. They both looked at each other. Do you think he's resigned? Not at all, Carlos replied. That's his serious mode. VS almost never makes an outburst. He's the type who lets his rage boil inside his mind. Don't let his flat face fool you. 2 hours later, the entire management team of the LMC poured into the conference room. The executives and pillars of the company like Jake, Primrose, Carlos, Calcy, and Gavin sat alongside the oval table. The rest seated themselves upon floating synthetic foldable chairs stored underneath the table. The planks, as people called them, provided basic seating for everyone without taking up a lot of space when they returned to their storage compartments. VS stomped into the conference room a few minutes later. He slowly paced towards the front of the room and turned on the main projector. A full-throated projection of his first complete iteration of the Black Beak appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is the Black Beak. It's a premium offensive knight that excels in endurance, longevity, and energy efficiency. He summarized its various attributes and emphasized its differences compared to a model like the Havilax. Still, half the crowd stopped paying attention to his words, because the mere sight of the Black Beak consumed all of their attention. Its sheer presence and artistic appearance dwarfed anything VS designed before except for his most impressive limited edition designs. The sinister flavor underpinning the Black Beak's X factor evoked both fear and admiration from the gawking crowd. As VS had been tinkering with his design for months, he'd grown used to its aura. He didn't expect it to have such a pronounced effect on his employees. "Wow, VS! Wow!" Carlos exclaimed. "If this is what you've been working on, then Dumont stands no chance." Several people agreed, but those who read through the Blackbeak's spec sheet quietly shook their heads. "I have confidence in my design," VS declared simply. It was important to emphasize his belief in his own capabilities. However, that doesn't mean that it's a given that the Havilax can be dethroned. The first mover advantage is a very powerful thing to have. The main issue is that target segments overlap too much. The longer we wait, the steeper the hill we have to climb. Then what are we waiting for? You've already completed your design, so let's release it immediately while the Havilax is at its infancy. VS shook his head. I won't rush my design. I've thought it through, and the risk of missing out a critical flaw or two is too great. I can tell that the Havilax is a fairly rushed design as well. Dumont must have designed it when he received word that I had been planning to design an offensive knight myself. Some people looked at each other with suspicion. This was supposed to be kept under wraps. Someone leaked the news. A brief argument broke out, but VS forestalled any further shouting. Shut up! I haven't exactly done my best to keep my intentions secret. It's my own fault for letting too many people know. The important thing is that it's already done, so let's move on. As I was saying, the Blackbeak's development will stay on track. I will not rush its development just because a competitor is taunting me to hurry up. Why not? Because the LMC stands for quality. It's in our mission statement. It will be a direct betrayal of the founding principles of this company if I set them aside at the first sign of trouble. That said, in corporate warfare, expediency usually triumphed over principle. VS merely believed he didn't have to go that far in order to turn the tables against Michael Dumont. Do you believe in our company? He asked his employees. Yes. We believe. Do you believe in the Blackbeak? Everyone resoundingly cheered. Then what's with all of the panic? We are better than Dumont. He succeeded in lifting up their moods. It felt good to inspire confidence in his workers. He needed them to work at their best in order to stand a chance against Dumont's well-funded vendetta against VS. As long as he could persuade his men, VS also had a chance of winning over the market. They just had to remain rational and lay out the facts. It's important to note that offensive knight designs already exist on the market. Hundreds of thousands of designs already exist throughout the galaxy, though only a fraction is available for purchase within the Republic's borders. Likewise, demand for offensive knights is not a shallow pool that will drain quickly the moment someone cobbles up a decent design. The threat the Havilax posed to their company distorted everyone's perspective on the market. I see now. We've been stuck in a tunnel vision. The Havilax is still a competitor, though. As long as it remains on sale, it will directly affect our own profits. We can still fight back when there's still time. How much time did they still have? VS wanted to take his time, but would all of that extra time pay off in the end? It all depended on their hard work and ability to succeed under adverse circumstances. VS clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. I've gathered you all here not to admit defeat, but to form a plan of action. We will not let Dumont have his satisfaction. We shouldn't fear his competition. He should fear us instead. He had unquestioning faith in the superiority of his own design. VS hardly believed that Dumont progressed as fast as him since the last time they dueled against each other. Along with the added advantage of a pronounced X factor, VS possessed a final contingency should his design fail to match up to the Havelock's. He tapped his fingers against his unassuming calm, which hid the option to superpublish any design once a year. Chapter 255 Breathing to Life. In truth, VS didn't wish to resort to superpublish option, as he considered it a cheat. Besides sullying his reputation and demeaning the tradition, he wouldn't be able to get away with it anyway. He already shared his development logs to the MTA. If VS suddenly improved his design by a significant margin at the very end, the MTA would rightly question whether he had help. Let's form a plan and draw up a timetable, he announced to the people gathered in the conference room. I think it's not too late to release my latest model a month from now. It's impossible for Dumont's company to have produced so many Mechs in that span of time. They hashed out a quick plan that mobilized the entire company. Even though the Black Beak hadn't been finished yet, its functional state allowed the workshop to grow familiar with its design. Chief Cyril and Carlos received permission to train the Mech technicians with practicing its fabrication in a virtual environment. Meanwhile, administration and relations departments laid the groundwork for logistics. VS wanted the LMC to be amply supplied without being overcharged for the necessary raw materials. He also wanted the shipping to be reserved in advance in order to minimize delays and disruption in supplies. The current convoys between Cloudy Curtain and Bentheim won't suffice for our needs, Jake reported after making a projection on how many goods flowed in and out of the workshop. The Barracuda has lately remained rather idle. Other than conveying some of our executives to Bentheim and back, the Corvette is severely underutilized. Any shipments we make outside a convoy isn't insured by Sanyal-Ablin. VS shook his head. I don't want to tempt fate by putting millions of credits worth of goods in an even more expensive starship. The Barracuda will adhere to the current flight schedule. It won't attract so much attention if all it does is ship some of our marketing people back and forth. On that topic, how is the negotiation going with Marcella? We've been making slow but steady progress in our discussions with your Mech broker. From what we can tell, she values your ability to improve and thinks your worth will only increase in the future. Our negotiating team has been able to leverage this information into compelling her to agree to a number of important concessions. However, our talks have stalled lately due to the lack of activity on our part. VS already knew why. She's waiting for my design, I bet. Once I fabricate the prototype of the Black Beak, I'll ship it over to Bentheim in order to take advantage of their extensive testing facilities. The MTA's Cloudy Curtain branch office lacks the hardware to put the prototype to its paces. A few people showed alarm at his decision to do the testing in Bentheim. The port system is a powder keg waiting to blow, Primrose warned with a shrill voice. It's highly inadvisable to step foot on the planet with war tensions so high. There's no other choice. I can't do without the sophisticated testing equipment that is only available on major planets like Bentheim. Don't worry, I've got Riella, Melker and Sanyal-Ablin watching my back. We're also permitted to pilot our own mechs within city limits. Riella raised her fist in excitement. If the BLM wants to pick a fight, I'll gladly give them one. Once they finished their testing, VS would return to Cloudy Curtain and apply the lessons on his initial design. Do we have enough time for another round of testing? Likely not. There's a lengthy lead time required to submit an original design to the MTA. If we want to make the Black Beak ready for sale in a month, we have to submit the final version along with a fabricated copy to the MTA's branch in Bentheim at least 2 weeks before the official release. So in essence, VS actually had 3 weeks to work with before he had to finalize his design. We can't afford to undergo a second round of testing. We can only hope that one round will be enough to catch all the major flaws. Marketing. Once I show off the prototype to Marcella, please work together with her brokerage on a marketing campaign. Make sure to take various budgets into account. A simple plan made all the difference. Getting his people moving again helped push back the negative sentiment. Everyone dispersed and went back to work. VS himself took some time off. He wanted to be in his best condition before he fabricated the prototype. Lucky meowed and climbed on his shoulder once he sank into a couch at the lounge. The cat didn't experience much excitement with VS holed up in his office. His pet made his disaffection clear by batting his paw against his cheek. I know, you'll get your fun soon. We'll be traveling to Bentheim again after a few days. Meow. VS thought about picking something up at Bentheim that could keep Lucky busy. Then again, the amount of minerals his cat had eaten so far had reached a point where Lucky showed signs of evolving yet again. The glowing blue lines between its shiny bronze-like exterior glowed as bright as a flood lamp. You're stuffed with energy, aren't you? Meow. Lucky lazily stretched his back. I wonder what you'll look like at level 3. As VS advanced, so did Lucky. It made him wonder what his cat had in store in the future. Perhaps he'd be able to traverse the stars, or fire a mech-grade laser from his mouth. Maybe he'll be producing gemstones that could double the performance of any mech. He began to fabricate the prototype the next day. He skipped practicing the process in a simulation because he was short on time. Instead, he relied on his substantial fabrication skills to tide him over his very first attempt to bring the Black Beak to life. Chief Cyril gestured everyone away. Everyone, clear out! The boss will be working on the prototype alone. Due to everyone's unfamiliarity with the new design, VS demanded full control over the entire fabrication process. Only if he did everything himself would he be able to guarantee the quality of his prototype. It was vitally important that this early copy of the Black Beak be a faithful reflection of its design. Every mech technician halted their work and cleared their junk. The new production line stood ready to be used. VS took a deep breath and centered his mind onto his continuously evolving image. He opened his eyes, revealing a flickering glint in his eyes. Let's make you whole. VS moved his fingers over the console of the Dortmund printer. He started working from the inside out, fabricating the innermost pieces first before working his way outwards. The technical challenge laid mostly in his unfamiliarity with the process. He also worked with unfamiliar materials and entirely new alloys that sometimes strained his capability to solve problems on the fly. Still, the greatest advantage of designing a mech from scratch is that you have complete control over its complexity. A hybrid knight like the Caesar Augustus possessed a lot of interconnected components that made a mess of things inside. Even if he substantially simplified its internal architecture in the Mark II, it still posed a lot of difficulties. On the other hand, an pure knight with a narrow set of priorities carried a lot less baggage around. VS prioritized on designing a simple, clean and easy to assemble internal architecture because he intended the Black Beak to be repaired and worked on over many years in the field. Easier to repair also makes it easier to assemble. He only encountered some genuine challenges when he formed the armor plates. Each of the 3 Veltrex layers centered around their own mix of highly valuable exotic minerals that might react unstable if handled improperly. Even with his alloy compression 3 sub-skill, VS came across various close calls that could have been avoided if he practiced beforehand. I can't afford the time to take a trial run. I'm already in the race and there's no way but to proceed. The time pressure actually emboldened VS to put his full effort in his work. The Black Phoenix also thrived in a crisis and became more active and engaged as the fabrication went on. The two synergized with each other, and VS started adding intuitive touches in his work at the prompting of the picky image in his head. After his first slip-ups, VS got the hang of working with each different formula. He smoothly applied the correct adjustments to the chemical treatment machine and the alloy compressor to ensure a near-perfect finish for each of the plates. The most difficult work by far was adding all of the flourishes onto the top layers. VS had to put the pieces back inside the Dortmund in order to utilize its precision carving module to neatly trace out the decorative flourishes. One wrong move risked threatening the structural integrity of the entire layer, turning it from an effective piece of armor into a clunky alloy plate. I definitely can't add something so elaborate in my silver label version of the Black Beak, VS concluded. Anyone whose assembly skill is below the standard of a journeyman can forget about doing this without leaving flaws. The added difficulty of incorporating these engravings raised the value of his design. VS put a lot of creative energy in their formation, granting them meaning beyond conveying a simple image. VS even imagined the Black Phoenix blessing them with its own touch of vital energy. It's like they're acting as reservoirs for the X factor or some other kind of metaphysical energy. By the time he finished decorative engravings, they appeared to glow in his sixth sense. The entire mech turned into something more than a simple machine by the time he started assembling the pieces into place. His consciously simple design allowed him to assemble the various parts with greater speed and ease than with a hybrid knight. The Black Beak hardly made a croak as its parts smoothly fit into place with the judicious use of bots. It's like magic, Carlos sighed as he compared the exquisite craftsmanship displayed by VS with his own output. How is VS able to make his products with so much presence? The mech isn't even finished yet, but I can already tell it will be an exceptional work. Cyril chewed on a piece of stimulants as he formed a reply. I've seen jobs like this a couple of times in my life. They're made by craftsmen in the best sense of that word. They are passionate about their work and treat every individual mech like a separate art piece. You can tell that VS is made from the same mold by the intensity of his focus. It's like we're not even here. Even their low discussion didn't affect the meticulous work that went into fitting the more delicate pieces into their assigned positions. Once VS attached the finished sword and shield to the back, the prototype officially came into being. The Black Phoenix in his mind cried out triumphantly and spread its wings. It was just about to depart from his mind and enter the almost finished Blackbeak's design, but VS held the stubborn bird in place. It's not finished yet. Stay put. The Phoenix took offense at his demand and tried to burst through the shackles holding it down. VS cried out in pain and held his thundering head in his hands. His sudden collapse alarmed the mech technicians. He's exhausted. He hardly took a rest over these 3 days. Call a medic from the security group. They have one on site, I'm sure of it. None of them suspected that VS was waging a battle in his mind. The Black Phoenix he birthed into being had developed a life of its own. Like any child growing up, it sometimes tried to defy its progenitor. In other words, the Black Phoenix reached the point where it started to assert its own identity. It's not time yet, he yelled, to the confusion of the worried technicians. Stop your stupid tantrum and get back inside. Chapter 256 Responsibilities. His condition became so fierce that the medic hauled him to the tiny clinic set near the walls surrounding the workshop. By the time VS recovered, he found out that everyone thought he collapsed from overwork. You worked for 3 days straight. Even with your abnormal body characteristics, humans are never meant to stay up for such a massive stretch at a time. I'm okay, Doc. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. VS waved away their concerns and hopped off the cot as spry as an energetic child. Let me see the prototype before I sign off. He left the clinic and walked across the open courtyard to the workshop area. Once inside, he waltzed towards the other end of the hall where a crowd of bewitched employees gazed admiringly at the very first version of the Black Beak. "It's beautiful, and it's not yet even complete." The Blackbeak's dark coating gave the Mech the illusion of an obsidian statue. The detailed carvings concentrated on its beak, its shoulder pauldrons, and its symbol-laden armaments lent the prototype an air of gravitas. "Well, you certainly did it." Chief Cyril slapped his back when VS approached. "The Mark II is like a toy compared to this beast." On the other hand, Jake looked a bit concerned. "I'm not so sure it will find its place in the market. It looks almost evil compared to your previous works, VS. I don't know where you got your inspiration, but as it stands now, your design looks more fit for pirates than for mercs." VS belatedly realized that this might become a problem. "It will look better once the festive cloud generators underneath the shoulder pauldrons turn online. I've programmed them to emit some bright white vapor aided by some conveniently placed lights to add some life to my mech." A knight was supposed to be a protector, a team player. Unlike the Havilax, the Black Beak boldly bucked that stereotype by taking on an aggressive but subversive appearance. It won by staying alive, and it did so through a mix of grit and dirty tricks. He decided to stick with its current appearance due to that reason. Dumont's Havilax could keep the white knights while the Black Beak appealed more to the shadier crowd. "Let's prepare for departure." On matters as important as the shipment of a prototype, VS didn't want to take risks. He booked a berth at the next convoy shipment to Bentheim for the prototype and the mechs of his cousins. He also called ahead to Sanyal to make the appropriate arrangements for his security detail on Bentheim. A lot of prep work went into their upcoming visit. With the growth of the company, the LMC had to comply with a lot more regulations as well as take a lot of industry-specific standards into account. The introduction of an entirely new design demanded even more compliance compared to variants. An incompetent designer could take an unknown mix of components and mix them together into a powder keg that could blow at any time. The MTA took no risks with regards to potential hazards to public safety. It was up to the mech designer to prove his new design was safe to use. On the day of the transfer, a couple of executives from the LMC accompanied VS and his entourage aboard the Barracuda. This time, the corvette joined the slow and lumbering convoy for safety purposes and to ensure their shipment of mechs remained safe. As a luxury yacht, the Barracuda easily accommodated the extra passengers, though the executives had to bunk up in their cramped rooms. It elicited a lot of grumbling from the likes of Jake, Primrose, and the people who originally came from Bentheim. "Sorry guys. It's a small ship, so you'll just have to make do." VS apologized before turning to Captain Silvestra. "How's the Barracuda holding up these last few months?" "The regular exercise has been great, sir," the captain reported with a smile. "It's good to stretch our legs by conveying your people back and forth. The frequent travel allows us to become intimately familiar with the gravitic geography between Cloudy Curtain and Bentheim. As long as we can keep this up for half a year, we'll be able to develop a fairly complete chart that will allow us to develop fast and circuitous FTL routes." "What does that mean?" "It means we'll stand a higher chance of avoiding blockades and ambushes if the Bentheim system is taken over by the Visions. The Visions have never pushed as far as Bentheim before. The Republic always fights tooth and nail the closer they get. We can't afford to lose our only port system." "Be that as it may, sir, it's best to be prepared should the worst come to pass." The prospect of a disastrous occupation of Bentheim weighed down in his mind. Even though the Visions always failed to take the prosperous system in the end, it only took a couple of random mishaps for them to succeed. Besides preparing for the release of a new design, the LMC also had to prepare for the inevitable war. That meant talking with the government, the suppliers, the security companies, the insurance companies, and more. "Do we have to bring so many people?" VS quietly asked Jake. As his COO, the Larkin Son retainer had been very bold in expanding the company's payroll. We're making a lot of appointments because our company hasn't made any existing arrangements against various contingencies. It's fine if you want to leave it for later, but once the war finally sets off, it's going to be a lot harder to get a hold of important people. The LMC already entered into half a dozen agreements so far that granted them access to military convoys and strategic resource stockpiles. VS had to admit it sounded like a good idea to be prepared. He hadn't even heard of half the programs in the list that Jake passed to him. I see there are limits to how much insurance is willing to cover us. The entire Bentheim region is beset by difficulties in obtaining insurance now that the war is on the horizon. In the eyes of the insurance companies, Cloudy Curtain is even less secure than Bentheim, as our only real defense force consists of a single gang. The Visions don't have to allocate too many Mechs to destroy all our infrastructure. Implicitly, Jake questioned the need to base their production facilities on a poorly defended rural planet. VS ignored those unspoken thoughts. Is it unusual for the insurance companies to close up like that for our region before a war breaks out? It happened a handful of times throughout the last 2 centuries. It's a rough indicator on how bad the war might progress. The insurance industry is especially spooked by all the pirates and rebels running roughshod over the Komodo Star sector. That gave VS a lot of food for thought. He spent his remaining time on his ship reading up on the various preparations the company had been cooking up. They even formed an agreement with Walter's whalers to ship out their most expensive production equipment off-planet if the Republic failed to contain the Visions. The convoy touched down upon Bentheim more than 2 days later. They'd been delayed by additional security checks and the requirement to adhere to the speed of the slowest transports. A guarded planetary transport waited them at the spaceport. Loaders carefully transferred the prototype in the cargo bay while Melker and Riella entered their mechs. VS didn't expect any trouble, but it didn't hurt to be prepared. He also carried Lucky on his shoulders as an increasingly familiar custom. Jake and a handful of mech technicians and aides accompanied VS in an armored shuttle. His COO presented him with a secure data pad of the revised agreement between the LMC and Marcella's brokerage. The entire contract looked awfully dense and VS was not in the mood to decipher them. I don't have time to read through these terms. Give me a summary. We've pretty much come to an agreement on this set of terms. Mrs. Bollinger is willing to accept a reduced commission of 10% of gross profits for any product released after signing this agreement. In exchange, we'll assume responsibility for most forms of mass marketing as well as after-sales support. The latter change is a very impactful one. How so? Mechs often get damaged, so they often need to be repaired as well. In extreme cases, the total cost of repairs have even exceeded the cost to buy a new mech, so you can imagine the potential earnings of this industry. Sometimes an outfit wants to modify a mech or add more armaments, and that takes a substantial amount of money as well. I see now. From the tone of your voice, you don't sound that optimistic. Marcella wouldn't have given us this concession without reason. Unless we grow large enough to form our own repair company, it's best to form a contract with an existing repair business on Bentheim. That means we have to form a branch office and hire some liaisons who can keep an eye on them. You don't want the repair companies to work without supervision. They'll rip you off in 1,000 different ways if they think they can get away with it. Even a solid contract won't help that much. So they're as shady as salvage outfits. If you think about it, they're 2 sides of the same coin. It turned out that the repair industry was plagued with a lot of fraud and pitfalls. A poorly managed repair scheme could easily pile the Bentheim division with a mountain of debt. Frankly, VS admired Marcella for conducting after-sales support in his stead up to this point. The entire agreement also hinged on Marcella's approval of his new design. VS had managed to keep it under wraps so far. He wanted to achieve the maximum possible impact for her first impression, so he didn't even send along any documents. The armed procession of transports, shuttles and mechs traversed away from Durham and neared the Mech hub of Ansel, which previously hosted the Vintage Festival. This time, they skipped the exhibition center and instead arrived at the doorsteps of the Ansel Precision Mech Testing Grounds, or APMTG. Mr. Larkin's son! Welcome to the APMTG! A sharply dressed young man shouted over all the thruster noise. The representative of the testing grounds greeted their arrival with a handshake and a smile. Follow me to the labs. Our testing personnel has already prepared for the arrival of your new design. VS looked upwards at the transport that carried his mech. What about my prototype? We're prepping our secure hangar for spying equipment before we allow your prototype to be transferred in our hands. At the APMTG, we take confidentiality as our highest priority. Our state-of-the-art security systems is able to deter almost any spying methods known to the Komodo Star sector. APMTG is a mouthful. Just call us the testing grounds. Once they stepped inside, they entered a control room that overlooked an empty hall. A duty manager greeted them and showed VS around. This is our first testing chamber, where we will be measuring the basic parameters of your mech in order to get a baseline. This is not to say we believe your product is defective. VS nodded. I understand. Before you push my mech to the limit, you need to determine if the mech isn't already wrong from the start. It also helps calibrate your subsequent tests. Thank you for your understanding. Do you have a background in testing mechs? I know a thing or two about salvaging them, which does some of the same stuff you do. That could be construed as an insult, as the salvage industry was well known for cutting corners. Fortunately, the duty manager didn't take any offense. Well, our testing process adheres to industry standards and is much more exacting than what can be achieved in the frontier. They better be, because VS paid over 10 million credits for this service. He could get away with less if he took his prototype to the MTA, but it turned out that they had a waiting list over 2 months long. At least the testing grounds performed a greater variety of tests, so VS expected to get his money's worth. I can't wait to see how my prototype will perform. As they waited for the prototype to be brought from the hangar to the testing chamber, Marcella arrived with a angry face. The nerve of you! She slapped his back with her artificial limb, only to be surprised by his ability to remain unfazed. Well, I forgot you went through that ordeal in the frontier. You've grown some balls recently. Hey, we can always stick to the current contract. And risk letting you get away? No way! You're the goose who lays the golden eggs. Marcella firmly shook her head. VS, even if your early work resembles dog turds, you've been getting better and better with each new model. Your progress is especially pronounced when you track the quality of your virtual models. Since they basically fixed all of the terms of their revised contract, Marcella didn't feel any need to hold back her opinion. VS got the sense that Marcella deliberately sang praises to make a better impression. It glossed over the fact that a mech broker like her more often posed as a ruthless shark. They made small talk while the testing grounds conveyed the prototype. 15 minutes later, the early version of the Blackbeak stood at the center of the testing chamber. Everyone dropped their conversation and stared at its alluringly sinister frame in shock. His handcrafted models always had that effect on those who saw his products for the first time, but even Marcella dropped her metaphorical jaw. Eventually, she laughed. When I heard you finally started working on your first original design, I didn't expect a monster. This is one of the most impressive designs I've ever seen, appearance-wise alone. I'm tempted to sign the new contract right now. The testing grounds proceeded with their first tests once a test pilot boarded the Blackbeak's cockpit. Chapter 257 Testing Grounds. The mech pilot proceeded to tread carefully in activating the mech. VS noticed plenty of bots hovering at the sides of the chamber. They carried a number of emergency equipment such as fire suppressants and isolation materials should his mech start to malfunction. Fortunately, the black beak turned online as smooth as flowing water. The testing chamber's sensors and the diagnostics conveyed by the mech's internals conveyed no red flags. For now. All systems look green. Minor deviances have been reported with the power reactor. They are well within tolerances. VS had a lot of confidence nothing would go wrong at the start. He meticulously checked the quality of his own work as he assembled it piece by piece. Still, he felt excited to see his hard work pay off by delivering a near-flawless performance. The testing grounds performed a rigorous amount of testing in the empty chamber. The test pilot started making simple but meaningful moves. This could be something as simple as leaning forward or backwards, or as complex as balancing on one leg while extending out the remaining limbs. That last move caused VS to wince. The Blackbeak's leg had not been rated to handle all of that weight for long stretches of time. Still, his mech performed like a champ, taking the escalating levels of stress in stride. By the time the mech ran at full sprint, while swinging its sword and shield back and forth, VS relaxed enough to chat with the people from the testing ground. How large is the testing ground? Oh, we have over 20 testing chambers and more than 40 outdoor grounds and obstacle courses. Many of them are duplicates as we are constantly testing new designs. Our state-of-the-art equipment and galaxy-leading methodologies is praised by everyone in Bentheim. We frequently receive the most confidential test models from various famous journeyman mech designers. Interspersed between the somewhat exaggerated marketing speech, the people of the testing grounds revealed a genuine passion of getting their hands on the latest toys in the Republic first. The truly prestigious mech designers sometimes sent out a batch of half a dozen mechs for the testing grounds to wreck while gathering as much data as possible. You guys must be wrecking a lot of mechs. Oh, it's not that bad. Any destruction is always carefully controlled in a way the remnants can be fully salvaged. Once they finished the basic tests, the testing grounds moved the prototype to a second chamber. This one contained various mech-sized dummies and obstacles for the black beak to sink its teeth in. VS even recognized some cheap exotic alloys that must have been salvaged and reforged a couple of 100 times. The mech pilot slowly moved to attack a basic target made out of wood. The flimsy material split like paper, hardly putting up an obstacle against the alloys built into the sword. That soon changed as the pilot started swinging the sword against a progression of increasingly formidable materials. VS sighed in relief once they went through the final plate of armor, which mimicked the toughness of a medium knight's chest armor. The sword has largely held up. Certainly, it wouldn't be a good sword if it became chipped or blunted after tearing through the armor of a couple of mechs. Still, even the strongest swords could snap like a twig if wielded by an incompetent pilot. The testing grounds spent the next 10 days subjecting the prototype to a variety of conditions. They ran the mech through an obstacle course until it ran out of fuel. They subjected it to a hellishly hot chamber before dropping the temperature to below freezing point. They overloaded the internals to see how much mileage the prototype could extract out of that extra power, but they quickly had to halt their attempts. The mech reached the point of irreversible damage too rapidly to continue this particular test. Most of the time, the tests consisted of hour-long sojourns into waiting for a component to reach its breaking point. The testing grounds left the more destructive tests at the very end, where they finally placed the mech in front of a couple of turrets and fired at it with sadistic glee. The toughness of your mech's exterior is really good, the sane duty manager praised. What a great armor system! Its compartmentalization isn't too shabby as well. The black beak is still a knight. It's designed to take a beating. The one thing they couldn't test was how easy they could repair it back to full. VS lacked the time to go through such a round, and the testing ground demanded a substantial price for such a service. During his 10-day stay at the testing grounds, he found it remarkable how far they went to keep their confidentiality. The same crop of testing personnel manned to consoles and performed the testing. The various testing facilities had been carefully screened, and even the outdoor grounds had been fenced in by obscuring electric screens. Alongside isolation, the testing grounds also employed a mix of active security that actively swept the grounds for spying devices and unwanted visitors. Considering the clout of their regular customers, such precautions were definitely needed. "I must say, it's a pleasure to test your first original mech," the representative gushed as he accompanied VS to the shuttle pad. "Yours is one of the most aesthetically pleasing debut designs I've ever had the pleasure of seeing on our grounds. Thanks for letting me witness the entire process. It always hurts to see your own creation get hurt, but I've learned just as much from my observations as I've had from the data you've compiled. It's our pleasure to serve you. We don't often see mech designers possess as much passion for the craft as you, to the point where you've stuck with us for the entire 10-day stretch." That inadvertently told VS a lot about how the well-to-do mech designers treated their own creations. He gently shook his head. How far would he go before he started to treat his mechs as commodities as well? "Well, I'm very satisfied with your services," VS thanked the representative as he reached his shuttle. "I'll think about bringing my next designs to you whenever I come up with something new." "You're welcome, Mr. Larkin's son. The APNTG always stands ready to find the limits of your mechs." While the pieces of the prototype would be shipped back to Cloudy Curtain, VS had to make one more stop. Marcella left after the first couple of hours since the testing began, but she regularly kept tabs on the results by remote. By now, she must have gathered enough data to prove that the black beak was a solid design. "It's too bad your black beak doesn't perform that well in certain extreme conditions," Jake commented to him. "Knights have always shown historically poor performance in hot and vacuum environments, but your model is particularly bad at it. That may not be a problem in the Republic's market, but it will be greater hindrance should you decide to publish it beyond our borders." "I'm not considering any expansions beyond the border at this point. Even if I do, I'll likely develop a cold weather variant instead." "Don't go overboard on developing variants for your own products. If there's a viable need, other mech designers will license your design." "That sounds fairly unlikely," VS replied. "I'm merely an apprentice mech designer, and my design is being published at the tail end of the current generation." "True. Most mech designers have already given up on the current generation and are waiting for the next one to arrive." They had a fascinating discussion about what mech designers did to stay in business during these trying times. The more established entrepreneurs could easily sit back and rely on their existing catalog to generate a steady income. Newcomers had it more difficult. Once they arrived at Marcella's brokerage, they went up to her office where she awaited his arrival. "VS, please take a seat. We have important decisions to make." "So what did you think about my prototype?" VS asked as he dropped Lucky to the floor to run around while he took the center seat. Jake took the seat next to him and brought up a data pad that displayed the revised contract their negotiators hammered out. "I have to admit I'm impressed," the mech broker said. "I didn't think you'd be able to exceed the quality of your most recent products. Out of all of the products I've worked with, none possess as much magic as yours. Don't forget about its performance. I've worked hard and risked my life to acquire a set of high-quality component licenses. My mech's performance is on par with other current-gen models that are priced around 60 million credits. One could argue that Michael Dumont's latest model is a much better bang for your buck. The Havilax won't last as long as the Black Beak when all hell breaks loose. It will take years before that becomes evident." "Well, that's what marketing is for, right?" VS pointed out. I'm sure the benefits of my model will become clear as long as we put out the right message. After some small talk, they moved on to the revised contract. VS skimmed over the clauses and found nothing that stood out to him, though he only understood half of the terms. Meanwhile, Marcella clasped her hands and added a last-minute request. I've been thinking about the cooperation we had so far and what we can achieve in the future. I think you have promised VS. What are you getting at? VS looked at his Mech broker with a guarded expression. I'd like to take a personal stake in your business. Say 5% of the LMC's shares. VS dropped the data pad containing the contract. Even Jake looked taken aback at this sudden demand. I'm sorry, Marcella, but I'm not short on cash right now. Hear me out, VS. The current contract states that we'll be working together for at least 20 years. A lot of things can happen during that time, especially considering the Republic will be having their generational spat with the Kingdom. Times may become difficult for us, and that's why we need to forge a stronger bond. Jake didn't refuse the suggestion out of hand. He looked intrigued and asked a pertinent question. What are you prepared to offer in exchange for a 5% stake? It's difficult to determine the LMC's current market cap. You're keeping your books close to your chests, she explained. However, I have my sources, and I've also made a projection of your company's future earnings. I think it's fair to offer around 1.3 billion credits. That's a lot of money, VS immediately replied, but he also revealed his misgivings. But that doesn't sound enough. My growth is extremely fast compared to my competitors. 10 years from now, the LMC will be a completely different animal. Aren't you a little too optimistic? You've never lived through the last war, and from what everyone tells me, the upcoming one will be even more destructive. I'm also on the hook if a disaster falls upon your workshop. They negotiated back and forth. VS truly believed his company had a brighter future than the value that Marcella ascribed to it. Meanwhile, his Mech broker believed that VS severely underestimated the challenges his company was about to face in the next 10 years. Eventually, Marcella switched up her offer and decided to pledge 1.9 billion credits worth of marketing activities in exchange for a 5% stake and a seat at the board. Don't underestimate the value of marketing. It's essential to sustain your company's rapid growth phase. As your catalog and production capacity grows, you'll need to develop other channels to sell your mechs. Jake made a subtle indication to VS. His COO thought that Marcella offered a decent amount of value for what she asked. VS let go of some of his misgivings. Still, the question remained whether he should issue stock or sell the ones he already had in hand. The Larkin Son estate won't agree with the decision to issue new stock, he responded. Before he joined the LMC, he used to be a retainer for the Larkin Sons. He still acted as their proxy in a way. Issuing new stock will dilute their ownership of the company below 25%. That's not in their interest. In the end, VS had to part with his own shares, reducing his ownership of the LMC from 75% to 70%. They slowly went through the paperwork and signed all the contracts. At the end of the day, the LMC welcomed another shareholder to the fold. VS rubbed his tired face. I don't know if I made the right choice or not, but welcome to the fold. I hope you can help us grow into a fixture of the Republic. The new agreement entailed significant changes in their cooperation. For better or worse, both of their fates became intertwined with the success of the LMC. Chapter 258 Finalize. The wrecked state of the prototype diminished its value immensely. VS decided to scrap the pieces outright in order to recover as much exotics as possible, and ship them back to his workshop. With most of the company's envoys remaining on Bentheim to take care of business, VS, Jake and his usual entourage decided to race back to Cloudy Curtain aboard the Barracuda. Without the shackles of a slow and lumbering convoy, The swift and agile Corvette reached Cloudy Curtain in roughly a day. VS hardly wasted any time by returning to his office. The Blackbeak's 10-day crucible revealed a lot about its limits. The simulations haven't been that far off. The differences between the virtual models and the real space testing didn't amount to much, but the details mattered. In particular, the testing revealed that the Blackbeak could use some improvements in terms of heat management and armor coverage. My mech runs too hot the longer it keeps running. It's not venting heat fast enough. The joints are also rather vulnerable. Defensive knights featured very thick armor around their joints, making it difficult to exploit them as weak points. The Blackbeak demanded a certain level of mobility, however, which limited the amount of armor VS could put around its knees and elbows. The testing grounds revealed that the joint armor degraded a little too quickly. The Veltrex armor system performed well below standards if VS thinned its 3 layers beyond the minimum threshold. Both problems demanded VS to make a couple of unpalatable compromises. Solving the heat issues entailed incorporating more active heat emission elements, which took up valuable space. Increasing the armor around the joints meant that the Blackbeak lost a substantial amount of flexibility. Could he plug both gaps while retaining the Blackbeak's current level of performance? VS crunched his head over the problems, but came up with nothing. He decided to consult the imaginary existence roosting in his mind. Come on, Black Phoenix, show me an idea. The image hardly stirred. It didn't possess any intrinsic knowledge about mech design to suggest any solutions to the problems he faced. VS had to solve the issue on his own. He decided to punt on the problems and address the minor problems first. VS corrected various minor shortcomings about his design by minutely shifting the placements of some components. It only took a couple of hours to enact all the changes, but VS took 3 entire days to confirm they didn't result in any adverse consequences. By that time, VS made a decision about his design. My mech is meant to stay on the field for long stretches of time. Both heat management and joint coverage are essential to extending the Blackbeak's operational time. Though it hurt him a lot, he decided to cut into the Blackbeak's design in order to make room for further improvements. He made room by expanding its exterior to make room for a couple of heat sinks and some heat shunting mechanisms. He also clad the joints in thicker layers of interlocking plates. Both changes profoundly affected the performance of his design. They also turned it into a slightly different beast, which forced VS to rerun all of his virtual tests in order to ensure he hadn't introduced any new flaws. This stretched on for 2 weeks. The deadline to submit his new design to the MTA was only days away. Carlos knocked on his door and entered it when VS signaled he could come in. VS looked fairly haggard right now. I just came to tell you that our time is running out. You spend enough time on your design. I know you feel like you can always do more, but that's not how the industry works. Don't be like those perfectionists who spend decades on a single design. VS snapped out of his obsessive gaze towards his design. You're right. I doubt I can squeeze more performance out of this design. It's time to wrap it all up. Compared to the prototype, the latest version of the Blackbeak looked more robust. Its slightly expanded frame and substantial joint coverage slowed down the Knight, shifting it away from the fighting style of a skirmisher. In exchange, VS plugged some of its weak points and slightly increased its capacity to absorb damage. He found it hard to tell whether his design actually improved, but at least he made it a little more rounded. Strengthening the joint armor closed a potential loophole that knowledgeable opponents could exploit with contemptuous ease. Now they had to work a little harder to cripple his Knight. The closer his design reached completion, the more the Black Phoenix stirred. When VS added the logo of the LMC on the upper left chest of his mech, the bird practically screeched with impatience. Not yet, he whispered, trying hard to contain his image inside his head. There's still something missing. Despite the wholesomeness of his design, VS felt as if it lacked a final touch. There's a line between a fine mech and a great mech. All of the compromises he made had turned the Black Beak into a fine mech. His extensive use of modeling gave him confidence that all of the major kinks had been worked out. His design shouldn't carry any major flaws. Yet that didn't seem enough. VS paused for over 30 minutes over this roadblock. No matter how much he flexed his mind, he couldn't figure out why his design was still not complete. He decided to step out and ask for the opinions of others. He first showed off a small projection to Lucky. "What do you think, buddy? Is it a good mech?" "Meow." His cat batted the projection away. "Okay then." He entered the workshop floor next and gathered Cyril and Carlos. The two supervisors hummed over the Black Beak with serious expressions in their minds. "It's larger than the previous version," Carlos stated. "The initial design looked graceful. That's not quite the case anymore with this newer version. It looks fatter somehow. It looks less like a light mech and more like a medium mech," Chief Cyril added. "Thin mechs look pretty, but they don't tend to last too long in the field. Your design looks perfectly suitable to rough it out." They supplied some comments but didn't mention anything too pertinent. VS took his design to the rest of the mech technicians who had even less of an idea of what might be wrong. Carlos shook his head. "Really, VS, you're obsessing too much again. I know it's important to get your first design right, but it's already a great mech. Let it go, man." "I'll regret it if I stop at this point," he replied and shut off the projection. "I know I can do something to make it even better." No one could help him identify the problem, he realized. Even his closest friends never understood his design philosophy. They only saw the surface of his design. VS left his workshop and stepped outside. He looked up at the perpetual cloudy skies and noted the subtle rainbow colors reflecting off their puffy surfaces. It took only a minute to figure it out. Sentiment. He often liked to disparage other mech designers as producers of soulless objects. Yet many mech designers injected their designs with sentiment and personal feeling. The Larkin Sun ancestor's Valiant struck the strongest impression in his mind. The iconic mech was a piece of living history that was capable of telling an interesting tale from its appearance alone. What kind of story did the Black Beak convey? Why did he opt for an offensive knight, and why did it end up with a sinister aura? His memories cast back to the start of his career. Arriving at his workshop with a mountain of debt hanging over his head. Designing his first virtual mech out of two badly matched elements. Participating in the White E and reaching the finals with the help of Charlotte. Developing and producing the Mark Antony Mark I, his very first production model. Journeying to Limar and partnering up with Cadet Lovejoy to become one of the finalists of the open competition. Transitioning from novice to apprentice, acquiring the tutelage and patronage of a venerated master mech designer. Improving the design of the original Mark Antony that resulted in the much improved Mark II, which provided a steady amount of income to VS. Founding the Living Mech Corporation, thereby establishing himself as an entrepreneur as well as a mech designer. Taking part in Lord Kane's treacherous expedition to Graining 4, harvesting both benefits and misfortune, only to escape by the skin of teeth. Returning home, spending his newfound wealth in merits and credits, and laying the groundwork for his first original mech. "The Black Beak is the culmination of my personal journey up to this point," he whispered to Skies. Even if he didn't mean to, his design had been shaped by his past experiences. The Black Beak, for all its beauty and darkness, exposed a portion that lay hidden beneath his heart. "What does this tell me?" The Black Beak represented a subversion of the standard doctrine of employing knights as defensive bulwarks. He emphasized this design choice by applying a predominantly black coating. The black beak represented his response to the darkness of the galaxy. It had already swallowed up his father and threatened to grasp VS in its clutches. To fight back, he had to bend the rules as well, using something as unconventional as the system to get a head start. He also developed the black beak as a poignant response to the Caesar Augustus. The old last-gen design served as the debut of Jason Kozlowski. Perhaps VS wanted to avoid the famous business scion's lack of success by trying to convey the opposite mood. It also expressed his opinion that the next war would be won by survivors instead of heroes. No one knew the depths at which both sides could sink a couple of years from now. In these murky times, you had to think outside the box if you wanted to thrive. My mastery has something to do with this as well. His brief but unforgettable journey into Barley's mind provided him with an essential understanding of a pilot of knights. Even if the black beak looked as if it couldn't be trusted, it still possessed a bone of unyielding will. It could still be relied on to act as a defender if needed. I understand now. The black beak is something that I had always wanted to pilot if I ever became a mech pilot. Sadly, his genetic aptitude ruled out any possibility of piloting his own mechs. Only the seemingly omnipotent system might offer a way, but VS never looked up the option. He had a feeling the price was much more than he could bear. The momentary break helped him reflect upon his work and figure out what he missed. Once he finished his contemplation, he calmly went inside and returned to his office. He summoned up his projection and zoomed in on the cockpit. The interior offered fairly luxurious furnishings for a cockpit. VS spent a decent amount of time in prettying up the interior and making it more comfortable for pilots in it for the long haul. He also added reliefs of the Black Phoenix. The different carvings conveyed a made-up story about the Phoenix's origins and its eventual transformation into a black phoenix. As a final touch, VS didn't think of changing the functional design of his mech. He merely wanted to add his personal signature to his work. One could argue that the label underneath the front console already sufficed, but VS thought he needed to add a deeper meaning to his design. A weight imposed on his mind, pushing him towards monumental decision. You're the Black Beak, but that's more of a name for a design. If VS considered his creations to be alive, then they deserved an intimate name that they could call their own. He felt like a father who was about to bestow a name to his recently born child. With a couple of controls, VS engraved the name of his design at the top of the interior of the cockpit. Your name is Akron. VS let go of the reins of the image clamoring in his mind. The Black Phoenix screeched triumphantly as it escaped from the prison of its progenitor's mind and dove into the Blackbeak's intangible domain. Even though he only witnessed a projection, VS had the illusion that his design felt more complete somehow. The black beak exuded a sense of finality and solidity that had always been lacking from the prototype. Ha ha! He laughed, finally letting go of the tension that had been crushing over his shoulder. It's finished! I'm finally done! His very first original design was ready to be submitted to the MTA. Assuming everything went well, he would finally be able to advance his career and make his mark as a designer of original mechs. He looked forward to competing against his upstart rival. An air of bloodlust momentarily infected his mood. Chapter 259 Completion. The completion of the Black Beak resulted in a cleansing of the mind. VS never realized the Black Phoenix's presence took up such a heavy toll on his mind. Its departure freed up space he never knew existed. His design possessed a definite spiritual element. He could feel it in his sixth sense. It distinguished his design from the vast majority of other designs publicly available for licensing. No one would be able to tell why his design drew the eye, but it definitely possessed a seductive allure. It's pretty much a bad boy among designs. The Blackbeak's appearance carried a dark mystique that made it a more natural fit among pirates and outcasts than upright mercenary circles. It was the kind of mech that appealed more to mech pilots with a lot of issues on their plate. Even with these negative connotations, VS still loved his design like it was his own child. In a certain sense, he indeed birthed it into this universe. After VS came off his high, he sighed and raised his calm before dropping it. Before he could get his evaluation from the system, he needed to fabricate a single copy of the final design. Taking such a step would leave a physical presence of his design. Onwards, then! He bounded out of his office and raced towards the workshop floor. The meandering mech technicians all looked up at his entry. Clear the production line! Everyone soon found out that the Blackbeak had been finished. The mech technicians wrapped up their projects and hauled every piece of junk to the side. They were about to witness the fabrication of the first production model, something that carried a lot more weight than the production of the prototype. Can we help? Carlos asked. We practiced on the prototype's design for several weeks. We're beginning to get the hang of it. The armor plates are still giving us a lot of trouble, but we can easily take care of the generic components. VS shook his head. Not this time. It's not that I don't trust you, but my first production model is going to be submitted to the MTA. I can't afford to risk any deviations from the design. His extensive assembly skills made him the most proficient fabricator in the workshop by far. This actually indicated that his workshop lacked a senior fabricator that could take over for VS in his absence. Such figures usually consisted of older mech designers who gave up on pursuing a career in design. Their background in mech design and their decades-long experience in fabrication entitled them to fantastic conditions. They easily earned millions of credits a year at some medium mech manufacturers. Right now, VS displayed the same amount of skill of a senior fabricator in his own workshop. He deftly manipulated the interface of the Dortmund to churn out part after part. His prior experience with the prototype allowed him to avoid many of the pitfalls he stumbled into last time. VS designed the Blackbeak to be easy to fabricate. Besides the complicated armor system and the elaborate surface carvings, the mech embodied the rule that knights should be a simple mech to make. He even detected a faint resonance between the Dortmund printer and his work. He faithfully reconstructed the impressive machine out of a variety of salvaged parts. He understood the machine and felt connected to it in a way that he would never have with an off-the-shelf device. The more he understood his tools, the better he was able to exert control over the process. Even the armor forging proceeded with little incident. Once he got the hang of it he could reproduce the same steps in his sleep. The differences between the first version and second version of his design didn't lead to major shifts in paradigms, so he applied the same solutions as last time. The Blackbeak's first production model slowly came together. Each bolt and plate had been made with loving care, as VS channeled his full focus into making the most wholesome representation of his design into a physical presence in this reality. The final step consisted of mounting a custom gem inside the cockpit. Like the Mark II, VS turned the start button into a placeholder for a gemstone. He carefully opened a pouch and selected a pre-prepared gem that Lucky once produced some time ago. Black Diamond of the Night. Increases the speed and armor of a mech by 10% at low light levels. The dark diamond featured a compelling glint that matched the Blackbeak's mystique. While he didn't think his customers would employ his mech at night, it might provide a surprising result. Well, it's not quite certain my first production model will even see combat. The mech market placed a lot of value on special or unique mechs. The abundant amount of money he harvested from the Vintage Festival was a case in point. Wealthy collectors constantly kept their eye out on mechs with noteworthy provenance. It remained to be seen whether the first production model became a rarity. It derived its value from the overall success of its design. The more copies he sold, the more collectors desired to obtain the initial copy he completed just now. After completing his mech, VS gathered everyone at work and invited them to gaze at the brand new model. Jake whistled in appreciation at the sight. "I don't know how you did it, but your first production model is even more hypnotic than the prototype. I'm only worried that the market might not be able to stomach it. Those who get a glimpse of your mech from a projection won't be able to experience its intensity." Much like artwork, a recording or a projection wouldn't be able to convey more than a tenth of the intangible properties of his handcrafted work. His virtual models should have deserved more appreciation, but because of the limitations in simulation technology, his customers only experience a pale imitation of his original intentions. That's the nature of our business. We just have to work with what we have. VS spent the final day wrapping up his documentation. He already sent more than enough proof that he worked on his design alone, but it didn't hurt to send additional documents. He mainly paid attention to justifying his design choices. It gave the judges from the MTA a glimpse in his mind. He also assigned the Black Beak design a model number. Every mech designer adhered to their own rules with regards to these codes. VS kept it relatively simple in order to keep track of his growing catalog of designs. BPA-01 stood for Black Phoenix, Archon, first published edition. If VS wanted to update the design, he changed the code for the Mark II version to BPA-02. If he wanted to design an aerial variant, the code changed into something like BPS-01. In short, every update or variant using the Black Beak as a base began with BP. While he tidied up his project files, he also sneaked in some time with the system and submitted his design to its discerning gaze. The program spat out its evaluation of the Black Beak almost instantly. Design Evaluation, Black Beak BPA-01. Model Name, Black Beak BPA-01. Original Manufacturer, V.S. Larkin Son. Weight Classification, Medium. Recommended Role, Offensive Knight. Armor A. Carrying Capacity, B. Aesthetics A. Endurance A. Energy Efficiency, B. Flexibility C. Firepower D. Integrity A. Mobility C+. Spotting E. X Factor C++. Cost Efficiency C. Project Involvement 100%. Original Component Composition 7%. Overall Evaluation. The Black Beak is a remarkable third-class offensive knight design that excels in lengthy conflicts. Its unusual balance between armor and design enables pilots to employ it in a variety of circumstances with abundant flexibility. However, its lack of notable strengths also demands a high level of skill and judgment to pilot the Black Beak to its full potential. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X Factor. Damn it! I got so far and I still haven't broken through my previous record. His X Factor score showed that he had reached the extreme end of the C range, yet it didn't enter into B territory. VS felt a little bitter about that. Even though the growth element incorporated into the design should strengthen its X Factor over time, it wouldn't be able to show off its potential at the time of purchase. The system's lack of fanfare around his first original design felt a little off. It treated the Black Beak the same as the temporary designs he slapped together during competitions. This should have been a major milestone for him. He at least expected a present or something. Can't you say anything nice for once, system? User, keep working hard on developing your ability to design mechs. You are on the right track. VS threw up his hands. Whatever. He forgot about the system and turned to his timetable. His administration already prepared the submission procedure. He only had to hand over his first production model along with some hard copy documents to the MTA to begin the validation process. The validation process was mainly a souped-up certification process where his design and his physical copy would be judged according to a very strict standard. Once his design passed muster, VS gained the right to exploit the design through MTA channels. Some mech designers skipped the entire process. This was mostly the case with more renowned designers or those who worked for powerful entities like the governments of second-rate states. Submitting a design to the MTA entailed revealing all of its strengths and weaknesses to one of the largest powers in the galaxy. For designs meant to turn the tide in a war, such a massive exposure could spell defeat for the design, so under these circumstances, the MTA never got to peek at their inner workings. Quite obviously, VS hadn't reached that point yet. In order to convince his customers to purchase his mechs, he needed to make its details more accessible. VS even planned to add the Blackbeak's design to Iron Spirit in order to let the public get a taste of its wonders. The design phase formally ended when they loaded up the design aboard a secure transport arranged by Sanyal Ablin. The security company would send it over to the MTA's branch in Bentheim as soon as the next convoy left from Cloudy Curtain. VS didn't have to be present at the MTA unless they called for him, so he remained home this time. VS sank into his sofa at the lounge with a tired sigh. It's finally done! I'm curious, Riella drawled as she sipped on a drink. She recently finished a routine patrol in her Vectrix. When will you develop a skirmisher variant? The Blackbeak isn't a good platform to develop lighter mechs, he replied, not even giving it a serious thought. It's a bit difficult but not impossible to develop a rifleman mech out of the base model, but I'm better off designing a dedicated skirmisher from scratch. Oh. I guess you won't be giving me a new mech anytime soon then. Don't feel too bad for yourself. While I'm attracted to the idea of designing a rifleman mech, I'm not sure I'll be up to the task. What's holding you back? I thought you knew a thing or two about laser weapons. That was an understatement considering that VS even knew how to build a grazer rifle. The weapon isn't the problem. It's the musculature that's an issue. Rifleman pilots demand exact control over the movements of their mechs. I haven't taken these priorities into account when I designed the Blackbeak. So again, it's better for me to come up with a new design than try to pigeonhole a knight into a rifleman. All of this went over Riella's head. She quickly got bored of the topic and finished her drink. She threw away the container, which a spare cleaning bot deftly caught in the air before it could soil the floor. Hey VS, I'd like to ask you something. What's up? I'd like to take a few days off. Nothing happens in this boring dump anyway, and all of those spooky assassins seem to have disappeared into nothing. So I'd like to take a trip to Bentheim to have some actual fun. VS frowned at that. I'm not too comfortable seeing you go out alone. Besides, we just visited Bentheim a short time ago. That was for business, not for fun. The only thing I did was sit in my mech all day waiting for someone stupid enough to piss me off. Just let me go, please. Besides, I won't be alone. Is Melker asking for leave as well? Nah, he's a straight shooter who can stand guard at the same post for years on end if needed. Riella shook her head. I already made some plans with someone else. You see, I'm kind of dating Dietrich right now. VS sat up straight at those words. What? Chapter 260, Spending Money Like a Drunk. He eyed his cousin like she was an alien. You're dating the little boss. He's not a very good influence. I thought you hated lowlives like him. Riella held up her palms in a defensive manner. Hey, he's cool once you get to know him. He's a great mech pilot and not like a country bumpkin at all. unlike most boys I've met on this farm planet. VS was not in a mood to play the parent, but he didn't want to leave it at that. Relationships with junior gang bosses had a tendency to entangle everyone close into a morass of intimidation and violence. I don't think the family will be glad to hear that. You know how they can get sometimes. We have a reputation to uphold. Screw reputation. The Larkin sons will keep being the squeaky clean military dynasty without me then. The argument devolved into a mindless back and forth that didn't resolve anything. VS gave up on convincing Riella, since he obviously couldn't control her movements. Look, if you want to go out with Dietrich, then go ahead, but please don't go off and join Walter's Whalers. Hey, I'm not that stupid. It's just a fling, man. Don't look at me like I'm off to elope with him. Sheesh. Riella flipped her purple-dyed hair and scampered off. He didn't know what to do. While he liked Dietrich as a person, one day he'd be sure to inherit his father's mantle. The buddy he knew may turn into someone he wouldn't be able to recognize anymore. Everyone changes over time. After taking the rest of the day off, VS returned to work in order to prepare for his upcoming debut. His company had already prepared for his public debut for months, having contacted various news portals and noteworthy experts to attend his press conference. Every important manager in the company gathered in the conference room to report their preparations to VS. Around 20 different publications accepted the invitation to attend Michael Dumont's debut. Gavin started to report. Our goal is to surpass that number. However, the marketing department has found out that it's very difficult to get them to send out their reporters unless we cut some deals with them. Their demands range from exclusive interviews to free Mechs. Some publications even demand we hand over the first production model to them. VS was not amused. I hope you refuse those ridiculous demands. We put them down as gently as possible. With the help of Marcella's connections, we managed to secure the presence of at least 15 different news portals and Mech portals. They're regional names, mostly. You won't find any publication on the level of the Rimward Star Herald. They interviewed me last time. Did you send them an invite? We did, but we only received a plain refusal. If I have to guess, they have bigger things on their plate than to cover some random apprentice Mech designer's debut. Thousands of Mech designers around the Rim are holding their debuts every day. It's too much to keep up with unless you already accumulated some fame like those direct disciples. Frankly, VS thought the RSH was making a big mistake, as his black beak possessed a lot of noteworthy qualities for a third-class design. So do we have to spend more to get more publications to attend my press conference? That's basically what it boils down to, boss. The reporters have to make a living too, you know. Don't think for a second that an independent news portal exists. We either cough up the dough or resign ourselves to parading your new design to a collection of smaller news portals. I've set a tentative marketing budget of 100 million credits. Can you cover the costs from that budget, or do we need to shift more money around? Gavin fell into silence as he weighed the costs against the benefits. It's only worth it to pay off the greedy publications if they have the audience to back up their big mouths. Not all of them have the viewership to support their boasts. I'm sure you can sort that out. Let's move on to marketing the Black Beak. Fill me in on the plan. His publicist turned marketing manager pressed a switch that called up a projection of the timetable. The Black Beak is a very compelling design, especially when you see it in person. The goal of our marketing push is to introduce the Black Beak to public and rely on word of mouth to propagate its existence, hoping to stir up demand in the private market. Our plan is split into 3 phases. Gavin briefly explained what the marketing people had come up with to make the Black Beak famous. His debut came first. The LMC would carefully keep the Black Beak under wraps and avoid leaking out its appearance, its specs, or its defining properties. All the press would get to know for now was that VS planned to announce a new offensive knight as his first original design. The marketing department wanted to rely on the wow factor to ignite the first round of buzz among the press. The second phase consisted of fabricating 10 gold-label black beaks and display them in public at various locations around Bentheim. Their enthralling appearances should be able to elicit a lot of curiosity from the crowd. Wait a minute, VS interrupted. The plan sounds fine, but fabricating 10 models without receiving compensation will drain my entire cash reserve. Does anyone know how much it costs to fabricate a single copy of the Black Beak? Someone dug up the latest figures. It costs 41 million credits for us to fabricate a single mech. The internals take up 13 million credits in raw materials, while the armor system requires 26 million credits worth of exotics to construct. The remaining 2 million credits consists of per-unit licensing fees to various companies who develop the components the Black Beak is using. Compared to the Caesar Augustus, the Black Beak cost much less to produce, even with the recent level of price surges. It all had to do with his smart selection of components. VS specifically licensed components that incorporated materials that the Republic could supply themselves. The LMC didn't have to rely on expensive imports from distant star sectors to produce a single mech. That was one of the biggest advantages of designing your own mech. VS knew of the power of the X factor. Even with a rating of C++, the physical copy exuded a magnetic pull that definitely halted traffic. Still, he sounded a little skeptical about its reach. 10 models won't be enough to cover the entirety of Bentheim, or even Durham alone. We don't hold any ambitions to reach the entire public. We only want to feed the hype surrounding the Black Beak. Once people start to see it on the streets, they'll take recordings from their comms and send it to their friends and relatives. The third phase began after that. Once the marketing department thought they created enough of a buzz, they planned to release the virtual version of the Black Beak onto the simulation games. Iron Spirit stood out the most, of course, but Gavin also suggested making it available to non-potentate games so that laymen could get a taste of the offensive knight as well. Even if they're never able to pilot our products themselves, they might recommend our product to someone with the right aptitude. This virtual release would be paired by a fairly extensive advertising campaign. Most of the marketing budget had been allocated to this phase. Working together with Marcella's brokerage, they aimed to make the Black Beak into a momentary sensation. In the short term, we can rely on advertising to drive our product's appeal. We don't plan to keep this up for more than a month. After that, we can hopefully rely on positive word of mouth from our first customers to drive up demand. If not, we can always spend more. The plan sounded risky, but VS understood their intentions. He only had one major problem with the plan. We don't have the liquidity to produce 10 models at the snap of our fingers. The LMC generated a decent amount of revenue in the last few months, but their overhead also increased. At their current state, they'd come up short if they wanted to buy enough raw materials to fabricate 10 complete models. Why not ask Mrs. Bollinger to lend us the money? Their relations officer suggested. Maisie Duval had been very busy keeping their various stakeholders in touch. She already agreed to pledge 1.9 billion credits in marketing assistance, so she won't hesitate to advance the necessary funds. That's a good idea. Contact her immediately after this meeting. She'll be in charge of selling those mechs anyway, so it's not like the money is lost forever. Like the first production model, the couple of mechs after that also held a lot of collector's value. With her salesmanship, Marcella should be able to sell the first production run at extortionary prices. The rest of the meeting turned to logistics. Duval worked hard to establish a temporary but stable channel of exotics they needed to fabricate the Veltrex armor system. This ensured that they wouldn't be subjected to sudden supply cuts if they ramped up their production in the short term. I'd like to emphasize that we haven't established any long-term relationships with our current suppliers. That's fine. As long as they don't jack up the price, we can afford to wait and wait for better offers. After the meeting, VS kept staring at the cost projections. All of these elaborate plans called for lots of spendings. Everyone was in an upbeat mood after witnessing the final design. They treated it as a given that the black beak would sell like hotcakes. Carlos noticed his friend lagging behind. What's up? VS didn't feel so confident, however. Will the market accept my design? This again? VS, at your age, you're one of the most talented mech designers in the Republic. The Havilax designed by that douchebag Dumont doesn't even come close to the black beak. Besides, even if the market doesn't catch on yet, that's what all the marketing is for. As long as you throw enough money at it, even the ugliest piece of junk can become a bestseller. That was easy for Carlos to say. He didn't risk hundreds of millions of credits on a potentially futile venture. VS shook his head and left his seat. He had some more preparations to make. Later that afternoon, Marcella agreed to send them a substantial advance. Combined with their existing cash reserves, they could easily afford the raw materials needed to fabricate 10 black beaks. After a few days' wait, the shipment of materials arrived. This time, VS accepted the assistance of others, though VS still took the lead. Their frantic production and constant learning shortened the time to fabricate a single copy from 3 days to 2 days. They managed to fabricate 5 extra copies they could bring to the press conference. After the Blackbeak's official unveiling, VS planned to leave the copies behind to be shown off on the streets while he returned to finish the production run before doing anything else. As his workers packed up the Mechs and sent them off to the convoy, VS led a procession of senior management aboard the Barracuda. He planned to arrive at Bentheim ahead of the convoy shipments in order to prepare for his debut ceremony. Melker and Lucky would be joining his security detail as usual. As for his niece, VS constantly worried for her safety. Riella had already extended her few days off into a weeks-long hiatus into the underbelly of Bentheim with her new boyfriend in tow. He prayed to the heavens that Dietrich didn't drag his excitable niece into something shady. The Barracuda deftly transitioned into FTL. VS constantly worried what could go wrong as the time of his debut neared. Somehow, he didn't think Dumont would let him announce a competitor to his Havlax without a challenge. Dumont and the Ricklins have it out for me. If they're aware of my intentions from the start, then they should have already prepared a response. Chapter 261 Validation. Someone rang the bell in front of the entrance to his stateroom aboard the Barracuda. Come in, VS called out. The armored hatch slid open and let in Melker. Wearing his trademark visor, his nephew's expression had always been hard to read. What brings you to my office, cousin? Is it about Riella? Riella's a big girl now. She can take care of herself. Melker waved away his concerns. I'm here for you right now. I've been hearing that you aren't holding up so well these days. You're letting your nerves get the best of you. VS had to admit he fell into a hole of endless worry and consternation. He constantly came up with worst-case scenarios that threatened to ruin his debut and threaten his career. Don't you think mech pilots have it worse? Every time we get deployed, we risk our deaths. Even those who man the security mechs assigned to routine patrols have to worry about man trying to tear the whole place down. The galaxy isn't safe. He understood Melker's underlying message. How many Mark IIs had the company sold all this time? 30? 50? More? VS didn't keep track of his customers anymore, but he guessed that most of them employed them as war mechs. The coming years of war would test his designs like nothing ever seen before. Not just the Mark II, but also the original Mark I could see a lot of combat. With the imminent introduction of the Black Beak, VS pushed even more mech pilots onto the battlefield with his creations. His face adopted a rueful smile. So many mech pilots will struggle to survive. Who am I to lament about falling flat on stage? It's not the end of the universe for me. Even though a poor debut had a depressing effect on the rest of his career, as long as he worked hard enough, he could eventually redeem himself. Even Jason Kozlowski turned into a respectable mech designer nowadays despite having released the bloated Caesar Augustus. The short talk woke VS from his spiral of doubt and uncertainty. He thanked Melker, who left once he did his job, and stood up from his seat to stare at a projection of the black beak. I have all of the ingredients to succeed. I'll make sure you will get the recognition and use you deserve. His sixth sense fluttered a bit, indicating that the Black Phoenix had been paying attention. VS found it interesting how the Black Phoenix would evolve once more models began to proliferate. The rules of the imaginary realm boggled his mind. From what he guessed, a single Black Phoenix King ruled over the entire BPA-01 line, while paler duplicates of the imaginary entity occupied the individual mechs. These individual images possessed a growth element, so they grew over time, adapting to both their mech pilots and their shared experiences. This in turn fed back to the king of the mech line, allowing it to grow into an even more majestic creature that elevated the entire design to a higher level. It's going to require a lot of energy to accomplish such a thing, if something like that will happen at all, he suspected. His inclusion of a growth element in his design had far-reaching effects that he didn't quite yet understood. His findings on the X factor only scratched the surface of what it could do. The only downside was that it took a long time for the fruits to bear. VS had to debut the black beak when the design had only just broken out of its shell. He felt apologetic about that. Reality isn't always so perfect. I have to work with what I got. He spent the rest of his journey preparing for the upcoming event. Through the Galactic Net, he coordinated with the marketing department on Cloudy Curtain and the envoys sent ahead to Bentheim. With the help of Marcella's brokerage, they secured a suitable venue to show off all 6 current production models at once. All of this is contingent upon the MTA approving the Black Beak design for release, Gavin cautioned. VS knew his design. There was no way it could get rejected. The quality assurance department won't hold up our design. It's nowhere near those crappy designs that some of my competitors slapped together in a couple of weeks. We specifically tested the limits of the prototype at the testing grounds to catch any remaining flaws that the MTA could use as an excuse to disqualify its design. They did their due diligence. Some designers never even bothered to subject their mechs to any physical tests, thinking that the simulations would be lifelike enough to qualify. When the Barracuda finally touched down at the spaceport, VS met a representative from the MTA's QA department. Mr. Larkinson? We have a secure package for you. A couple of security officers in MTA uniforms proceeded to confirm his identity. Once they made sure that he wasn't a body double, a robot, a clone, or some brainwashed schmuck, the rep handed over a couple of fancy data pads. As the people from the MTA boarded their shuttle and left, VS glanced over pads with apprehension. Everyone else gathered around him to stare at the gilded pads. Their ceremonial appearance made it clear that their contents contained an official judgment from the QA department. Open it up. He activated the first pad. It took a few seconds for them to get a grip on the cover letter of the only document in the pad. We are pleased to validate your submitted design, code name BPA-01, as a battle-worthy mech. Your submitted design exceeds the minimum standards of quality set forth by our Quality Assurance Department. It has been deemed worthy enough to be added to our archives. Your submitted design will be available for licensing as soon as it is commercially released. If your submitted design is not commercially exploited by any party, we will make your design available for licensing after 1 standard month. Our appraisers have determined the value of a standard 10-year production license of your submitted design to be 3 billion bright credits. If you wish to dispute this estimate, you are free to lodge a formal objection. We did it! Carlos yelled and raised his fist. The MTA approved of our design! Everyone held a miniature celebration. The last roadblock ahead of its introduction to the market had been cleared. Even if VS expected the MTA to give out their stamp of approval, even he didn't know for sure. The Blackbeak's license is worth only 3 billion credits, VS sardonically said. I don't know whether to feel glad or insulted. The license for the Havelox is worth 3 billion credits as well. Cheer up, VS. Carlos clapped his back. Even if they don't recognize your Mech is better, at least it's in the same league. V's didn't think it likely that someone would license his design in the current generation. The huge sum mainly served as bragging rights. For a third-class Mech design, a valuation of 3 billion credits wasn't shabby at all. VS sometimes heard of awful designs receiving a licensing value of only 500 million credits. In that regard, he did quite well, though he heard of some geniuses managing to achieve a value of 4 billion credits. If I only had more time and better component licenses. Now that the Blackbeak officially entered the records and became an MTA-approved design, their preparations entered a fever pitch. VS shuttled back and forth between Marcella's brokerage and various offices in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. In the meantime, his back office continued to persuade more publications to come and cover the press conference without throwing too much money at them. That had proven to be quite a challenge. Time passed in a blink, and the date of his debut had finally arrived. VS woke up with all of his mental burdens gone. Somehow, he felt as if he already did his best. After a short breakfast, VS joined up with his entourage and left for the venue of his debut. They reserved an upscale exhibition hall in downtown Durham that other Mech designers frequently used to introduce new designs. Beyond the palatial double doors, 6 gleaming Blackbeaks stood at a row behind the podium where VS would make his speech. Wow! 5 of them stood just behind the first production model like an honor guard. All of their collective X factors resonated with each other to produce a remarkably strong aura that even took VS aback. Carlos whispered in appreciation. With mechs like these, who's going to remember the Havelox? Indeed. Their view quickly cut off as a couple of bots covered the mechs with cloth. The bright white covers allowed spectators to get a glimpse of the silhouettes, which teased everyone's imaginations. All right, folks. This is the big day. Let's make sure it happens without incident. Every preparation had already been made, but it didn't hurt to check. The exhibition room had been spruced up with banners featuring the LMC's iconic logo. Lucky meowed at the tall tapestries depicting a stylized version of himself longing atop a cartoonish cloud. That's you, buddy. Meow. His cat didn't seem so pleased at his appearance in the logo. VS may have gone a little too far in making him appear cute and innocent. Oh, come on. Just look at that cute face of yours. With such big eyes, you'll surely be a hit with the ladies. Lucky hissed and scampered off, not wanting to hear any more nonsense from his owner. VS merely shrugged his shoulders and went back to his final preparations. He already had a speech planned out which not only acknowledged his achievements, but also laid out a bold vision of the future. Half an hour before the start of the conference, the first reporters arrived with a fanfare of hovering recorder bots. The reporters already staked their places before podium, hoping to occupy the best positions for their bots to transmit the press conference to their employers. After that, security cleared a number of spectators. The LMC sent out a lot of invitations in the last couple of weeks. Those who decided to attend consisted mainly of industry insiders and previous customers. Besides the expected guests, VS also decided to open up his conference to bystanders. Plenty of people who walked by the exhibition hall must be wondering what all the commotion was all about. This led to a fairly boisterous scene at the rear of the hall. Everyone pointed at the 6 covered mechs, hoping to get an early peek of what they hid underneath. Time went by until it reached local noontime. Conversations faded out as VS stepped forth onto the stage. Garbed in his anti-grav clothes, he cut a sharp figure as a mech designer. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for attending this press conference. Today, I will be introducing my first original design, a model which will revolutionize the way its pilots will be able to survive the coming battles. VS waved his hand and a projection appeared of the LMC's logo. Lucky quietly meowed an objection at the back, but no one heard his complaints. Let me begin by introducing my company. Founded on the quiet planet of Cloudy Curtain, the LMC aims to elevate the sleepy rural planet's economy and bring more employment opportunities to its citizens. We already employ a substantial amount of mech technicians and office workers, and with the introduction of my upcoming design, I expect the company to expand even faster. The projection shifted to footage of a large number of decisive historical battles. They all featured a number of iconic mechs that enthusiasts could recognize in their sleep. You may be wondering what the LMC stands for. It's short for Living Mech Corporation. I named my company this way because I believe that mechs are more than machines. With all the love and passion surrounding mechs, we don't always appreciate their contribution to humanity. He raised his hand, pausing the projection to a fateful clash between 2 top-tier cutting-edge mechs. Think about it. How many lives are dependent upon mechs? The entire course of the galaxy is constantly shifting due to the tireless contribution of mechs of all shapes and colors. They deserve our appreciation, and the LMC is my way setting forth my principle that mechs can be alive as well. That's a bold statement, Mr. Larkin's son. A reporter rudely interrupted his speech. But we didn't come here to be lectured about mechs. We know our business, so can you please move on to your new design? VS maintained his smile before the cameras. The reporter happened to be representing the Republican Mech, one of the Bright Republic's most widely read news portals on mechs. Instead of snapping back with a verbal quip, VS snapped his fingers. The cloths clinging over the mech suddenly moved away, revealing the black beaks in their full splendor. Is this what you wanted to see? Chapter 262 Unveiling. No matter how many times VS showed off his handcrafted mechs, he never got tired of their dumbstruck faces. The snappy reporter from the Republican Mech practically dropped his jaw as he experienced the full brunt of their overlapping auras. Nothing prepared his audience for this experience. Even those who witnessed his limited editions models at the Vintage Festival thought that VS could only achieve such results through Herculean efforts. The black beak models right in front of them proved them wrong. Though they consisted of limited-issue gold-label mechs, their powerful X-factor exuded so much impact that even bots might fizzle out for a nanosecond or two. Impressed? VS asked the silent crowd. This is just the start. He snapped his fingers again, causing the mechs to come online. Their eyes glowed menacingly red while the feather-shaped shoulder pauldrons glowed in various shades of gray while leaking out a faint trace of dark vapor. It took a lot of wrangling with the exhibition hall to pull off this stunt, but it had been worth it as the audience received a double whammy. Much like the rolling cape for the Marcus Aurelius, the miasma leaking off the black beak drastically enhanced its visual presence. The gloomy tones of black and gray made it look like the black beak had emerged from the depths of the underworld to haunt the living in an inexorable march. The sword and shield affixed to their arms added an additional feeling of threat, and the phoenix-themed engravings on their surface only reinforced the myth. This is the Blackbeak BPA-01, an offensive night mech I've designed as the culmination of my experiences and insights into nights. VS declared in front of the still stunned crowd. His words served to pull them back from their fascination and hang on to his words. It is a design that embodies the will to survive by any means possible. A new ensemble of projections appeared. They consisted of highly realistic combat simulations that showcased the Blackbeak's performance under a variety of conditions. In one projection, the Blackbeak dueled against a swordsman Mech. The latter Mech had the edge in power and speed, but its sword failed to circumvent the Blackbeak's moon-shaped phoenix shield. The offensive knight grinded down the hapless swordsman Mech over the course of a couple of minutes. Another projection showed the Blackbeak as the forward element of a long-range deep strike squad. They encountered a hostile patrol of defending Mechs and became entangled in a fight. The Blackbeak showcased its defensive prowess by enduring a withering barrage of long-range fire with its shield and its armor. The Veltrex armor system held up long enough for the squad to gain a decisive edge. Yet another scenario proved to be the most compelling. It showed a time-lapse of the Mech being used in a low-intensity war. Each time the Blackbeak deployed on the battlefield, it gained additional scars and battle damage. Each time it returned to a workshop, the Mech technicians fixed it up with ease. Such a sequence of events didn't sound so interesting, but it kept repeating over and over. The battlefields changed, the allies it fought alongside changed, but the Blackbeak remained the same, bar a few choice customizations it picked up along the way. Over the years, the frequent cycle of deployments and repairs had morphed the original model into a formidable beast. The Blackbeak evolved over time. Rather than degrading due to faltering integrity and heavy wear and tear, the Mech's robust internals allowed it to soldier on. Just when you thought it reached the point of no return, the Mech technicians figured out a way to keep it running. Featuring the leading second-class Veltrex armor system, the Blackbeak is a formidable knight that is capable of withstanding enormous amounts of punishment without flinching. Its lean construction along with the revolutionary Trailblazer engine delivers performance on par with Coalition Mechs but at the fraction of the cost. The scenarios faded out and a simplified wireframe schematic appeared over VS. The lines denoting armor system and the engine blinked in green for a moment before he addressed the other components. The fuel-based power reactor runs on medium-density Mech-grade fuel, enabling the Blackbeak to operate on the field for an extended amount of time before requiring resupply. The design's overall energy efficiency is top-notch, and it will take substantial effort to force the Blackbeak to run out of fuel. The energy cells are optimized to carry medium-density fuel and can withstand a lot of punishment before they break. There is almost no chance of explosion since the Mech is programmed to eject any fuel cells if their integrity is at risk. The artificial musculature is of a highly durable make and is meant to last under substantial abuse. The cockpit is a safe design that features additional armor and enhanced ejection systems. The second-class ECM will dominate most other targeting systems on the battlefield. The embedded shovel integrated in its back can be detached and used as an impromptu entrenching tool. VS ran down the specs one by one. The second-class components impressed the crowd the most. Even the industry insiders found it noteworthy that a young apprentice Mech designer got his hands on so many quality licenses. They already started to change their appraisals of VS, figuring he gained substantial backing from his master or some other wealthy patron. Meanwhile, the spectators standing behind the reporters and the distinguished guests remained rooted to the ground. Only half of them understood the jargon, but it didn't take a Mech expert to understand the Blackbeak represented something special. The extensive blending of Coalition tech with Republican practicality delivered a package that performed like a champ but kept its costs under control. A major issue with Mechs that incorporates a lot of second-class components is that they're expensive. They often required expensive imports of rare exotics if they need to be built or repaired. The crowd nodded in agreement. Such Mechs suffered from inflated price tags and ruinous maintenance costs. The Blackbeak doesn't suffer from that problem. I'm a Republican mech designer at heart, and I know what you want. I went above and beyond to ensure that all of the highest performing components can be sourced from within the borders of the Bright Republic. Throughout his speech, VS set forth the Blackbeak's value proposition. It had been designed from the start to grow alongside its owners and users over a grueling conflict that everyone had been worrying about in recent times. The specter of the latest Bright Visual war loomed over them like the Blackbeaks, casting their shadows over the audience right at this moment. Hard times were coming, and only a durable could see them through. What you are witnessing are the Living Mech Corporation's exclusive premium lineup of mechs. We will be selling at least 3 different lines, 2 of which consists of a basic silver label edition and a higher quality gold label edition that's been hand fabricated by myself. The mech standing behind me consists of the latter, so you already know what you can get. A guest that looked like a wealthy collector raised his hand. When can we buy a mech? Good question, sir. VS clapped his hands, summoning up a pricing table for his new design. Starting from now, the LMC will be taking orders for the first production run of 25 gold label Blackbeaks on a first-come, first-served basis at the exclusive price of 80 million credits apiece. Subsequent production runs of the gold label edition Blackbeaks will be priced at 75 million credits, so if you are tight on credits, then it's best to wait. Does this include the first production model? The first production model is a mech that carries an inordinate amount of value. As a result, it's scheduled for auction at a later point in this year. Who was he kidding? VS wanted to hold on to the first copy because the design had only just started to pick up hype. If he auctioned it out right now, he'd be lucky to get 100 million credits. If he held on to it for half a year or more, he'd likely be able to jack up the price to 200 million credits or more. VS even considered keeping the model for himself, but he threw that idea away. Besides his display models, each of his mechs had been built to serve their purpose in the hands of his customers. Whether they employed them on the battlefield or paraded them in front of guests, his buyers brought meaning to his products. Only in the hands of others did his mech fulfill their intended purpose. When will your more affordable Silver Edition mechs be available? They will go on sale as soon as the first production run is finished, which will take a month or 2. The silver label Blackbeaks will be sold for 60 million credits. Do note that the silver label designs will feature cleaner appearances in order to achieve these cost savings. Are they worse than the gold mechs? They deliver the exact same performance as the gold label mechs. Both of them are near identical designs and are made out of the same raw materials. So if you are looking for the maximum amount of benefit for the lowest cost, then the silver label Blackbeak is a compelling choice. VS answered a large number of questions from the reporters and the industry experts. Sometimes, their questions cut very deep. Mr. Larkinson, your design looks too good to be true. There's got to a catch, right? What are the weak points of your mech? I have never claimed to have designed the perfect mech. VS tried to laugh, though he couldn't hide the awkwardness in his voice. If I can name the most obvious weakness of the Blackbeak, it's that it isn't supplied with a ranged weapon. As a purely melee-oriented design, the Blackbeak isn't suitable for any form of marksmanship. Some of the people in the audience wanted to pound his head. Who couldn't tell that a knight sucked at shooting? Stating something like that was as obvious as telling people that grass was green. When he saw that the crowd didn't take his answer well, VS relented a bit. Okay, the Blackbeak is a design that's optimized to run all day, but it comes with only average heat shunting capabilities. We do not recommend the Blackbeak to be deployed in places that limit heat venting even further, such as vacuum or high heat environments. How well will its defenses fare compared to a defensive knight? Can it be employed to replace a defensive knight entirely? The Veltrex armor system covering the shield and the frame is fully suitable to absorb impacts and shocks. That said, the Blackbeak is not intended to be employed as a low-mobility mech. Mech pilots will only bring out its full strength if they take advantage of its considerable mobility. VS addressed a few other difficult questions like that. He always managed to reply in a similar vein, using a circuitous answer that allowed him to avoid leaving behind a record of saying something bad about his mech. By understating the weaknesses and emphasizing the strengths that resulted from proper use of his design, VS painted a rosy picture of his mech as the ultimate high-mobility knight. It could fit in nearly every squad composition, and could even serve as a decent solo unit. Just when he thought he could breeze through the rest of the press conference, a commotion sounded out at the entrance of the hall. The double doors slammed open as a young man stampeded past the cowed security guards. "Hey, VS! What's going on? You're introducing a new design? Why didn't you invite me?" "Hello, Michael. It's good to see you. Shouldn't you be busy selling your own mech right now?" "Oh, my company is already taking care of it. The Havilax is selling like hotcakes. I've sold more than 100 copies so far in the first month alone." Michael Dumont grinned like a shark. "You've got to step up your game, VS. How can you still call yourself a mech designer if you're only able to deliver half the amount of mechs in double the amount of time?" "I put quality above quantity. The first production run is entirely produced from my hand, because unlike you, I'm not too lazy to wander into someone else's party." Michael dropped his grin as he struggled to hold in his fury. "I didn't come here to celebrate with you. I came here to issue a challenge. You see, we both designed an offensive knight, and we both released them in the same market. As far as I'm concerned, the market isn't big enough for the both of us. Let's say we duel it out." The gauntlet had been thrown, but Michael hadn't been content with that alone. "Let's spice it up while we're at it. Like you, I'm also hanging on to my first production model. Rather than letting them collect dust in some warehouse, why not have them duke it out?" The stakes had been raised. Chapter 263 For Want of a House. Out of several possibilities his competitor could choose to go with, Dumont chose to go with the classic design duel. When two mech designers had a beef, they let the strengths of their mechs do the talking. In truth, VS had brainstormed several ways that Dumont could retaliate against him with his team. They came up with possibilities, such as price dumping, regulatory harassment, industrial sabotage, and more. A design duel had been well within specifications. The only snag was that Dumont conditioned his challenge by setting forth his first production model. Considering the brisk sales of his Havilax design, his first mech already accumulated an enormous amount of value. More than risking a huge chunk of potential cash, the duel also put their reputation at stake. Nobody among the crowd could say whether one design was superior over the other. Both the Havilax and the Black Beak designs had their own merits. Some would argue that they didn't even compete in the same space. Yet the prospect of a rivalry at play triumphed over logic. A few bystanders already started to egg VS on. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The pressure mounted on VS to accept the duel. "I already reserved an arena, so you don't have to go to the trouble of arranging a venue," Dumont added. 5 days from now, there's an open time slot in the match between the Durham Velvet Fists and the Haston Grease Monkeys. We'll get to prove the worth of our designs in front of a full crowd of mech fans." It must have cost him quite a bit of money to arrange such a highly valued slot. VS mulled over the offer for any traps. The mech arena shouldn't be able to get away with any tricks, but who could tell if they did? "I'll only accept if there's official MTA representation." Dumont waved his hand dismissively. "Fine." Requesting the presence of an agent of the MTA didn't come cheap, but it ensured that nothing funny went on. If Dumont or the arena operators tried to cheat in any way, then the MTA would come down hard on their heads. As the challenger, Dumont was obliged to pay for it all, which saved VS a lot of trouble since his company's liquidity didn't look all that great. VS also had the privilege of setting some additional conditions such as the dual environment and the pilot criteria. VS chose to go with the most advantageous circumstances for himself. I want the dueling ground to consist of rocky terrain with plenty of line-of-sight breaks. His black beak excelled in dragging out the fight, while the Havilax sought to end the duel as quickly as possible. By making the terrain as difficult as possible, the pilot of the black beak would be able to extend the pursuit. Fine, but don't think you can run away all match. I don't think the public will appreciate a mech that can only stand a chance by acting like a coward. As for who will drive our mechs, let's set the bar to advanced pilots no older than 30 years old. Agreed. Advanced pilots could be found everywhere. If VS didn't set such a condition, Dumont might have been able to persuade a rare expert pilot to fight in his stead. He set a relatively low age limit in order to prevent him from finding some grizzled war veteran who could pull off dozens of tricks in quick succession. By posing all these limits, VS made the duel more dependent on the machine rather than the person. He had faith in the quality of his black beak and strongly believed in its performance despite the naysayers. They hashed a few conditions before Dumont left in a confident whirl. He already accomplished his purpose, so there was no need to stick around anymore. The impending design duel spoiled the rest of the press conference. VS noticed that most of the reporters briefly notified their editors about the sudden challenge. The spell had been broken, and nothing could pull them back into his trap. VS decided to wrap up his press conference. Thank you for attending, and I will see you 5 days from now at the arena. Word spread quickly. The duel between two young promising apprentice mech designers should be one of the more exciting events that took place next week. The constant hype surrounding their rivalry didn't pique the interest of every mech fanatic, but it definitely raised their profiles. Both the Havilax and the Black Beak received a surge of free publicity. Many publications that had snubbed the invitation to attend the Blackbeak's unveiling must be feeling green with regret right now. News portals such as the Republican Mech published bold-faced headlines accompanied with high-quality footage of the confrontation between the two designers. Even if they went a bit too far with their creative editing, the dramatized retelling of that day served to put their designs to the forefront of the news. We've already sold out our first production run, Gavin exclaimed as he met VS at a private dining hall in a hotel next morning. Our buyers are practically knocking down Marcella's doors right now. We had to limit our sales to 1 copy per customer. Demand is through the roof. The free publicity is nice, but it's only a temporary phenomenon, VS pointed out while eating his breakfast. Whoever admits defeat in the upcoming duel will see their demand crater overnight. No one wants to buy a mech associated with failure. The worst thing about the duel was that the format favored the Havilax. The raw specs didn't lie, and the Blackbeak's advance in endurance would never be able to come into play in a duel that only lasted 30 minutes at most. In hindsight, the Blackbeak made for a very poor dueling mech, while the Havilax practically thrived in these circumstances. Do we have a pilot lined up? I have someone in mind, VS leisurely replied as he moved on to drinking his cup of tea. There's a reason why I set the age limit to 30. The door to the dining hall slid open to allow the entry of a familiar face. Good morning, VS. Melinda. Good to see you again. I didn't want to call you up for this, but I really need your help. Melinda Larkinson took a seat at the table and poured herself some tea. She dressed casually this time, but her powerful movements and predatory expression couldn't hide the fact that she was a mech pilot. Who's this? That's Gavin, he's in charge of marketing. We were just discussing some business before you arrived. Your mech business must be doing well, she remarked. You're practically the talk of the town. Ticket prices for the match between the Velvet Fists and the Grease Monkeys have tripled overnight. Even the VIP rooms are fully booked. The mech duel attracted a lot of interest due to hype. Most people probably didn't know too much about VS or Dumont. They just wanted to witness a historic rivalry between two similarly talented mech designers. VS started to compose himself. About that. Melinda, out of all the cousins I know who are here in the Bentheim region, you're the only one who's proficient in piloting knights. I'd like to ask you to be my champion for the upcoming duel. The entire room plunged into silence. Even Gavin almost spurted out his coffee. He expected VS to tap a professional mech athlete, or some kind of elite academy graduate. Why me? Because I trust you. Because you're a Larkin son. Because you're both. He didn't need to say anything more. As a Larkin son himself, he knew how much the family prized their potentates. Every Larkin son with the aptitude to become a mech pilot had received a vigorous amount of training from the start. The family ensured that every Larkin son began their piloting careers with a solid foundation along with a couple of fully developed specialties. For example, Riella excelled in piloting skirmishers and light mechs, while Melker turned into a killing machine if he piloted a rifleman. Besides hard work, much of what they accomplished could be attributed to the training they received from the family. Melinda looked dead serious now as she weighed the offer carefully. I'm not too sure about this. Sure, I know a thing or two about knights, but I'm more of an all-rounder than a dedicated knight pilot. Law enforcement mechs are a whole different beast, you know. VS still remembered the mech she piloted when she rescued him from an assassination attempt. Her law enforcement mech consisted of an aerial hybrid knight that exchanged a sword for a fluid projector. It's not a bad thing if you're not a pure knight pilot. The Black Beak is an offensive knight, so it performs at its best if you take advantage of its mobility. It's still a knight, but it's got several things in common with more agile knights like skirmisher mechs. No matter who he approached, VS still wanted to persuade Melinda to take up his cause. She was family, and family was meant to stick together. This is a lot to take in, you know. Melinda breathed deeply. I'm not a stranger of duels, but the stakes are awfully high. How much money is at stake? VS gestured to Gavin, who supplied the latest estimate. The first production model alone can be worth as much as 300 million credits if you manage to win. Collectors are willing to throw money at any mech that carries such a great piece of history. Sheesh, VS. You're sticking me into a mech worth 300 million? Why not deposit a few billion credits in my cockpit while you're at it? Actually, Miss Melinda, the outcome of the duel has far-ranging effects on the demand of the Black Beak model. If we win, we can expect strong sales to deliver additional revenue the tune of 2 or 3 billion credits over the next year. If we lose, we'll be lucky if we can get the production line running at all. All of this piled more weight onto Melinda's shoulders. She had never been made responsible over so much potential gains and losses in her life. Her face turned numb at the dizzying amount of money being bandied about. My salary is only around 200,000 credits a year. I really don't know, VS. I'm a decent pilot when I'm on assignment for the Planetary Guard, but I've never performed in front of the entire Republic. Do you know how many fans are tuning into the match between the Fists and the Monkeys? That's one of the most popular dueling teams in the Republic. And I'm going to be showing off my skills in their halftime break. Obviously, Melinda couldn't handle the pressure like a seasoned mech athlete. VS wished that Riella hadn't wandered off with Dietrich, because he could sure use some help in reassuring his cousin. Competing in public is not that scary when you're good. I know you're good. Think about it as an opportunity to wave the flag for the family. Show the Republic what a Larkin son can do. If you win the match, you'll not only help me sell more mechs, but you'll also boost the careers of every Larkin son in active duty. When VS joined the family's steering committee and attended their annual meeting, he learned that one of the family's priorities was supporting the careers of their younger mech pilots. Many of his nephews and nieces joined the Mech Corps with dreams of making it big. It took a lot of money and effort to distinguish themselves from the other talents in their units. Consider this as well, VS continued. The Larkin Son estate owns 25% of my company. A win will directly boost my company's earnings, to the point where the family will potentially earn billions of credits in dividends down the line. Think of what the family can do with all of that money. We can increase the pensions for the widowers and provide better training for the young. Not every Larkin son prioritized giving back to the family, but Melinda showed signs that she was receptive to the idea. She owed a lot to the family. I'm even willing to give you a fair share of what we gained. Have you ever thought about moving into a glitzy penthouse in the middle of downtown Durham? I can pay for all of that. This time, Melinda didn't hesitate any longer. Okay, deal. I'll do it. I'll pilot your damn mech in front of a circus. Just get me that penthouse. Chapter 260 for Captain Vicker. As the center of land-bound mechs in the Republic, Bentheim featured a lot of mech arenas. VS himself had witnessed the famous Leviticus vanquishing over another opponent at a privately run mech coliseum. That enormous venue only found enough space to operate by setting up at the outskirts of Durham. Their upcoming design duel took place at a massive stadium operated by Bentheim's local government. Its central arena took up the same amount of space as the domed arena he visited at Moira's Paradise. VS entered the chamber that held the first production model of the Blackbeak. The mech looked as pristine as ever, courtesy of the mech technicians scouring over its surface right now. In the days since Melinda accepted to duel in his stead, a lot had changed. The lack of major events at this time prompted many publications to blow up the rivalry between VS and Dumont. They turned a minor scuffle between competitors into the battle of the century. All of this raised the profile of their mechs. Interest in the Blackbeak surged, with many laymen clamoring to pilot its virtual version. VS vetoed the release of the virtual model, as he didn't wish to let his competitors study his design. Although its specs had already been published, that was different from getting a solid feel for the mech. Any decent mech designer could easily spot a dozen weak points in any design if they spent at least an hour with any random design. Dumont must have gotten a good glimpse already when he issued his challenge, so VS had already fallen behind. On the other hand, the Havilax had already started selling. While Dumont withheld the virtual version to the public, footage of the Havilax in action already started to appear on the galactic net. This, along with other articles published over the last month, provided VS with a wealth of information on his competitor's design. While he tried to figure what made the Havilax tick, Melinda trained with the Blackbeak as if her life depended on it. She applied for leave at the Planetary Guard and moved full-time into his first production model. The only time she left the mech was when she had to sleep or wanted to practice her more advanced maneuvers in a simulation. Currently, Melinda sat at a nearby table and held her head in her hands. Are you ready to go on stage? Melinda groaned at his question. How full is the arena? It's completely packed. There's more than 500,000 spectators out here. Win or lose, you're bound to become a celebrity. Yippee, she replied flatly. You know, my comm has been flooded with messages from our fellow cousins. They're all envious as hell that I'm able to display my skills in front of so many people. I bet they'll sing a different tune if they're in my place. Melinda, it's going to be fine. You've been spending a lot of hours inside the cockpit. Have you gotten a good feel for the Blackbeak? This time, she released a brief smile. I don't know how you did it, but your creation is one of the smoothest mechs I've ever piloted. It's like I'm donning a second skin, but larger. Best of all, it doesn't have any of the pet peeves that ruin my day. Experiencing the full majesty of a gold label mech was a unique experience. Melinda practically broadened her perspective on how far a mech could go to deliver an immersive piloting experience. The strong X factor in the Blackbeak's frame resonated within her bones each time she interfaced with the mech. In addition, VS applied everything he learned from acquiring his initial mastery into Knights. VS noted everything that Barley had grown frustrated about, and made sure those elements didn't show up in his own design. This smoothed out the piloting experience and enabled Melinda to focus more on beating her opponent and less on trying to make her machine move as she willed. VS glanced up at the clock. The last duel between the Velvet Fists and the Grease Monkeys before the break should almost be ending. If you're still having second thoughts, you can still back out now. Some of my underlings brought a couple of replacement pilots, you see. That won't be necessary. She shook her head. I'm used to the first production model, and it's gotten used to me as well. You can't replace me at this point, not if you want your Blackbeak to perform at its best. He shrugged. Very well then. Don't forget that you are risking your life out there on the field. If the duel is heading into an awful direction, don't hesitate to concede. I don't want you to risk your life just to drive more sales for my mechs. I can always figure something out if that happens, but there's no way for me to revive you from the dead. I'm not Jackknife Jake VS. I know my limits. In the Planetary Guard, we learn how much we can push a mech. Minutes went by until the faint commotion above faded out. The latest duel must have come to a conclusion. An arena guide appeared from a side entrance. Mr. Larkin's son, time is up. Please come with me. Lieutenant Larkin's son, please enter the cockpit. Your mech will be lifted onto the arena as soon as we rearrange its terrain. Roger that. The arena personnel guided VS up a lifter platform which brought him out in the open. The recorders zoomed in on his face. Up next is one of our Republic's homegrown mech designers, a superstar who emerged out of nowhere. Give it up for the nerdy half of the Larkin Son duo, VS Larkin Son. 90% of the spectators had never heard of him before. Even if they caught a glimpse of his designs, the kind of people who attended mech duels cared more about the people piloting the mechs than the designers who made the machines. Nevertheless, that didn't diminish the momentary enthusiasm of the crowd. With all the hype surrounding this duel, its anticipation had surpassed the outcome of the match they originally came to attend. The Velvet Fists and the Grease Monkeys had completely turned into sideshow characters at this moment. The lifter platform reached at an elaborate open tribune. Despite its size, only 2 seats had been placed at the center. Michael Dumont already sat at the seat to the left, leaving VS to take the one on the right. VS. Michael. They didn't exchange any other words. At this point, no amount of talk would change anything. Both of them let the minutes tick by in silence until Arena finished its reorganization of the dueling grounds. It was a wonder to witness how effortlessly the battleground morphed from a plain tiled surface to a decent imitation of a rocky canyon. Large amounts of rocks, cliffs, and other debris carted in from below and cluttered up the field until it became impossible to see the other end of the arena from ground level. Once the arena finished its rearrangement, the mechs started to appear. First to enter the stage is Michael Dumont's Havalax. Coated in resplendent white, this offensive knight can run as hard as it can hit. While it possesses a decent set of armor, the Havalax excels in hacking down its opposition through unrelenting aggression. Armed with both a sword and a hand axe, the Havalax has a plethora of offensive options to dismantle anything in its way. A projection of the mech pilot appeared over the sky. VS took one look at the man's uniform before his face began to fall. Piloting the Havalax on behalf of Dumont is Captain Jamie Vicker. Captain Vicker is one of the greatest talents to emerge from the Republic in recent times, and he has won a number of prestigious awards before the Mech Corps snapped him up. Nowadays, he leads his own unit as the youngest captain in our homegrown 3rd Infernal Hellhounds Regiment. Captain Vickers' handsome face and curvy blonde hair made him a hit among the ladies, who all started to shriek like they lost all of their intelligence. VS didn't care about that, but he did grow worried about Vickers' capabilities. The Mech Corps held themselves to a higher standard than the Planetary Guard. They recruited the best of the best, and anyone who reached the rank of captain at such a young age must be someone with a lot of promise. At the very least, the Mech Corps must be feeling hopeful that Captain Vicker had a decent chance of advancing to expert pilot someday. The Blackbeak appeared next. Unlike the Havilax, the Blackbeak's strong X-factor and dark appearance caused the crowd to grow a little muted. Even though they saw a couple of projections of the models in ads and promotions, it was different now that they encountered it in person. Emerging from beneath is the inventively named Blackbeak. It's an offensive knight that's made for war. Featuring top-notch endurance and a running time that lasts for days, it's the perfect mech to deploy if you wish to drive the Visions mad. Mr. Larkinson has promised that the Blackbeak is a mech that will grow with its pilot and is able to last an entire war. Hyperbole or not, the Blackbeak makes for a striking sight. Compared to Vickers' enthusiastic reception, the crowd reacted with considerable less attention when Melinda began to be profiled. The announcers briefly went over the highlights of her career, which wasn't much considering she spent much of her time in training or walking the beat in a rather boring law enforcement mech. Still, no matter how plain her biography looked, it didn't detract from the sheer amount of time and effort Melinda put into her training. The two mechs approached the center of the complex battlefield until they were 10 seconds apart. Formal duels of this nature mandated that the mechs had to be within line of sight from the start. A number of inspection bots bearing the logo of the MTA started to scour the battlefield and the mechs. The delegation from the MTA occupied a different platform just above the heads of VS and Dumont. Even though the projections didn't introduce them in any way, their presence was very much felt due to their reputation alone. The bots cleared the arena once they failed to detect any signs of foul play. Let the duel commence in 10 seconds. A timer counted down from 10. VS gripped the handholds of his seat. It felt frustrating to sit so far away while parading out his favorite niece to fight in his stead. He knew how dangerous a duel could turn out. Even though a duel between knights rarely led to fatalities due to their considerable defensive prowess, a single stab of a sword could puncture right through a cockpit if the chest armor had been weakened. Please don't go too far, Melinda. Just endure the opening moves. Don't try anything fancy. The countdown ticked down to 0, and the duel officially commenced. For the Hellhounds! The Havilax's speakers broadcasted in the air. The white mech immediately sprinted forward with its kite shield up in front. It aimed to close the gap to the Blackbeak with its superior speed. Melinda kept her cool. She knew the Blackbeak couldn't run as fast as the Havilax, but she ran anyway in order to force her opponent to burn through its energy cells. The more the Havilax expended its power, the sooner its reserves ran out. In response, the Havilax started to overload its systems, putting a lot of strain on them in exchange for a momentary surge. Captain Vicker decided to start the engagement with an axe, having sheathed the sword behind the Havilax's back. Once his mech reached the lagging Blackbeak, it began to bash with its shield while simultaneously chopping its target from above. The Blackbeak turned at the last moment and absorbed the shield bash with its own moon-shaped shield. As for the axe strike, it only managed to put up a hasty guard with its sword, which clearly didn't fare well against the power behind the offensive weapon. The Blackbeak's sword arm strained to absorb the impact, allowing the Havilax to slip in a low kick that destabilized the Black Mech's footing. This opened up the Blackbeak to another attack. Melinda immediately faced a crisis. Chapter 265 Duel of the Firsts. She knew it was a bad idea. Yet her obligation to her family and her friendship with VS urged her to step up and make the Republic remember the glory of the Larkinsons. The amount of people flocking to the arena made her falter a bit. Melinda had never been shy, but that didn't mean she felt eager to embarrass herself in front of a crowd of 500,000 spectators. If that wasn't bad enough, the entire match would be broadcasted to billions of viewers watching at home. One misstep and she would never live it down for the rest of her life. Is this what Mech athletes have to go through? She found poor comfort in her cousin, who kept blabbing on about the strengths and weaknesses of the Havilax. As if she cared about those details. The only thing she needed to know was that the Havilax possessed a lot of strength, but couldn't keep it up. She merely had to outlast it with her black beak, which unfortunately struggled to match up to the Havilax's power. Strangely enough, every time she interfaced with the black beak, her doubts and worries faded away like they never existed. It was as if she was a little girl who returned to the embrace of her father. The Mech enveloped her mind and elevated it into an invisible network at the heart of the Mech she controlled. Melinda had never had the pleasure of piloting a Mech that treated her like a queen. Most other Mechs she came in touch with treated her intrusion like an unwanted house guest. It's as if these Mechs aren't made to be controlled by someone else. It sounded crazy to hold such an outlandish opinion. Yet the difference became stark when she began to grow accustomed to the Blackbeak's welcoming embrace. Her nephew's Mech simply possessed some kind of charm that revolutionized her piloting experience. Are all Mechs that are worth 300 million credits like this, or is it just me? She felt regretful that she had to bid the Blackbeak farewell after the duel. She had warmed up to the first production model, and wished she was as loaded as her cousin. I should have asked for this Mech instead of a penthouse. The floor suddenly started to lift the Blackbeak onto the arena. Melinda cut short her musings and shifted her focus back to her Mech. She tested out the movements of her Mech, finding the Blackbeak to be as responsive as a second skin. Nothing appeared to be broken. VS made sure that her Mech was in its best state possible. Once her Mech arrived at the center of the arena, Melinda didn't even flinch at all of the yelling and name-calling. The crowd meant nothing to the Blackbeak, so Melinda followed suit and tuned them out. Her console chirped as her Mech received a private communications request from the Mech opposite to hers. Melinda shook out of her mantra and opened the channel. Miss Larkinson. It's a pleasure to meet you. Captain Vicker greeted her with his annoyingly attractive voice. It's a shame to meet as opponents instead of colleagues. I have a lot of respect for the Bentheim Planetary Guard. It must have been hard to keep our planet in line. Not as hard as taking the fight to the BLM, Melinda coolly replied. She tried not to let her fangirl instincts get the better of her. Did you participate in one of the assaults? I did. The rebels put up a poor fight in one of their asteroid bases. For a movement that pretends to be strong enough to fight off the Republic, they sure didn't last very long when pressed into a corner. But anyway, I didn't open this channel to talk about old times. I just wanted to apologize to you. For what? For beating your Mech into a pulp. The countdown to the duel reached 0. The Havilax stormed forward at a rapid pace, catching Melinda off guard. Her short flight backwards didn't prevent Captain Vicker from reaching her Mech before she could get away. The channel between their mechs remained open. No offense to you, Miss Larkinson, but you don't stand a chance. Melinda gritted her teeth as she desperately fended off another chop of the Havilax's axe. That's Lieutenant Larkinson to you. The axe was a supremely offensive weapon that transferred a lot of force with every swing. Melinda tried to redirect the force at an angle to prevent her sword and shield from chipping away, but Captain Vicker moved too quickly for her to adjust. The damage quickly piled up. The axe bit into the Blackbeak's moon-shaped phoenix shield, parting the laser-resistant upper layer like a knife through butter. It encountered much more resistance from the middle layer, but each subsequent hack degraded the integrity of the armor, especially when the Havilax kept focusing on the same narrow area. Have to disengage. she reminded herself, and tried to work together with her mech to push the Havalax back. Melinda utilized her excellent control over the Blackbeak to shift the mech to the side. Her mech raised its shield to absorb the next attack square against the shield. A deep trench had been carved into the shield, but the Blackbeak successfully managed to bounce away from the murderous Havalax. "You're not getting away so easily!" The Havalax raised its power back to full and thundered after the fleeing Blackbeak. This time, Melinda paid attention to her environment. She guided her mech towards a large pile of rocks. While a mech could brush one or two aside, the sheer number of obstacles posed a significant threat if it wanted to stray through. Her connection with the Blackbeak heightened as she took in all of the sensor input of her mech and processed them in a way that allowed her to keep track of the Blackbeak's footing. The black mech possessed enough responsiveness and flexibility to navigate the field of rocks without losing too much speed. The Havalax turned out to be less proficient in navigating this kind of terrain. Michael Dumont designed it with a completely different paradigm in mind. Captain Vicker had to cease his opportunistic attacks in order to struggle his mech past this treacherous terrain. The fundamental differences between their frames became evident. The Havalax was very much a momentum-based mech. It derived its superiority from its high-powered engine and power reactor, allowing it to move faster and strike harder despite being clad in thick layers of armor. Compared to the Blackbeak, the Havalax possessed a higher top speed, but this came at the expense of flexibility. Even a mech pilot as amazing as Captain Vicker struggled to make an elephant dance. The majority of the crowd cheered for the more charismatic Vicker. Even the announcers sounded like they rooted for the Mech Corps captain. "Look at the Havalax navigate around those boulders. Even with these hindrances, it's hardly losing a sweat. It's a testament of his skill that he hasn't widened Miss Larkinson's lead. He's even closing in." They soon reached the end of the rock field, and Melinda desperately tried to reach the narrow miniature canyons up ahead. However, her mech first needed to cross a small stretch of open ground, and that was when the Havalax began to make its move. A handful of boosters embedded into the back of the Havalax started to burn. Though they chugged a lot of the white mech's limited fuel, the extra thrust gave the mech a powerful hop that allowed it to close the distance within seconds. It raised its axe again, prompting Melinda to turn around her mech and raise its shield. Crack! Captain Vicker put the Havalax's considerable forward momentum into the heavy blow. The axe managed to cut through the damaged upper portion of the moon's shield and split that portion apart. Melinda hastily ducked her mech to dodge the remaining swing of the axe. She tried to drag the Blackbeak away from the deadly axe, but Captain Vicker would have none of that. His relentless aggression matched the Havalax's own as they collaborated to deliver his promise to dismantle the Blackbeak. The powerful knight stuck to Melinda's mech and began to rain down a hail of blows. "Lay off a girl, will you? Man or woman, it's all the same to me," Vicker yelled over the channel. "The moment you enter a mech, you've turned into my prey." The Havalax had completely taken over the initiative in the fight. Vicker left no opening for Melinda to attack. His oppressive offensive started to achieve solid results when his axe began to bypass the Blackbeak's shortened shield and dig into its armor. The audience showed little sympathy for Melinda. Instead, they egged Captain Vicker on. The man seemed to feed off the attention and up the tempo of his offensive. Even as the Blackbeak's armor started to suffer rents and tears, Melinda tried to keep her cool. She knew that the Havalax's hyperactive performance came at a cost. It wouldn't be able to sustain such a level of performance for more than 15 minutes at most. The only problem was that her mech wouldn't last more than 5 minutes at this rate. For all of its prowess as a knight, the Blackbeak hadn't been designed to duel against an elite knight like the Havalax. The main problem was the compromises VS had made in consideration with its armor coverage. Its Veltrex armor system could absorb a lot of punishment, but VS hadn't been generous enough to apply a very thick layer. This was supposed to provide the Black Beak with additional mobility, and against most other mechs it might be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat. This time, though, the Havilax possessed enough superiority in this front to neutralize Melinda's options. Melinda knew she had to flip the table somehow. One of the principles behind the Black Beak was it shouldn't be playing fair. So she frantically tried to figure out a way to break the current entanglement. Her eyes darted back and forth before focusing straight ahead. "It's a long shot, but I've got nothing else." She made her decision. The Black Beak currently suffered from quite a number of armor breaches. Internal damage had been kept at a minimum so far due to deft piloting, but a few minutes more might exacerbate the situation. Melinda made her move before her mech reached that point. The Havilax struck down with yet another chop while holding its shield close to fend off the Blackbeak's sword. It expected its prey to backpedal in order to minimize the damage. It became surprised when the Blackbeak headed straight into the blow. An awful tearing sound echoed into the arena as the axe bit through the shoulder pauldron. Melinda ignored the damage reports and urged her mech to continue forward. Captain Vicker instinctively pushed out with the Havilax's shield. It impacted the Blackbeak's Phoenix shield and successfully negated the Black Mech's momentum, but not before its head darted forward like a woodpecker about to drill into a tree. An awful crunching sound emerged from the Havilax as its frontal head component caved in from Melinda's pointy strike. VS had added in the beak to the head of his design as an afterthought. Despite the lack of attention put into the beak, it was sharp and heavy enough to crunch any opposing mech's head. The attack didn't really cripple the Havilax, but it gave Melinda enough of an opening to disengage. Her black beak suffered moderate damage to one of its shoulders, but it had been worth it as she bought enough time to slip into the nearby canyons. The entire crowd didn't know what to think of Captain Vicker's mishap. After a few seconds of silence, they all erupted into laughter. "Captain Vicker's mech got face-checked! Look at the Havilax now! Who would ever want to kiss this poor mech with such an ugly face?" Most mechs relied on their heads to provide a human-like perspective to their pilots. The sudden loss of those sensors disoriented Captain Vicker, who despite his plentiful battle experience still had to get used to the changed perspective. He silently cursed to himself for letting the Blackbeak get away. His Havilax could still navigate through complex terrain, but it was doubtful if it could ever catch up again. As he gloweringly guided his mech into the narrow cliffs and valleys, the duel transitioned into another phase. "This is more like it!" Melinda grinned as her mech slipped into the gaps. The time had come to turn this match around. "I'm done being your punching bag." Chapter 266 Superior. VS winced as his black beak fell into a defensive posture soon after the start of the duel. The powerful Havilax started off strong and immediately pushed its advantage. He knew it would be bad, but the black beak lost the initiative and never got the opportunity to regain it. Pairing the Havilax with the captain of the 3rd Infernal Hellhounds resulted in an amazingly powerful combination that put Melinda at her wits' end. "You could have prevented this, you know," Dumont suddenly remarked from his seat. They sat close enough to talk to each other in private. "There's no reason to accept the duel when you know your design is at a disadvantage." "You speak as if I had a choice. You just had to issue the challenge while I was in the middle of my debut. To refuse your challenge will show the entire Republic that I'm not confident in my own design." Dumont erupted into laughter. "Ha! It's like the public considers us wizards who possess a whole host of magical powers. Just because we design machines doesn't mean we know how to use them." Even when you lack the courage to fight, sometimes the situation forced your hand. All of the press he invited to attend his debut would have crucified him as a coward if he dodged the challenge. People often held mech designers to the same standards of mech pilots despite their lack of commonalities. Besides being connected to mechs, one occupation dealt with fighting while the other preferred to tinker with machines. It wasn't fair to expect a mech designer to adhere to martial traditions. Sadly, the galaxy ran on its own rules. A mech designer must have courage. A mech designer must stand by his product. A mech designer must defend his honor if challenged. At least VS had been allowed to choose someone else to fight in his stead. He was a non-combatant, after all. Even if by some miracle he could pilot a mech, he still would have made a fool of himself. Even the worst pilots needed a full decade of training before they become proficient enough to outperform a simple modern combat vehicle. Tell me, Michael, did you challenge me because you're still sore about your loss to me at the YTE, or did Caitlin Ricklin push you into it? His rival laughed again, though Dumont couldn't hide his irritation. My associates are none of your business. The Ricklin family is one of my shareholders, but that is the extent of my relationship with them. If you believe we're conspiring to bring you down, you're mistaken. You never even registered on our radar if not for your new design. His words sounded innocent enough for VS to doubt his suspicions. Did he make a mistake? Then he considered everything Dumont had done so far. Coincidence or not, Dumont had certainly made himself out to be his enemy. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, VS started to say. I didn't set out to pick a fight with you and your backers. Yet the moment you came up with an offensive knight, it's a given that we've become competitors. So as one mech designer to another, I'll warn you that you shouldn't pick a fight you can't win. Is that a threat? Dumont replied sharply. VS smiled at his guarded posture. Not as such. I'm merely stating that I'm better than you in any objective measure. I'll prove it to you by winning this design duel, and I'll prove it again when my Blackbeak drubs your Havalax in the market. Arrogant. Let's see whether your champion can overcome my own before you open your big mouth. Melinda's Blackbeak just managed to slip into the complex maze of caverns and cliffs. The difficult terrain hindered the relatively stodgy Havalax while providing an advantage to the agile Blackbeak. Despite the latter's lower power levels, its agility had never fallen behind due to its fairly slim design. Still, her troubles hadn't ended yet. The Havalax maintained pursuit and stayed hot on her heels. If the Blackbeak stumbled even once, then Captain Vicker would be sure to pounce. The final axe strike happened to have bitten deeply into one of the Blackbeak's shoulders. The overall depth and sturdiness of that portion prevented the axe from disabling the shield arm, but it had enormously weakened it to the point where Melinda didn't trust it to hold up against a full frontal body blow. Despite her dire circumstances, Melinda grinned, echoing the predatory anticipation of her mech. Her opponent made a big mistake by letting her slip away. It seemed almost comical how Captain Vicker didn't expect to be pecked in the face by a mech called the Blackbeak. "Haha, can't catch up, Captain?" she taunted her opponent over the open channel. "Don't laugh so soon. I'm catching up." Time was running out for Captain Vicker. If he couldn't catch up to the Blackbeak in the next 20 minutes or so, his mech would run out of steam. His mech only carried a limited amount of energy cells, but before it ran out his internals would already overheat. Pushing the Havalax's limits came at a cost. Vicker gambled on winning on his opening move, but it turned out that Melinda proved more resilient and resourceful than he expected. "Why don't you be a good girl and turn around for me to whack apart?" "Are you kidding, Captain? You're the faster mech here. Come and get me if you're so eager to land a blow on my mech." Standard dueling conventions stated that the mech with the fastest top speed had to take the initiative. If not, it could use its superior speed to stay out of range and run out the clock. Such behavior went against the spirit of the duels, so the rule had been introduced to force the duelists to fight. A peculiarity occurred in this case when the so-called fastest mech proved unable to catch up with the nominally slower mech. The Havalax possessed a higher top speed according to its spec sheet, but in practice it could only achieve those speeds in open terrain. This rendered Captain Vicker helpless for the moment. Though he adjusted quickly and learned to move the Havalax more proficiently, it would take a long time for the gap to close. His mech expended an enormous amount of energy trying to keep all of its bulk on the move. Knights never made for very good sprinters, though an exception could be made for the black beak. Still, Melinda noticed the Havalax gaining on her mech at an uncomfortably fast pace. If she was a better pilot, then she would have been able to push the black beak out of reach. If she wanted to change the odds, then she had to take the initiative and use her strengths. As a Larkin son, Melinda possessed her own strengths. Besides her strong foundation, she also excelled in one other area: her battle sense. Many of her colleagues complimented her for her uncanny decision-making in the cockpit. While Melinda had never excelled in swordsmanship, marksmanship, and other flashy skills, she always managed to pull off a win by making the right decisions in the heat of battle. Right now, her mind worked together with the black beak to analyze her current surroundings. She kept her attention focused on both the Havalax and anything she could use to her advantage. She quickly found something in the terrain up ahead and adjusted the course of the black beak to guide her opponent to follow suit. The black beak stomped past an arched cliff. Just as it was about to pass through the narrowest spot, it struck the upper portion of the cliff with a quick raise of its sword. A couple of rocks fell down the cliff and rained down right above the pursuing Havalax. Captain Vicker had to veer his mech aside in order to prevent the heavy rocks from exacerbating the damage to its head. Meanwhile, the black beak had turned around to stab at its distracted opponent, only to come up short when the Havalax raised its shield to turn aside the blow. "Did you think I would fall for that?" Vicker shouted. "Think again!" Melinda fell into a spot of trouble when the Havalax recovered faster than she thought. Vicker landed a couple of good blows with the axe that dented the blackbeak's already worn-out shield. She had to pull off a hasty dodge in order to slip out of reach again. This pattern repeated itself several times over. Though Melinda chose to turn around and surprise Vicker several times, the captain's insane reaction speed ensured that he would never fall into a permanent disadvantage. "Annoying gnat! Why don't you stand still for a change?" "Ha ha! Why don't you stop running yourself then?" Melinda taunted back. Despite her repeated failures, Melinda kept up her hit-and-run attacks, making sure her mech would always be able to resume its flight before the Havalax pushed it into a corner. Captain Vicker grew increasingly frustrated at this sequence of events. Even as he grew more adept at navigating the terrain, so did Melinda begin to master the art of hit-and-run. Her sword even managed to slip past his guard, though it only ended up scratching the Havalax's chest coating. Still, his mech began to feel the toll. The running battles accelerated the Havalax's energy consumption and heated up the mech. He glanced at a couple of indicators in his cockpit and estimated that his mech could only hold up its current level of performance for another 8 to 10 minutes. No choice then. Vicker decided to do something drastic. First, he disengaged the locks holding the Havalax's kite shield in place. It dropped to the ground with a thunk, surprising both Melinda and the crowd in the arena. Next, the Havalax quickly used its free hand to draw the sword from its back. The mech effectively abandoned the way of the shield in favor of wielding two weapons at once. Abandoning the shield proved to be the right decision. A literal weight had been lifted off the white mech's shoulder, allowing it to gain on the black beak with considerably more speed. Melinda gritted her teeth as she realized that she couldn't get away. She turned her black beak around in order to meet the incoming double chop. She parried the sword strike with her own sword while she took the axe strike with the remnants of her shield. The latter almost splintered apart into smaller pieces after fending off the blow. People considered axes to be the ultimate shield killers, and this incident tested this maxim again. Captain Vicker unleashed a hail of blows with the Havalax. Melinda frantically tried to disengage from the attacks, but the Havalax stubbornly stuck to her mech. Crack! The Blackbeak's Phoenix shield finally croaked its last breath and split apart into useless chunks. The sudden loss of the shield provided Vickers with an opening. He locked his sword with his opponent's while chopping down with his axe along the Blackbeak's unprotected chest. An awful rent resulted from that devastating strike. The axe had chopped right through all 3 layers of armor but stopped short from dealing any major damage to the power reactor. Still, the attack exposed the Blackbeak's chest and left it open to a coup de grace. The Havalax had run out of momentum after that last attack. This allowed the Blackbeak to bounce away and flee out of reach. The loss of its shield had liberated its speed as well. Though the Blackbeak didn't gain as much speed as its opponent, it still proved vital in dragging out the engagement. The two Mechs ran in circles as Melinda desperately engaged in damage control. The Blackbeak not only lost its shield, but it also had to deal with various levels of damage to its frame. Even if the Havalax started to run out of steam, Melinda wouldn't be able to put up a decent fight if she had to watch the rents in the Blackbeak's frame. The main issue was that her shield arm had become exposed. Without another shield, Melinda would be hard-pressed to survive against another barrage of swords and axes. Although, didn't this mech come with a shovel? Chapter 267 on a roll. Despite the battle damage the Blackbeak incurred, its shield arm remained somewhat functional. Melinda managed to retract the spade integrated in the back of her mech and hold it like a makeshift axe. "Is that a spade?" Captain Vickers asked with bemusement. "Your arm is already falling apart. It won't do you any good." "That's for me to decide," Melinda spat back as she moved her mech to meet the Havalax in battle. The crowd turned ecstatic at the visceral exchange of blows. Both Mechs dual-wielded their weapons with a varying amount of proficiency. Unfortunately, Melinda fell into leeward due to her mech's damaged shoulder and her relative lack of experience in fighting with two weapons at once. The Havalax showed off its might by batting away the spade with its axe. The Blackbeak barely held onto the spade and recovered just in time to deflect another swing. Every time the Blackbeak seemed pressed, Melinda always managed to recover in time. Sometimes she even hit back in unexpected ways by lashing out with a low kick in between another swing. "You're better than I thought," Captain Vickers grunted in frustration as he tried to peel away Melinda's defenses. The problem for him was that he pressed his mech too hard for too long. All of that running had especially stressed the Havalax's power reactor. To prevent his mech from overheating, Vickers reluctantly dialed down its power levels and therefore the amount of power his machine could exert. He had no other choice. If he kept operating his mech at its maximum power level, then he had to be able to end the match in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Ordinarily, Captain Vickers wouldn't have hesitated to take the most aggressive option. Yet after trying and failing to take out the Blackbeak several times, Vickers developed a modest amount of respect for Melinda. "I always heard you Larkin sons are tough as brass, but this is the first time I've seen it for myself. You should have joined the infernal hellhounds." Melinda often received such compliments in her career. "Sorry, Captain, but all of that traveling and military discipline isn't for me. I'm happily serving with the Planetary Guard." Even though the Havalax dialed down some of its power, it still managed to hold the advantage due to the difference in skill. Captain Vickers' mech sustained little damage so far. Any blows Melinda got past his guard landed squarely on the Havalax's thick chest armor, which easily blunted glancing blows. Getting the Blackbeak's sword to punch through all of those layers of armor required specialized techniques which Melinda didn't practice very much in lately. Any time she tried to put some weight into her blows by turning the Blackbeak's torso or moving the entire frame forward, she telegraphed to the whole world what she planned to do. It was child's play for Captain Vickers to read her movements and adjust his own. Melinda made a risky decision. She feinted another serious attack, which prompted the Havalax to put up a defensive posture. The Blackbeak quickly interrupted its original movements, and instead continued its turn while stepping away from its opponent. "It's been fun, Captain, but a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do." "Coward!" The black beak ran at full throttle through the narrow gaps between the cliffs. Even though it exerted quite a bit of strength and suffered from a few more telling blows, the mech's mobility hadn't been affected. It ran as fast and spry as in the beginning of the match. In contrast, the Havilax suffered relatively little damage, but exhibited the largest decrease in performance so far. For all of its upper body strength, when it came to the engines and legs, the white mech didn't enjoy a substantial edge over its adversary without resorting to its boosters. Captain Vicker bit his lip as he grappled with the dilemma. The Havilax didn't incorporate a lot of high-powered boosters in its back, and their fuel capacity left a lot to be desired. He engaged them once already, which meant the Havilax only carried enough fuel to boost it one more time. He decided to bite the bullet. His mech would only start to degrade from this point onwards. All of that time spent chasing and fighting hadn't weakened the Blackbeak to its limits. Heat and smoke started to emit from the overstressed Havilax as it began to run on fumes. The limited amount of boosters installed in its back flared with white as they pushed the offensive knight forward. Melinda noticed the elevated heat signals emanating from the mech of her opponent, and she knew she was in trouble. Her eyes darted back and forth, but she found no way to exploit the terrain to her advantage. Her eyes drew down towards the weapons the Blackbeak currently wielded. Her spade hadn't been very useful so far. The damage to the shield arm had been too extensive to make efficient use of the limb. She decided to throw it at her opponent. The Blackbeak made blind overarm throw that spun the spade towards the incoming Havilax. Captain Vicker managed to cross his mech's armaments in time, which deflected the spade over the head of his mech. The move momentarily slowed the Havilax down while allowing the Blackbeak to run a little faster. Still, the interruption didn't change the fundamental equation. The Havilax would be upon its prey in seconds before its boosters ran out of juice. Melinda considered throwing away her sword, but changed her mind fairly quickly because she still needed a weapon to finish off her opponent. She needed to pull another trick if she wanted to survive this latest crisis. "If you want a piece of me so bad, then here I come." The Blackbeak turned on its heels and ponderously halted its momentum. It faced the incoming Havilax with only a single sword in its hand. Captain Vicker didn't expect his opponent to make a stand, but he welcomed it anyway as he pushed the Havilax to collapse upon the seemingly vulnerable Blackbeak with a double overhead chop. Just before the Havilax landed the blows, Melinda abruptly jinked her mech into a ball. The Blackbeak hunched forward and began to roll, something which few mechs had been built to withstand. VS practically stood up from his seat when he saw the move. Wonder above wonder, the Blackbeak didn't collapse on itself during its rolling motion. Its armor largely held up, aided by the fact that the mech sustained most of its damage in its frontal areas. What didn't help the mech was that the Havilax suddenly tripped over its frame. A messy impact had resulted from the sudden roll as Captain Vicker failed to adjust his mech in time. All of that boosting had forced his mech to rocket forward and fall into an undignified heap. Both mechs suffered serious impact damage as the Blackbeak's back collided against the Havilax's legs. The entire arena fell into silence as they wanted to find out which mech recovered first. Despite the collision, the Blackbeak managed to keep on rolling until it stopped in a crouch. Melinda carefully straightened up her mech while she suppressed all of the error messages. A couple of fuel cells suffered catastrophic damage. Some of it had been ejected by the Blackbeak, but the deformities on its back prevented some of the cells from vacating their slots. Besides the ruptured fuel cells, the damage to the Blackbeak's torso also affected its internals in other ways. Some of the delicate power channels turned inoperable, which affected the Blackbeak's already meager peak performance. "It could have been worse," Melinda muttered as she brought her mech to an upright position. "How's it going, Captain?" Who the hell rolls a mech? Don't you know how dangerous that is? Vicker indeed had much to complain. The Havilax's legs suffered major deformities from the collision. The damage didn't cripple the limbs, but disabled enough systems to severely hamper its movements. The captain guessed that his Havilax would only be capable of jogging at most. He let out a cry of frustration. Melinda's stupid roll managed to cripple his mech to the point it had no hope of continuing the chase. It was an abrupt and ignoble end to his chance of winning the duel. Landing the death knell, Melinda tested the Blackbeak's mobility. Despite the earlier collision, the Black Mech's overall toughness allowed it to shrug it off with only a moderate loss of performance. It could still continue to run at a fair pace, which was a lot better than what the Havilax could manage with its half-crippled legs. Melinda started to grin and began to stroll away from the Havilax with her mech. Even though it was a bumpy ride, the Blackbeak's integrity ensured it wouldn't fall apart any time soon. Meanwhile, Captain Vicker still hadn't given up. The Havilax's legs looked bad, but he hoped that the collision had affected the Blackbeak as well. With shaky movements, his battered mech climbed up to its feet. It then started to chase after its opponent yet again. The next few minutes turned into a rather sad affair as the Blackbeak easily teased the lumbering Havilax along the battlefield. While Melinda felt playful enough to tease the movement-impaired Havilax, her common sense prevailed and she kept a healthy distance instead. To all of the people expecting blood, the duel had turned into a boring farce. The Havilax didn't seem capable of catching up to the Blackbeak unless the latter mech suffered from another malfunction, which didn't appear to be happening anytime soon. Melinda's legendary role had already entered the annals of history as the spectators spread the news along with captured footage from their comms. The Larkin sons inadvertently gained prominence throughout the Republic even before the duel had formally ended. Watching from above, VS shook his head at Captain Vicker's dogged persistence. His belief in himself was admirable, but his machine eventually couldn't keep up with him. While he never expected Melinda to turn the tides in such an unexpected manner, he felt relieved that his faith in his niece had borne out. "I think this sideshow has gone on long enough," VS remarked to Dumont. "It's time to throw in the towel." His rival mech designer deepened his glower. Of all the reasons for Dumont's mech to fall behind, it had been a simple roll that spelled the end for his ambitions. His entire plans had fallen apart due to that fateful roll. It was practically an ironclad rule that mech pilots should never attempt to roll their mechs. In truth, VS didn't design his mech to accommodate a roll. However, he did strengthen his mech's internal structure around its back in order to make it easier for the Blackbeak to dig up hardy soil. All of that modest strengthening also happened to have mitigated much of the potential damage his mech might have incurred from the roll and the collision that followed. Dumont let out a frustrated sigh. "I concede." A tone sounded out throughout the entire arena, announcing the end of the design duel. Mech designers had the right to concede on behalf of their pilots because design duels tested the mech rather than the individual pilots. Dumont's words definitely put an end to his challenge and his hopes of boosting his profile. From now on, VS could brag that he designed the better mech, and most people would believe him at face value. The public might not understand a highly technical spec sheet, but they definitely understood the outcome of a duel. For all of its advantages, the Havilax hadn't managed to prevail against a competing design. VS smiled for the recorders, which hopefully broadcasted his face throughout the entire Republic. This must have been something that Dumont had been looking forward to himself. VS reaped all of the rewards, while Dumont had to contend with social and financial ruin. Chapter 268 Emergency Meeting. The manner in which Melinda achieved victory looked comical, but it happened to have worked out in the end. Nobody knew whether she decided to roll the Blackbeak on a whim, or with calculation. Even Melinda didn't know how to answer that question. At the time, she had entered a highly immersive state where the boundaries between herself and the mech had blurred. Even as she exited her cockpit, A horde of reporters tried asking her how she came up with the idea. "I got hit in the head and decided to take a tumble," she shouted randomly and pressed her way past the annoying people in order to head for the showers. Her answer became headline news along with a recounting of the duel. Various publications put their own spin on it. Some saw it as a classic David versus Goliath struggle. Piloting a lower-performing mech, Melinda did her best to hang on to the end where she found an opportunity to upset the balance between the Black Beak and the Havilax. Others saw her victory as a cruel joke. Both her mech and her overall skill as a pilot couldn't compare to the qualities of Captain Vicker and the Havilax he piloted. In any objective measure, the latter combination should have won against Melinda and the Black Beak. One factor that played a big role was the terrain. The rocky terrain and the various obstacles played to the Blackbeak's advantage in agility. As the slightly lighter mech, it had been able to neutralize the Havilax's edge and speed by leading it through narrow terrain. This delayed Captain Vicker's one-sided thumping and sufficiently expended his mech's reserves. The disparity in their performances led the pundits to take a closer look at the designs. They not only compared the spec sheets, but they also took a look at the publicly available schematics, hoping to figure out what made the Black Beak hold under pressure while the Havilax faltered in the end. "The Havilax is a top-heavy design. It's the nature of a knight to be clad in thick layers of armor, but Mr. Dumont strangely decided not to strengthen the legs. That's not a fair characterization of his decision-making. The Blackbeak's legs are almost identical, but I don't see you raising any alarms about their lack of strength. What really happened was that the Havilax had run headlong into a stumbling block and crippled itself as a result. ENIAC would wreck its legs at those boosted speeds. That just shows how short-sighted Mr. Dumont really is. He piled up all of that sprinting capacity onto his mech without implementing enough safeguards. His design would have been better off without those boosters." All of this discussion became moot, as the only thing that really mattered was that VS had won against Dumont. The boost in credibility that he received could not be underestimated. All of the extra media attention that came with his victory also helped profile his design. The Black Beak had become an iconic sight. Its amazing appearance and its stubborn refusal to collapse had become etched in the eyes of the spectators of the match. Even if most of the Republic didn't witness the duel, word of mouth ensured that a lot more people started to hear about the design. VS decided to strike while the iron was hot and answer some questions from the media down at the press area. He left the elevated platform to allow Dumont to wallow in his pity and took a lifter platform down to where the reporters congregated. "Mr. Larkin's son, how does it feel to be a winner?" "Fantastic, although I always expect to win at the start. I never doubted my mech and my cousin could prevail in the end." In truth, VS bit his lip and clenched his fists plenty of times throughout the duel, but he didn't admit to having doubts. He wanted to portray absolute confidence in front of the press in order to enhance his design's mystique. "How did you come up with the Blackbeak's striking appearance? Did you hire a sculptor to shape its external armor?" "That's all me," VS proudly declared. "The distinctive appearance of the Black Beak denotes its premium status as the Living Mech Corporation's gold label product line, which are available in limited quantities as they are all handcrafted by me. More accessible versions of the Black Beak will be released at a later date." He answered a few more inane questions from the media before he sought refuge at the backstage. Even then, a lot of people who managed to get in wanted to have a word with him. He finally pushed past the throng with his strong body and reached Melinda's restroom. "Melinda, are you okay?" "I'm fine." She waved away her concern as she lay sprawled onto a sofa, looking to the world as if she was a dead pig. "I'm just exhausted, that's all. That duel took a lot out of me. No offense, VS, but I never hope to parade myself in front of the entire Republic again." VS took a nearby seat and turned to gaze at his fellow Larkin son. Melinda looked sweaty and drained in her piloting suit. Even though the duel only lasted less than 20 minutes, the import of her decisions took a toll on her psyche. How did it feel to pilot the Black Beak into battle? It's sublime, Melinda responded as she struggled to find the right words. It's an unforgettable experience. I already got a taste of your mech during practice, but bringing it into an actual fight is something else. All the other mechs I've piloted in my career have never responded as smoothly as the Black Beak. It's as if I reached a higher state of being. It's probably why I delivered my best performance as a pilot up to this point. The Black Beak worked as intended then? VS smiled at her. That's the kind of product I've been itching to design from the start. I wanted to design a mech that can work together with its mech pilot. Too many designs out there promise to be the fastest or strongest mechs in their class, but ultimately lack too much balance to make them live up to their potential. Can I have a mech like that too? Not yet. He shook his head. I can't give them away like candy, you know. Ask me again a few years later. VS left Melinda to recover on her own and entered an armored shuttle that brought him back to Marcella's brokerage. He already received a number of important notifications on his comm, including a request to attend an emergency board meeting to discuss the imminent future of the LMC. He found it kind of annoying that the board decided to convene without his permission, but the circumstances really did call for a major shift in direction. VS walked past the foyer and entered the elevator up to the mech broker's office. Marcella. VS. You're here. The board is already waiting. Let's enter the conference room. The conference room in her office looked swankier than his own. Various precision models of past models adorned the crevices in the walls. VS paid little attention to those details and took his seat at the head of the table. The projectors flared to life as soon as he did. A total of 8 people had gathered to discuss the dilemma facing the LMC. Marcella took the word. As you know, Michael Dumont issued a challenge to VS. She began. Unless you've been living under a rock, then you already know the outcome. Right now, both the Black Beak and VS have gained prominence throughout the Republic, but that won't last for long. With how fast the media works, any attention directed to us will fade by the end of the week. How are our sales faring so far? We've sold out our initial production run of 25 gold-labeled Black Beaks. VS responded. It will take a little less than 2 months to complete this order. That's not enough. Mrs. Bollinger, how high is the demand for the new model? They're constantly knocking at my door. My estimate is that if we prepared 500 mechs, we could have sold them out within the day. This is only possible due to all of the hype that followed the duel. Our failure to meet this spike in demand will potentially cost us billions of credits and lost opportunities. The news sounded very painful to VS. By failing to build up a stockpile or declining to expand their production capacity, the LMC effectively waved away an opportunity to cash in on their 15 minutes of fame. While they didn't actually lose any money, their lack of preparations effectively meant they flew past a pile of free cash. There's a way for us to salvage this situation, another director stated. I've proposed this before, and I think it deserves another chance. We should partner up a third-party manufacturer and leave the mass production of the Black Beak up to them. I know several parties in Bentheim that will be eager to enter a contract with us for the right to produce a popular design. VS liked to maintain control over his own products, which was why he rejected the suggestion out of hand. The director's ties to those mech manufacturers also seemed rather shady. He shook his head. I still have a lot of qualms about the quality of the products by an external manufacturer. Any major defects will reflect back to us, which will tarnish our reputation as a premium mech manufacturer. Sadly, out of all the board members, VS remained the sole holdout on this topic. Every other board member, including his own grandfather, indicated that they wished to outsource production. VS, I understand why you treat the company that you founded like a baby, but you are stifling its potential, Marcella explained to him. There is nothing unusual about contracting out the production of a design. That's why the license model exists. Any faults resulting from shoddy fabrication will mainly reflect on the contracted company. We'll only get the blame if your design is at fault. The meeting somehow moved on to inspecting a handful of quick-thinking mech manufacturers that applied to mass-produce the Black Beak on the LMC's behalf. They all wanted to waive the massive 3 billion credits licensing fee in favor of slightly higher per-unit royalty fees. All of the manufacturers had lowballed their offers, but many things could still be changed when they entered talks. They narrowed down the list to 3 possible companies, one of which had been recommended by director from Bentheim. The other 2 manufacturers possessed their own merits, as they had a long track record of producing various models on behalf of other mech designers in decent numbers. Maybe we should contract all 3 of them? That's not a good idea. We don't know how the current tide in demand will last. The Black Beak is still an expensive design. Even if you lower the price to 50 million credits, there aren't enough buyers in the local market to snap them all up. Then we should expand our reach throughout the entire Komodo Star sector. The Black Beak has proven itself in battle. I'm sure that we can find some foreign partners to work with to make that happen. Let's not move too quickly, Marcella cautioned the high-flying directors. First, we have to solve our problems close at home before we can think of entering another market. Despite the Bentheim directors clamoring to hand over a contract to his preferred firm, the board decided to pit the 3 companies against each other by allowing them to enter some kind of bidding process. The mech manufacturer that offered the most attractive conditions won the opportunity to enter into a contract with the LMC. What do you think, VS? Do you agree with the plan we've hashed out? Marcella gently prodded him. She knew how sensitive he could be about this issue. The best way to go forward is if you establish another product category that sits below your current silver label offerings. Let's call it the bronze label. This can be an exclusive label that you can apply to mechs made by outside parties. VS had remained silent throughout the discussion. He still felt rather ill about the whole thing. Bronze label? He might as well call it the trash label. However, deep down he knew that his company would be better off if it could borrow the production capacity of another mech manufacturer. He bent his head until his chin hit his chest and considered the matter deeply for a few minutes. Eventually, he gave up. All right. Let's contract the bronze label to a third-party manufacturer. I do want to add that the contract better includes strict language on quality control. The board had been waiting for that answer. With his assent, they formed a brief set of goals for the coming month. While VS adjusted the BPA-01's design for mass production, the LMC had to find a partner by the end of the week. Chapter 269 Third Party. The entire matter about outsourcing the production of bronze label Black Beaks had spread throughout the entire company. None of the workers under VS felt very concerned. In fact, everyone felt excited to be part of something big. The option to leave the heavy lifting to another manufacturer was seen as boon to the LMC as a whole. Look at it this way, Gavin told him next morning as VS prepared to go on a field trip. Up until now, most of your new recruits had nothing to do. The anemic sales of the Mark II generates so little paperwork that most of them felt useless. VS raised his eyebrow as he finished dressing. Is handing over most of our production to a third-party manufacturer going to change anything? The way these outsourcing contracts worked in the mech industry was that a mech designer sold the rights to exploit a design to someone else. Oftentimes, the third-party manufacturer also gained the right to sell the mechs based off the borrowed design through their own channels with their own branding. This last point served to raise the profile of the third-party manufacturer, while simultaneously isolating any faults from affecting the original mech designer. Only rarely did the mech designer insist on retaining his company's original branding. That only happened if the two parties entered into a long-term alliance, or if the Mech designer owned a significant stake in the other manufacturer. Essentially, it came down to control. VS, just because the third-party manufacturer is going to do their own thing doesn't mean we're left in the dust. A strong surge in sales of the bronze label version will affect the popularity of the silver label and gold label versions as well. We aren't competing against our own partner for the same group of buyers. Those that wanted to acquire more distinguished mechs could afford to wait for the LMC to produce their premium copies. Meanwhile, those who only wanted to buy the Black Beak for its performance could order a cheaper copy with much less wait time from a third-party manufacturer. I admit, I'm not entirely sold on the idea. We don't actually get that much money from our partner as well. It's only a couple of millions of credits at most. Gavin shook his head. That's money that we basically earn for free. It doesn't cost us anything to extend a license to someone else. Sure, we need to keep an eye on them to ensure they don't make shoddy mechs, but as long as they follow the agreement, we can sit back and relax while the money rolls in. Some mech designers made their living licensing out their products. They set up design studios and focused solely on coming up with the best designs they could make. As for turning them into actual mechs, the third-party manufacturers handled all of that. They just went back to inventing newer designs while enjoying the steady stream of licensing fees. VS couldn't imagine working like that. He valued his designs and wanted any mechs built according to his schematics to be wholesome products that added genuine value. To that end, VS planned to go on a trip. Gavin? Yes, boss? Please arrange an appointment with the 3 manufacturers we've entered talks with. I want to take a look at their production facilities. Why would you do that? The manufacturers have been very forthcoming with informing us of their available production capacities. It's not enough to know how fast and how efficient they can pump out mechs. I want to see whether they put their heart into their mechs. Gavin scratched his head. If you say so. The LMC's various departments had been working at full tilt since yesterday. Marketing brought forward their advertising plan as soon as they secured a third-party manufacturer. They also released the virtual version of the Black Beak onto all of the popular mech sims in order to ease some of the pressure that had been building up. The public is getting their fix for the moment. First impressions are very positive, Gavin reported as they sat in an armored shuttle. VS was already on his way to the company's first potential partner. We're hoping that will translate to persistent demand for the real thing. That will definitely happen. VS nodded with a confident smile. Even though the virtual interface muted much of the Blackbeak's appeal, it should still convey some of the magic of its X factor. Tell me about our destination. Who are we visiting first? His employee pulled up a data pad and browsed through its contents. We're on our way to a major mech manufacturer called Vaughn Industrial. VS remembered that company. The director from Bentheim always pressed the others to enter a strategic partnership with Vaughn. It made VS suspect that the two shared some sort of connection. Vaughn owns 3 production complexes and produces a range of heavy vehicles and equipment. Still, 2 out of 3 of their complexes are devoted solely to producing mechs en masse. Their last public report states that they've been contracted to produce a number of models for 7 different mech manufacturers. They sounded like big players. A company like that should have been out of the LMC's league. Does Vaughn still have enough spare capacity to produce a sufficient number of bronze label mechs? Well, Vaughn has offered to dedicate at least 8 production lines in the first half year. After that, they'll adjust their resources according to the winds of the market. If the mass-produced Black Beak ends up being a hit, then they can easily shift their numbers to produce less of one mech and more of ours. Gavin didn't mention that Vaughn could also decide to go the other way. If sales of the Black Beak slumped, then they could easily shift to more profitable alternatives. To be honest, VS already had a bad impression of Vaughn. He merely decided to visit them in order to appear more impartial. The shuttle landed after roughly an hour. VS spent his time on tweaking a copy of the Blackbeak's design for mass production. He saved his current progress and stepped out of the hatch to the site of a vast complex of factories. Welcome to our third and newest production complex. You must be Mr. Larkin's son. VS shook hands with a graceful-looking woman. My name is Melody Vaughn, and I'm the director of this complex. Please follow me. They walked towards one of the enclosed production facilities while Melody narrated the history of the company. Like many mech manufacturers, Vaughn Industrial started out when my grandfather achieved a lot of success. He excelled in both mech design and business, so his company grew fast. What followed next sounded similar to the stories VS had heard before. Her grandfather became increasingly proficient at designing mechs, but his children proved to be a disappointment. They all grew up learning how to design a mech and how to run a business, but they pretty much only cared about money. This gave Grandfather Vaughn a lot of grief, and due to some incidents that Melody quickly glossed over, he died an early grave. His death presented a crisis for the company, which had expanded to the point where they operated 5 whole production lines for mechs. Without any new designs, Vaughn would quickly fall into irrelevance. His children frantically sought another mech designer to take over in their grandfather's stead. We managed to enter a number of short-term contracts with various people and organizations that need things done. They never lasted more than a year or two, but it kept our company afloat. Vaughn Industrial never managed to find a mech designer good enough to produce as much sales as their late founder. A few years passed while the heirs kept accepting contracts, until they suddenly realized that Vaughn Industrial didn't need to appoint another lead designer to survive as a business. When times became hard, we started cutting costs. Melody spoke. We eventually became quite good at efficient mass production, to the extent that our company was able to reinvest our profits into expanding our production line. 50 years later, Vaughn Industrial ended up as a large manufacturer of mechs and other heavy gear that worked with multiple mech designers every year. Melody bragged that the secret to their success lay in their pursuit of efficiency. Our production lines are some of the fastest on Bentheim, she claimed, though VS doubted their veracity. We're able to maintain some of the highest rates of production. What about defects? They're barely noticeable. You just reminded me of their existence. They finally reached the closest facility. After VS went through a thorough inspection, he followed Melody inside a cavernous white hall filled with lots of white production equipment. He immediately turned his gaze to the 3D printers, which appeared to be smaller but faster than the Dortmund in his own workshop. VS immediately noticed that all of the machines had been dedicated to fabricating the same components over and over again. Melody walked over to the nearest machine. The printer worked so hard it emanated a lot of steam. We utilize a batch production system where we fabricate enough parts to assemble hundreds of mechs at a time. These printers are highly efficient and self-sufficient at their jobs. They detect most defects on their own and scrap their current progress as the deviation is severe enough to impact the quality of the end product. That meant that Vaughn retained the components with only minor deviations. VS would have tossed them out regardless, but Vaughn obviously thought differently. After admiring the largely automated fabrication process, they moved on to the assembly area. Large amounts of half-built mechs stood at a row. Parts were being lifted into place by a combination of advanced anti-grav technology. This prevented the assembly area from being cluttered by a sea of lifter bots. Similar to our fabrication process, our assembly process takes advantage of the automation processes that we've developed in-house. Incidents are rare enough that only a single person is needed to look over the assembly of 30 mechs at once. What kind of incidents can happen? Oh, screw-ups that our bots have difficulty processing, she explained. Sometimes the bots mix up the parts for one model for another. Other times, the anti-grav system acts up and drops a couple of components, This doesn't happen more than a few times a year, so don't worry about our capabilities. We never fail to meet our production targets. VS wanted to talk with some of the mech technicians that worked on the factory floor, but Melody strongly denied his request. He frowned at her. Why can't I have a simple talk with them? Our apologies, Mr. Larkin's son, but we've already been generous to you by allowing you to take a look. Much of our success lies in our proprietary methods, and we can't ensure that our technical staff will know what to say and what to withhold. In order to maintain our trade secrets, it's company policy to never let anyone speak with our experts. As an apology, Melody guided him to an office in which he could view a variety of different designs they produced over the years. Many of the designs came from promising apprentice mech designers or newly advanced journeyman mech designers who hadn't expanded their own facilities yet. VS didn't doubt Vaughn's competence as a mech manufacturer. They worked with so many different designs that they required no adjustment time to master the production of a new design. Vaughn ran a tight ship. They could be trusted to take his design and produce hundreds of bronze-labeled black beaks without any sweat. Out of the 3 possible candidates to entrust his black beak design, partnering with Vaughn appeared to be the least riskiest option. He still disliked them, though. Beyond the disconcerting level of automation, VS hadn't been allowed to talk with the mech technicians or supervisors who operated the production equipment. The only person from Vaughn he really talked to was Melody Vaughn, who mainly tooted her company's horn. Mentally, he already crossed them out of consideration. He'd probably have to argue against the entire board for refusing to work with Vaughn. Hopefully, the other 2 mech manufacturers offered something better. Chapter 270 Charity. Dumont had been drowning his sorrows in his private mansion. He sent most of the staff away, allowing him to avoid the scornful gazes of his own men. Here I am, a drunk and a failure. Despite setting up the board in his favor, he failed to secure a crucial victory. Dumont put his own reputation at stake when he pitted his Havelax against Larkinson's black beak. It should have been a slam dunk when considering the Havelax's high-performance characteristics turned it into an excellent dueling mech. Nothing was ever set in stone. He learned that lesson in the most painful way. Even a captain of the Mech Corps failed to account for the treacherous terrain and the bewildering decisions made by his opponent. Dumont raised a glass at Melinda Larkinson's resourcefulness. People always say that the Larkin sons can't be messed with. They're the Republic's mangy wolves. People called them wolves because they fought in a ferocious manner. They also called them mangy because they weren't really a big deal compared to the other military dynasties that held more sway in the Bright Republic. Obviously, the emergence of a talented Larkin son mech designer changed the old equation. For the first time, it appeared the famous Larkin son family gained some actual financial muscle. All of that had nothing to do with him, of course. The highly placed folks who opposed the Larkin sons had secretly pulled some strings to allow the elite Captain Vickers to duel on his behalf. Humph! He snorted. What an elite he turned out to be! What happened yesterday is not his fault. An incisive female voice spoke from behind. Dumont practically jumped from his seat, spilling his drink in the process. Tiny cleaner bots quickly cleaned up the mess, but that hardly calmed his heart. Heavens! How did you sneak up to me, Caitlin? It's not that difficult to bypass your security systems when you dismiss most of your security. The Ricklin scion sneered. Any 2-bit thug with a gun can approach you before you notice it. And last I'm aware of, you don't wear a shield generator that can stop an attack. I figured it didn't matter if I put my mansion on lockdown. Dumont shrugged. If you decided to get rid of me, nothing I do will matter. Caitlin Ricklin shook her head as she tooted. My dear, you always think the worst of me. Did you really think I wrote you off? Hardly. I've diverted a substantial amount of family funds to your endeavors. I'm not about to let my investment go to waste. Wasteful spending and frivolous business decisions had caused the Ricklin family to decline. In Caitlin's eyes, Vincent Ricklin exemplified the degenerate old ways. In any case, Dumont started to see the light again. He sobered up and faced Caitlin with his full attention. "You want to continue to collaborate? Even after half of my customers canceled their orders? You're a businessman as well as a mech designer, Michael. It's not the end of the universe if you lose a duel. Certainly, all of the sensationalism surrounding your very public loss will depress your sales, but will anyone still remember you after a month? Just hunker down and ride the storm. Your prospects will surely improve after talk about the duel dies down. That still leaves an irremovable stain on my record. I'll hardly be able to climb back out of the pit I dug for myself. The Havilax is a tainted design. Then design a new mech. You shouldn't be pining over the fate of a single design. You should be expanding your catalog instead of putting all your eggs in a single basket. In the meantime, your company can muddle through if you sell the Havilax model at a discount. As long as your company stays afloat, there are plenty of opportunities to make a comeback." Dumont nodded at her words. Earning an ample profit was a luxury at this point. "I get it now. As long as the price is attractive enough, buyers looking for a bargain won't care about the bad press." The Havilax was still a fundamentally good design. Although its endurance didn't amount to much, the performance it delivered at the start made it suitable to be used as an elite mech. And despite the unexpected outcome of the previous duel, it still held a significant advantage in most situations. Offensive knights couldn't display their full strength by themselves. They worked best if paired with other mechs, preferably riflemen or artillery mechs. The Havilax would really start to shine if it could do its job as a protector of other mechs. "You've regained your senses now. Good." Caitlin nodded and turned around to leave the room. "For now, you should weather this crisis. We can make new plans after you stabilized your company." As Dumont dreamed about reviving his prospects, VS continued his tour of the potential partners he'd be working with to mass-produce the Black Beaks. After leaving the industrial complex operated by Vaughn, the armored shuttle brought him to the next mech manufacturer on the list. Gavin briefed him on the company. "The next manufacturer on the list is a company called Vicaris Mechs. VM is a medium-sized family-owned mech manufacturer based in Haston. They started off producing spare mechs from salvage fabrication equipment and expanded from there. Nowadays, they've grown to the point of running 10 production lines. Also, starting from a decade ago, they entered into a long-term partnership with a big journeyman mech designer." VS frowned at that news. Sounds like a great deal for VM. If they partnered up with a journeyman, then they should have been running their production lines at full capacity. Why are they turning to us? They've fallen on hard times, Gavin replied without much sympathy. The mech designer they worked with suddenly dumped them out of the blue. From what rumors I've gathered, the mech designer wanted to work with a major mech manufacturer, but had to give up all of his existing contracts to seal the deal. That designer must have decided to work together with a major mech manufacturer because they could handle more complex designs. Many small and medium mech manufacturers didn't possess the hardware required to fabricate some of the more sophisticated parts that journeyman-level mechs often hosted. VM should have anticipated that something like that might happen. A journeyman mech designer can be very exacting about their designs. His assistant shrugged. Well, they obviously didn't take precautions, seeing as they presented us with the most favorable terms. Their negotiators seem very eager to work for us. VS took a data pad that contained a document that outlined their latest offers. They indeed conceded a lot of ground during the negotiations. The per-unit licensing fee had somehow climbed up all the way to 5 million credits. With an expected sale price of 55 million credits per Black Beak, that didn't leave much profits for Vicaris Mechs in the future. Everyone expected resource prices to soar once again at the outbreak of war, so VS didn't assume the current production cost of 41 million credits to stay the same. The shuttle arrived at Haston after an hour of flight. The working-class city looked as dreary as ever from above. The Bentheim liberation movement often found eager recruits from the disgruntled unemployed masses. The premises of Vicari's Mech reflected the lack of confidence in public security. It featured high walls and a number of worn but very functional turrets. The armored shuttle and its escorts had to land outside the walls and receive a fairly rigorous inspection before being allowed through the gates. A portly gentleman greeted him just inside the gates. "Mr. Larkin's son, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Frederick Young, and I've been steering this company for more than 20 years as CEO." Frederick looked exhausted and overworked. His black hair started graying early, and he didn't bother to use any of the modern grooming solutions to revive them back to their prime. As VS shook hands with the man, they walked over to one of the two great halls VM had built up. "I've heard you've recently lost a major client. Can you tell me if your facilities are still up to par?" The blunt question took the CEO aback. He returned with an awkward smile. "We've parted ways with a major client for reasons unrelated to our performance. Our equipment is fairly old, but we have lots of experienced hands to keep them running smoothly. There is no reason to doubt our capabilities. We are able to fabricate virtually any kind of design an apprentice mech designer might present to us." They entered a stale and rather worn-out fabrication floor. VS noted a few touches of rust and grime in some of the corners, but nothing truly serious. The CEO guided him to an array of printers which churned out a variety of parts. Each machine had a serious-looking mech technician or fabricator at the helm. "We operate all of our equipment manually. We believe in providing employment opportunities to the disadvantaged communities of Haston, so we bring in those with talent and teach them the essential skills to become a fabricator or mech technicians." Many of the people indeed looked like they grew up under harsh conditions. VS found the initiative to be admirable. It must have been difficult to educate a barely literate man or woman from scratch. "Do they have diplomas or certificates?" "It takes too much money to send them out for examinations." The CEO shook his head. "A diploma doesn't matter too much in our circles because we already know what they are capable of. They don't need to prove themselves to us." VS bet that Vicari's Mechs deliberately discouraged certification for more selfish reasons. They spent so much effort bringing up their skills. If they actually gained a diploma, they'd be able to apply to other manufacturers that provided better compensation. Still, even with this shady exploitation, the staff hardly looked aggrieved with their lot in life. They obtained precious opportunities to elevate their lives without paying any tuition at all. As he toured the old and rusty alloy compressors and CTMs, VS got the sense that Vicari's Mech was a social project. They obviously didn't need to hire so many locals and spend so much effort on shoring up their skills. A score of sturdy bots could have taken over the jobs of as much as half of the people working in the halls. "I'm very impressed with your setup, Mr. Young," VS cautiously praised. "Still, I'm a little concerned by the age of your machines. My design isn't very difficult to make, but Veltrek's armor plating is very difficult to work with. Are you sure your gear and your men are up to the task?" The CEO hastily nodded. "We have decades of experience with fabricating comics. We can handle the majority of current-gen compressed armor systems. There is no cause for concern, no cause for concern at all." VS nodded politely to him. From what he saw with his own eyes, the CEO didn't lie. As long as the alloy compressors didn't fall apart, they should be able to meet his needs until the next generation arrived. Without a substantial investment, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the latest armor systems. He wrapped up his visit by talking to a few workers. The CEO seemed unafraid the unsophisticated mech technicians would slip up. They probably didn't know anything important enough to matter. Indeed, VS didn't learn anything strange that could change his view on the company. Vicari's Mechs didn't do so well after losing their most essential partner, but they made do for now by performing small jobs here and there. The workers appeared hopeful that their company would recover its pride. After bidding farewell to Yang, VS and Gavin returned to their shuttle and left Haston as fast as possible. Gavin appeared to be glad to get away from the murky town. Ugh, all of that industrial smell is getting to me. Please let me stay in the shuttle if you want to visit Haston again. Cloudy Curtain boasted exceptionally clean air, so it wasn't a surprise to VS that Gavin disliked stepping foot into Haston. What do you think about Vicari's Mechs? It's a charity case more than a business. I don't know if the owner is a bleeding heart or not, but you can hardly step forward without bumping into another worker. All of their gear also seems rather dated, but I'm not an expert on those things. The most I can say is that they don't look nearly as professional as Vaughn Industrial. At least they knew how pathetic they looked, because Vicari's Mechs offered the most attractive contract terms by far. VS told Gavin as much. They're cheap and they're dedicated. I think we can rely on their sincerity because we'll be their only major client for the time being. You get what you paid for. Don't expect consistent quality from these guys. True. Chapter 271 Money Crunch. So far, VS visited two very different mech manufacturers. Vaughn Industrial prioritized efficiency above all else, while Vicari's Mechs possessed an abundance of heart. That said, neither seemed like the right fit for the LMC. Gavin partially echoed his findings. I can understand your doubts about Vaughn, but I thought you'd be sympathetic for Vicari's. They employ lots of people and they all seem to care for their work. Well, it all seems a bit too harmonious. The people there seem happy, but Frederick Yang is just a patsy. Someone else is pulling the strings in the company. Now that you think about it, Mr. Yang doesn't seem very assertive for a CEO. You've got a bright eye for taking of that. Combined with the overly generous contract terms, all of it seemed suspicious. VS refused to entertain any further thoughts of cooperation with Vicari's Mechs unless they became more forthcoming on their background. Another thing that bugs me is the apparent charity that's going on, VS continued. It seems to be built on a fragile base. What if some of those workers harbor sympathies for the BLM? It's incredibly easy for a single infiltrator to sabotage an entire production line, or worse, cover up any instances of defects. I didn't think about that. You're right. There's too many people going in and out every day. All of that security around their complex won't be able to stop a determined saboteur who already has free access to everything from the start. VS ran a business, not a social project. The main goals of the LMC should be to advance his interests and make a profit. He couldn't care less about the plight of the citizens of Haston. Bentheim's government should be cleaning up their own messes. Let's move on to the next destination. Who are we visiting last? Gavin turned to his data pad again. We'll be dropping by a company called Elemental Mech Engineering. EME is actually a company founded by a reasonably successful mech designer called Andar Neverland. They currently only operate 4 production lines, but they're fairly modern and capable. This sounded like another distressed manufacturer. Is Mr. Neverland still alive? Oh, he's alive and well. He even has a daughter who's a bit younger than you who's studying mech design at Ansel. From what we've gathered, EME has been chugging along great until their licenses expired. This happened fairly often to mech designers. They budgeted out their earnings and saved up money for a license renewal or a net set of licenses. But something happened along the way that caused a gap to occur. The key here was finding out why Neverland couldn't acquire another set of licenses. It didn't take too much trouble for Gavin to look up the reasons. Sales of Neverland's designs have slumped in recent times. A huge transgalactic mech manufacturer entered the market with a fantastic design that outperformed Neverland's own products on both price and performance. Now he's facing a budget shortfall of several billion credits due to the fact he borrowed a lot of money to get his hands on quality fabrication equipment. Sounds like EMI is Neverland's private playground. Does his company have any experience with doing contract work? Not really. They're scrambling for work, but their lack of pedigree in this field of business means that not a lot of clients are tempted to work with them. It also doesn't help that they're asking a lot of compensation for their efforts. Out of the three parties the LMC had their eyes on, EMI offered the least attractive terms. They only agreed to hand over 2.5 million credits per sale, half the offer of Vicari's Mechs. In exchange, EMI offered smaller concessions in other areas, such as letting the LMC keep a close eye on their activities. The shuttle reached the industrial district of Ansel and landed at a cramped and densely built complex that bore the logo of EMI. As VS and Gavin exited the shuttle, they met with the founder and lead designer inside a lobby. A middle-aged man greeted them with much aplomb. "Mr. Larkin's son! It's a privilege to meet you in the flesh. You're a famous mech designer now. The industry is buzzing about your rise to fame." "You flatter me," VS casually laughed in return. "My accomplishments pale in comparison to yours." In his opinion, experts in the mech industry hardly took any notice of VS. They considered his duel against Dumont to be as trivial as two ignorant toddlers fighting each other over a shiny toy. Mech designers like Neverland deserved a lot of respect for elevating his company to such a height from scratch. Even if he failed to hedge his bets in recent times, he was still very much ahead of the game compared to someone like VS. "I haven't heard much about you. Please tell me about your designs." Neverland looked eager to talk about his own work. "The pride and joy of the EME is the Clamson series. The Clamsons are a line of striker mechs with varying loadouts, from flamethrowers to shotguns. I've even supplied some of the remote planetary guard units with Clamsons armed with fluid projectors. Can I take a look at the design?" "Oh, sure. They're archived in the MTA, so it doesn't hurt for you to take a look." VS received a data pad that contained a couple of abridged design schematics. He skimmed over the documents and inspected the wireframe schematics with an eye for attention. In his eyes, the Clamson design didn't look very fancy, but neither did it attempt to overreach its capabilities. It was a simple, workable design that had matured over the course of a decade. The Clamson mechs also benefited from fairly premium third-class components. Still, despite their qualities, it wouldn't be too hard for a competitor to come up with a better design. They'd have to take some risks and be more skilled, but it could be done without resorting to more expensive components. In a way, the EME treated the Clamson series like a cash cow. Neverland probably rested on his laurels thinking that a couple of minor updates every year would suffice to keep the design competitive. He made a big mistake and fell behind as a result. It didn't help that Neverland invested a lot of money into expanding the EME's production capacity just before his sales followed a downward trajectory. VS didn't mention anything unflattering and kept his comments positive. "I like what you did with the weapon holsters. Even an unskilled pilot would easily be able to stow his mech's weapons without a fuss. That's been a persistent problem in the earliest versions of the Clemsons," Neverland explained. "Some of my early customers used the Clemsons as training mechs, and a lot of inexperienced mech pilots broke their holsters trying to stow away their shotguns. They're not as slim and delicate like laser rifles, so mistakes happened often enough for me to figure out a better solution." "What made you decide to commit to striker mechs? They're not the most popular archetypes around." The older mech designer shrugged. "It's all I inherited from my mentor. He's a fanatic about strikers and I took over much of his enthusiasm. There's a lot of charm in striker mechs. They combine some of the best parts about knights and medium-range mechs into a single, durable package." VS could see some of the appeal. "Still, it must be hard to design a striker." Oh, not at all, actually. People who approach the archetype with the mindset of designing a knight or rifleman in a different form will come away disappointed. Strikers demand an entirely new approach. Outsiders always place too much emphasis on accuracy and precision. They weaken the frame too much in order to chase after a dream. Don't they require a minimum amount of accuracy? VS raised his eyebrow. If the Black Beak picked up a laser rifle and decided to use it, it would be liable to hit its own squad members. Such was the danger of neglecting accuracy. Mr. Larkinson, the reason why strikers are armed with wide-area weapons is because poor aiming is built into the archetype. What they lack in accuracy, they make up for it in strength. Standard doctrine says that strikers should avoid melee combat whenever possible, but in practice they often resort to their bayonets or backup swords to fend off an opponent up close. Their conversation halted when they reached the fabrication floor. It didn't look as clean as the floor from Vaughn, but neither did it look grimy like the floor from Vicari's. The look and feel of EME's floor resembled an upscaled workshop, much like the one owned by VS. Recent expansion has left the floor a little cramped. An abundance of shiny new production equipment sat idle. With the lack of demand for the Clemsons and no other contracts to fulfill, the expensive machinery sat dormant. As for the workers, most of the mech technicians walked back and forth in a daze. They counted their inventory for the umpteenth time or simply sat back and played some games over their comms. As you can see, our state-of-the-art production equipment will be able to handle anything you can throw at it, including your wonderful Black Beak design, Neverland bragged, who willfully ignored all of his idle personnel. Don't think we are worse than others for maintaining only 4 production lines. The production speed of these machines will surely be a feast for your eyes. VS didn't recognize the individual production models, but all of the printers, compressors, CTMs and assembly systems looked impressive enough to back his boasts. The EME should be able to produce enough bronze-labeled Black Beaks to meet demand, if only just. As Neverland kept boasting about his production capabilities, VS formed his own judgment on the man and his company. The EME must have landed in fairly dire straits. The fact that his negotiators insisted on retaining as much money as possible should be because the EME's creditors must be knocking on their doors. If VS looked closely, the personnel looked like they had already given up. They expected the EME to fold in a month or two, upon which they'd be free to work for someone else. They only stuck around because it would look bad on their records if they quit on their own accord. Thank you for allowing me a visit. You've been very candid to me. I appreciate that, VS said to Neverland when they came to the end of their tour. Neverland wiped some sweat from his brow. I figured I wouldn't be able to hide anything from you. The EME is down on its luck, but we only need to shore over this difficult time before we can pick ourselves up. I hope you entrust the mass production of your Black Beak design to us. Striker Mechs and Knight Mechs have a lot in common, so we can instantly start production. I'll consider it carefully. VS and Gavin returned to their shuttle. Now that they finished their field trips, the shuttle turned around to Durham so that they could return to the hotel near Marcella's brokerage. Mr. Neverland is a desperate man, Gavin remarked after a moment of silence. He's extremely eager to enter into a contract with us, more so than Mr. Young of Vicari's Mechs. At least Vicari's had been able to stay afloat by accepting a bunch of tiny short-term contracts. EME's vacant track record in this business segment made it much more difficult for it to do the same. Still, that might change once people find out about their modern production equipment. EME just had to get past their acute dearth of liquidity. Mr. Neverland comes off rather fishy as well, but in a different way from Mr. Young, VS stated after thinking back on his visit. He's a little too sincere, if you know what I mean. Do you think it's a calculated ploy to arouse your sympathy? No, nothing like that. It's just that he genuinely loves the craft. His eyes light up whenever he talks about the Clemson or the Black Beak. Then what are you apprehensive about? I feel like Mr. Neverland wants to steal the secrets to the Black Beak design, VS concluded. He'll come up with something identical or apply what he's learned from me to his own design once the EME is done with the contract. Oh, that sounds plausible. We probably shouldn't give them the opportunity to steal your hard work then. VS shook his head. If it's a choice between Vaughn, Vicaris, and EME, I'd pick the last one any time. Even if they're greedy, they're well worth the effort. He already made his choice, and not just because he had a bad impression of Vaughn and Vicaris. Gavin missed out on a couple of reasons which made EME the most suitable manufacturer for the LMC to collaborate. Chapter 272 Gratitude. Out of the 3 mech manufacturers in consideration, VS had already picked his favorite. Vaughn Industrial and Vicaris Mech both had their benefits, but Endar Neverland's Elemental Mech Engineering took the cake. Unfortunately, his board didn't think so. When VS returned to Marcella's conference room next day, he encountered a bunch of bewildering stares as he laid out his choice. Even Marcella seemed dumbfounded. VS EME is the least attractive partner by far. They have the least amount of production lines and they pay out the least in terms of credits. It doesn't make any economic sense to go with the worst offer. According to the licensing terms they negotiated up to this point, EME promised to pay the LMC only 2.5 million credits per Black Beak. This contrasted sharply with the 3.5 million credits per mech offered by Vaughn and a whopping 5 million credits per mech offered by Vicaris. If you've visited all of their production facilities with your own eyes, you'll know that EME is better than the rest. Mr. Neverland's company offers a number of benefits that the other 2 manufacturers won't be able to realize. Let's hear it then, VS. First, and most importantly, quality control. VS raised his finger to emphasize this priority. Even though the bronze label Black Beaks are our lowest tier products, they will still sell for at least 50 million credits per copy. Such a price demands we ensure that every mech is up to snuff. The director from Bentheim shook his head. That's not a sufficient reason to choose EME over Vaughn. Certainly, the Haston-based Vicaris Mech has a spotty track record in terms of quality, but Vaughn has a lengthy track record of producing high-quality mechs at an extremely fast rate of production. Right now, the spike in demand for the Black Beak won't last, so it's imperative we push as many Black Beaks into their hands before the hype runs out. Most of the other directors agreed with his reasoning. Vaughn Industrial possessed the scale and professionalism to meet any of their clients' demands. With a seemingly endless amount of production lines spread over 3 massive complexes, they could increase their production on a dime if the Black Beak turns out to be an enduringly popular model. VS shook his head. Is Vaughn able to maintain a consistent output? No doubt. Yet their production lines aren't configured in a way that brings out the best qualities of the Black Beak. I designed my Knight to be assembled one by one, which is the production method that EME use for their own mechs. It's a bit slower, I can admit that, but it preserves some of the craftsmanship the Black Beak is intended to convey. Nobody really understood his point. The goal of mass-producing the Black Beak was to produce as many copies as possible at the lowest price for a given level of quality. That Vaughn used a matrix of production equipment to assemble their mechs should be to their benefit. Marcella tried to explain the rationale to VS. The bronze label is meant to present accessibility and cost savings. It's okay if a couple of parts don't perform as expected. They also won't care about the craftsmanship put into their products. They simply want the best performance without going bankrupt. Vaughn Industrial is a massive manufacturer as well, someone else said. If our most optimistic projections of the Black Beak's demand turn out to be true, then EME will be hard-pressed to squeeze out more mechs than they are already pumping out. 4 production lines don't amount to much. We can always contract a second manufacturer if needed, VS waved away the excuse. If the Black Beak turns out to be a bestseller, then our negotiating power will obviously be higher than now. We'll easily be able to impose a higher licensing fee on our next partners. His grandfather added a rare word of support. VS is correct. Right now, nobody is able to determine for certain whether the Black Beak possesses any mass appeal. It's a mech that sells for a premium price, so even with all of the heightened interest in the model, we won't be selling thousands of copies at an instant. Someone with a marketing background echoed those words. A high level of attention doesn't automatically translate to a high number of sales. A new model like the Black Beak still has to prove its worth in the field. The duel was a good start, but it's only a single incident. At this price level, many buyers will be reticent on purchasing an expensive mech without a substantial track record. Not everyone agreed with that assessment. The board split in half whether the Black Beak would sell the most at the start or down the line. Marcella turned back to VS. You haven't finished laying out your reasons for choosing EMI. Thank you, Marcella. Let me tell you the second reason. He activated a projector and showed them all a summary of Andar Neverland's biography. At first glance, it didn't contain anything of interest, mainly due to the mech designer's continuous obsession with improving his Clemson Striker design. He had never expanded his catalog with anything other than variants of the original Clemson. What are we supposed to look at? When I visited EME and talked to Mr. Neverland, I noticed that he doesn't spend much time talking about his roots. He only briefly mentioned that he got his passion for striker mechs from his mentor. Look at this biography. Can you spot who his mentor might be? It's the Honorable Eleazar Crux. The senior mech designer? It's him. Everyone took notice of the illustrious name. Officially, the Bright Republic didn't retain any master mech designers, so those at the rank of senior pretty much called the shots. In the hierarchy of Bentheim mech designers, Alistar Crux pretty much sat near or at the top. In turn, it was a big deal if the Honorable Mr. Crux mentored Andar Neverland. To be honest, I got the feeling that Mr. Neverland is only a passing student of Mr. Crux. A mentorship isn't as intimate as an apprenticeship. VS cautioned them all. Still, a definite link exists between the two. I can feel the subconscious pride radiating from Neverland whenever we spoke. If Neverland only possesses a loose relationship with Crux, then how does that affect us? The reason why Mr. Neverland is rather stubborn about the licensing fees is because he doesn't actually feel much urgency to go into bed with us. If worst comes to worst, he can go back to his mentor and beg for a bailout. The only reason he hasn't done so yet is because it would be a humiliating stain on his record. And that matters because... VS raised his palm. It matters because if we're able to tide the EME past their liquidity crisis, we'll be doing both Mr. Neverland and the Honorable Mr. Crux a favor. Don't forget that a failing former student also reflects badly on Crux. After all, couldn't he have brought up Mr. Neverland in a better fashion? The mech industry judged mech designers who started their own businesses with a different standard than eccentrics that only pumped out designs all day. The success of a mech company reflected well on a mech designer. After all, if his designs generated a lot of sales, then that meant the mech designer must be good. Vice versa, if sales plummeted for some reason, then the mech designer must be awful. In a sense, Andar Neverland wasn't a good mech designer because his Clemson design couldn't compete against the mainstream models in the same class. VS took what happened to Neverland as a cautionary tale of depending too much on a single design line. Someone asked the critical question. Will the Honorable Mr. Crux actually acknowledge our efforts if we aid Mr. Neverland? Nobody truly knew the answer. Perhaps the old man never took notice of the troubles his former student accrued. Still, VS believed that Crux cared a lot about his reputation, especially since he had reached the zenith of what a mech designer could achieve in the Republic. Don't forget that Mr. Crux is highly influential in the upper echelons of the mech industry, his grandfather added. He's not only a professor emeritus of the Ansel University of Mech Design, but he also sits on the Bentheim Mech Court. A couple of people nodded seriously. Even though the MTA oppressively interfered with the trade and use of mechs, the Bright Republic also maintained their own regulatory systems. The Bentheim Mech Court was the ultimate arbiter of disputes between mech designers and mech pilots in the Bentheim region. Beyond issuing rulings between quarreling parties, the Bentheim Mech Court also worked closely with the government and the Mech Corps in other matters. Most importantly, the Mech Court decided who to draft and where to allocate them in the event of war. Thus, having Crux OVS a favor might contribute to a cushy assignment once the latest Bright Visual War broke out. Even if the board didn't care about his posting, they did care a lot about the future of the LMC in the event of war. The Mech Court also worked closely with administration to determine which mech manufacturers deserved support, and which companies should be left out in the lurch. The discussion basically ended at that point. Opportunities to establish a connection with a senior mech designer didn't come very often. VS wanted to seize the moment and sign a contract before anyone else heard about the hole the EME had fallen into. They lucked out that Neverland approached them first. Certainly, not everyone agreed to the decision to rule out Vaughn Industrial, but the board could squawk all they wanted. Even without his grandfather's support, he could make whatever decisions he wished as long as he held the majority of the LMC's shares. VS left the conference room with an upbeat pace. Marcella followed him out with an expression of doubt. "I'm not sure you made the right choice there, VS," she said. "It's rather optimistic to expect gratitude from Crux. The man can be a bit of a codger. It's doubtful whether he'll bother to return the favor at some later point in the future at all." "You're right, but remember that's only one of the reasons why I chose to go with EME. Out of all the manufacturers in consideration, only EME has the heart to appreciate mechs. The other two manufacturers merely see their production as a means to an end. That's not compatible with the LMC's philosophy." Marcella blew out her lungs in exasperation. "Philosophy doesn't mean anything compared to cold hard cash. Don't get caught up too much in your marketing speak. Make sure your company is able to earn a profit before you chase after unicorns." Her words reflected a vast amount of experience seeing many mech designers fail due to trying to fulfill a fanciful goal, to the point of running their businesses to the ground. VS was aware of those examples, but he had his own principles to uphold. A mech designer has to flexible sometimes, but those who go too far and abandon all propriety end up as outcasts. I don't want to become a person who mindlessly chases after profits. He bid goodbye to Marcella and left the brokerage with Gavin. He relayed a number of instructions through his assistant. The LMC had to conclude its negotiations with EME and finalize a contract at the end of the week. VS wanted production to start as fast as possible, and he didn't see any point in dancing around the issue any longer. "I'll deliver my design for the bronze label Black Beak as well. I want every formalities to be done by the time we sign the contract." The LMC had a lot to do. VS still needed to fabricate 19 gold label Black Beaks in order to fulfill the orders he received during his debut. VS hoped to proliferate his best mechs as widely as possible so that more people would hear about its strengths. The war also isn't very far away from breaking out. The Visions can begin their invasion at any time. Once the Visions pulled the trigger, all hell would break loose. Chapter 273 Calcardin. The LMC moved quickly in the next couple of days. They hammered out an agreement with Elemental Mech Engineering while VS finished deriving the silver label and bronze label versions of the original Black Beak design. Both of the mechs featured near identical specs to the gold label version. VS mainly simplified the complicated sculptured exterior into straight, smooth surfaces that wouldn't be as much of a challenge to produce. More specifically, he tweaked the silver label black beak to go well with the Dortmund printer. He knew the capabilities of his equipment best, so he could easily retain any features that his company could still achieve on their own. On the other hand, the bronze label black beak truly represented a simplification of the original design. He not simplified the exterior even further, he also adjusted the internals to reduce the rate of errors. For both designs, VS did his best to retain their original X factor. Even though they'd lose much of their strength during the fabrication process, VS still saw hope of some spark of survival in his products. That was also an important factor why he went with EMI. They offered the best hope of keeping the X factor alive. He did his work on the flight back to Cloudy Curtain. VS saw no need to remain at Bentheim. He wanted to get back to the workshop and start on processing his latest orders as soon as possible. 3 days later, the Barracuda landed at his home planet's spaceport. VS and his entourage entered an armored shuttle that brought him back to home. He idly played with Lucky while Melker stared out of the view screen. Meanwhile, Gavin quietly corresponded with the office the LMC recently established in Bentheim. For now, the branch in Bentheim focused on marketing and liaising with EMI. VS expected the branch to hire a lot of people to manage all of the responsibilities on its shoulders. That reminded VS of Riella's lengthy absence. Where is Riella now? She's having the time of her life, I bet. Melker sighed, rubbing his visor with his palm. Her parents won't approve of her boyfriend. Dietrich isn't exactly an upstanding citizen. VS shared his cousin's concerns. I don't get what Riella sees in him. She can do much better. Neither of them really understood girls, so they merely scratched their heads and remained clueless. At least they understood Mech's. VS turned his attention back to his designs. The silver label and bronze label designs acquired the code names BPB01 and BPC01 respectively, making it clear where they placed in the hierarchy of the Black Beak product line. Melker, you've been keeping touch with the other Larkin sons in our generation, right? I am. What do you want to know? What do they think about the upcoming war? It's an opportunity to make their mark, Melker stated, as if the horrors of war meant nothing to him. We've been raised on the stories of our parents and grandparents about the glory they earned from the battlefields of yesterday. So you think it's your turn now? Aren't you all afraid of losing your lives along the way? If we die, we die. No Larkin son has shied away from death, Melker stiffly declared. It's our greatest responsibility to fight on behalf of the family and the Republic. No matter how tough it gets, we will never falter. VS had never underwent the kind of training that the potentates in his family had received. He found the blind devotion a little disconcerting. It reminded him of Barley's unyielding loyalty to the Exilus domain. Sometimes, it was easy to forget that Mechs depended on their human pilots. It didn't matter if a state boasted huge numbers of high-quality Mechs. Without a motivated fighting force, all of those Mechs would collapse at the first blow. In the endless wars that had been fought during the age of Mechs, plenty of upsets had occurred. There were even times when a loose alliance of third-rate states had turned the tables against a technologically and numerically superior second-rate state. These examples showcase the importance of raising everyone's morale. VS realized for the first time how deep his family had committed to the Republic, and how much he missed out due to his inability to pilot Mechs. The shuttle eventually arrived at the workshop. VS strode straight to the workshop with Lucky in his grasp. The boss is back. Congratulations for your win, boss. The mech technicians laid down their work and applauded VS like a hero who achieved glory on the battlefield. VS considered these men and women to be his closest employees, so he took his time to smile and speak some words about his experience. Eventually, he sent them back to work, called over Carlos and in Chief Cyril. I heard about the licensing thing from administration. Chief Cyril spoke first. Are you truly willing to let the Black Beak be produced by someone else? Missing out on those potential sales is even worse. It's best if we can do everything in-house, but if not, then there's nothing wrong with leaning on a third-party manufacturer. These kinds of arrangements happen all the time. Chief Cyril shook his head. They happen all the time, all right, but they don't always end well. Mechs are highly complicated products that require the right equipment and the right people to produce. I can tell you a dozen horror stories at the top of my head where mech designers got duped by unscrupulous manufacturers. We've done our due diligence, VS replied. The contract we signed with EME is also fairly strict about these matters. They won't get away if they decide to pull the wool over our eyes. EME's persisted in keeping their licensing fees as low as possible. Perhaps aware that their offer wouldn't be attractive, their negotiators relented on everything else, so long as it didn't lower their potential earnings. About those contract terms, I'm going to need a senior hand to keep an eye on their production. VS pointed at Carlos. You're it. Why me? Because Chief Cyril is indispensable. I need him to watch over my workshop. As for the other mech technicians, they're too junior to be of any value. That leaves only you. You're my best man. I won't have any concerns about EME if I know you're there. Carlos slumped in defeat. Okay, you're right. I'll do it then, but I don't want to be stuck there forever. I already did a stint at quality control. I don't want to end up doing the same job again. VS weighed the matter for a bit. 2 months should be long enough. By that time, they'll have gotten used to the standards I've imposed. We can set a regular rotation where some of our local mech technicians get to go on an extended trip to Bentheim to take over your duties. I'm not sure whether they're seasoned enough to spot any funny business, but that sounds like a good idea. Chief Cyril nodded in agreement. Our mech technicians haven't seen much of how far mech manufacturing can go. Allowing them to experience a bigger company's production facilities will do wonders in broadening their perspectives. Even though EME had idled all of their production, VS still got a good impression of their work methods. And our Neverland cared a lot about his mechs, to the point of going deep in depth to upgrade and expand his fabrication equipment. Unable to come up with something better than his clumsy design, he instead focused on improving his production lines. Hopefully, everyone will be able to get a turn. I hope the LMC will be able to expand its production lines in the same manner as the EME. Chief Cyril bumped VS on the head. Mr. Neverland is how many years old now? He's in the business for at least 30 years. You've got a lot more potential than him when he was your age. Aim for something higher. VS appreciated the vote of confidence. The chief also reminded him that he shouldn't get too caught up in the present. The Black Beak was merely the first of many amazing products coming from his hand. All right, enough dilly-dallying around. He clapped. Let's get to work with fabricating those gold label mechs. Everyone released a minor cheer. Even though most of the mech technicians wouldn't be doing anything important, they would still get to witness their boss at work. VS also hoped his mech technicians paid attention because he planned to sell only silver label Black Beaks under his own company's auspices from this point onwards. While VS started pulling up his sleeves, light years away from Cloudy Curtain, something momentous occurred in the depths of interstellar space. A small convoy of trade vessels escorted by a trio of mercenary carriers quietly plied the trade routes between the Bright Republic and its neighbors. Trading directly between the Republic and the Kingdom was prohibited, but a lot of traders got around that restriction by stopping by a couple of neutral states before they reached their destination. The convoy transitioned into FTL a couple of days ago, and had reached the midpoint of their final leg of their journey to the port system of Bentheim. At the head of the convoy flew the biggest carrier, the Calcardin. The carrier owed her size due to her origins as a decommissioned cargo hauler. A Republican mercenary corps called the Barbed Lynxes bought the old vessel at a bargain and converted her interior to hold a mix of land-bound and space-borne mechs. The Barbed Lynxes did well for themselves after they acquired the larger vessel. Although the Calculator's speed left a lot to be desired, she excelled in convoy missions where she escorted fully laden trade vessels as sluggish as the converted carrier. Inside the bridge, the captain of the ship yawned in boredom. Nothing ever happens on this trade route. Where have all the pirates gone to? Knock it off, Captain Spencer. You're tempting fate with your talk. I'd rather we finish our mission without a fight. Oh, come on, Commander Leaf, I was just joking. It's just that you hear about the pirates stalking the trade routes and ambushing anyone who emerges into a remote system. It makes my hair stand on ends for months now. The old gray-haired commander crossed her arms. I'm close to retirement already. I'd like to get out of this business by the end of the year and leave the Komodo Star sector before everything sinks into chaos. I'd appreciate it if you don't test our luck. Aye, Commander. The captain saluted her in a lazy manner. Not a lot of officers manned the bridge right now. Nothing ever happened to the Calculator during FTL unless the crew messed something up. Half the consoles faced empty seats. An alert sounded out from one of the consoles. The officer in charge of sensors and communications woke up from his daze and blearily looked at the alert the Calculator sent out. Skipper, the gravitic sensors are glitching out again. They're telling me that we're about to enter a planet's gravity well. Captain Spencer adjusted his captain's hat and sat up straight from his seat. He pulled up a projections of the sensor readings in front of him. God damn those yard monkeys. I told them to replace the sensor modules. They must have polished up the old ones while billing us the cost of installing some new ones. Those scam artists. Skipper? What do I do about the sensor readings? Should we drop out of FTL as a precaution? Out of the question. We'll have to halt the entire convoy as a result, and we have to wait for hours until our FTL drives go through their cycles. We'll also waste an enormous amount of fuel in the process. Remain in FTL. There aren't any planets or star systems on this route. The junior officer reluctantly dropped his caution, but his console suddenly lit up as the Calculator received a number of messages from the other ships in the convoy. Skipper! The other ships report that they're detecting a gravity well in front of us too. We're getting dangerously close now. This finally woke the captain up. Damn it! Some kind of stellar mass must have wandered into our route. Commander Leaf, our FTL drives aren't calibrated to swing past that gravity well. Then stop the convoy. Pull us out of FTL. After the commander passed the word, the entire convoy lurched out of FTL and transitioned into real space. They drifted about aimlessly, half clueless why they had to interrupt their sleepy journey. Inside the bridge of the Calculator, the captain called the entire crew to battle stations. Officers poured in from the hatch and hopped behind the empty consoles. They all furiously worked to figure out what happened. Skipper! An officer called. We've analyzed the sensor readings. According to our calculations, we're 5 light hours away from a rogue planet. The captain cursed for a bit. Rogue planets basically consisted of planets that had been knocked away from their solar systems for some reason or another and traversed a wandering path, sometimes interfering with FTL travel. Most of the time, these rogue planets consisted of frozen rocks of gas giants. Sir, new readings have come in. The planet is glowing. If our analysis is correct, the entire planet is riddled with exotics. That single announcement changed everything. Chapter 274: The Glowing Plane. The entire convoy went up in arms about the sudden discovery. Cargo ships and carriers converted from cargo ships generally didn't possess great sensors. If they all detected strong readings of exotics at a distance of 5 light hours, then the planet up ahead must be riddled with highly active exotic substances. So high, in fact, that it must be worth as much as the gross domestic product of an average third-rate state like the Bright Republic. Commander Leaf, the woman in charge of the convoy, convened a hasty conference among the ship captains and senior mercenary officers. She gazed at the eyes of Captain Spencer before glancing at the various projections of the other men and women. Almost every ship belonged to a different owner, complicating her efforts to rein in their impulses. She reserved the most wary looks to the other two mercenary commanders in the convoy. Both of them rode in medium-sized carriers that would be able to overwhelm the Calcurdan if they teamed up against the barbed lynxes. First things first. You all shut off your quantum entanglement nodes, right? It's not enough to flip a switch. I hope you all disconnected the hardware from the rest of your ships. All of the captains nodded seriously. They all knew that as soon as they discovered something valuable, the first thing they had to do was to prevent it from spreading all over the galactic net. Turning off their quantum entanglement nodes had been their first or second actions upon receiving word of the momentous discovery. All right, folks, we all know why we're here. Let's talk about the glowing planet. They called it the glowing planet, for its very visible luminescence that lit up the planet like a star. At this distance, it could be spotted from the naked eye, which was very rare for a rogue planet drifting in the middle of interstellar space with no nearby star to reflect its surface. It was as if a juicy pheasant decided to put on a coat of bright lights to make it more attractive to another predators that wanted a taste of its flesh. Captain Spencer began to summarize the estimates the entire convoy had made so far. The glowing planet is about the size of a small planet or a large moon. We're not quite sure if it started off as the former or the latter before it got pushed out of its star system. Whatever the case, the trauma of the event has warped the planet to the point of tearing up its entire shape. A projection appeared of the glowing planet in question. The planet took on a slight egg-like shape as if it had been stretched by a pair of god-sized hands. The stretching caused the entire crust of the planet to crack, which inadvertently revealed rich deposits of exotics. A mercenary officer rudely interrupted the briefing. Let's skip all of the nerdy stuff and get to the real question that matters. How valuable are those deposits? Not as much as you'd think, Captain Spencer cautioned. The planet likely originated from the galactic heartland instead of the galactic center, so it mostly contains junk exotics. Everyone's faces started to fall. So-called junk exotics referred to valuable materials that ranked at the bottom of the hierarchy of exotic materials. While they held significant value in even smaller quantities, they couldn't be relied on to construct a quality mech without pairing them up with other, more valuable exotics. That said, the planet still represented a floating mound of cash in space. Captain Spencer passed around the list of exotics they detected so far. There isn't anything exciting in this list, but what's notable is that all of these exotics are getting harder to import from the other star sectors. This means that the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony will be sending out a massive fleet to secure the glowing planet as soon as they hear about its existence. That sent much of the people present in a tizzy. The two dominant second-rate states of the Komodo star sector often took what it wanted by force. Commander Leaf already made her decision. Considering the spotty history of those two states, I suggest we don't sell the coordinates of the planet to either of them. The planet is valuable, yes, but not so much that they will feel obliged to thank us for the tip. None of them objected to her decision. The Hexadric Hegemony was famously hostile to outsiders while the Coalition was too fractured to present a united front. Some of the more despotic partners might even decide to kill them all off in order to keep the coordinates under wraps. Who can we turn to then to sell the coordinates of the glowing planet? The question resulted in a brief tug-of-war as the captains and mercenary officers proposed various possible powers. Complicating the matter was that nearly every ship in the convoy came from different states. This allowed them to cross various borders without problem, but it also complicated the decision on who to approach. Commander Leaf personally preferred to sell the coordinates to the Bright Republic, but another captain who hailed from the Vija Kingdom insisted on approaching them instead. Various rivalries came to the fore as each captain wanted to take this opportunity to earn kudos from their home states. This is getting nowhere. Captain Spencer slammed the table with his fist. I don't think we'll be able to sell it to a single state without pissing someone off. Who can tell if any disgruntled captain won't go behind our backs and reconnect their quantum entanglement nodes again? Then who should we sell it then? Maybe someone neutral, like the MTA or CFA. They maintain a standard policy concerning these kinds of discoveries. They always keep their word. Yeah, but the rewards they hand out amount to nothing more than a pittance. Spencer nodded in a grave manner. It's just a flat finder's fee instead of a percentage of the gains. Nobody could hide the greed in their eyes. Who hadn't heard of stories where entire crews grew rich overnight by discovering a lucky find and negotiating a share of the profits of the resulting venture? It was one of the stories that always perpetuated into legends. Every spacefarer hoped to stumble onto a find like the glowing planet. Some of the more conservative captains expressed support at the idea of approaching the MTA or CFA, but others who wanted a bigger payout clung on to alternatives. The entire discussion reached a deadlock, with no possible compromise in sight. Commander Leaf tiredly rubbed her eyes. She knew as well as anyone present that if they tried to impose a decision, that there'd be rebels who would secretly try to sell the information behind their backs. None of the mercenary corps in the convoy maintained any significant security officers aboard the cargo transports to maintain sufficient control. All right, this is clearly getting nowhere, she said, interrupting the latest argument between two rival ship captains. Instead of picking one state over the other, why not sell the coordinates to as many states as we can? Heck, it doesn't even have to be a state. Sell it to a major corporation or a pirate group, I don't care. That's a great idea, a rival mercenary commander remarked. We can all earn our paydays because the people who we are trading with won't want to let the other states know about the coordinates. We can't keep selling the same coordinates over and over to anyone we approach. The people who are negotiating on behalf of their states aren't stupid. They'll force us to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Then make it clear that you're only selling the coordinates on behalf of your own ship or mercenary corps. That will surely hasten their urgency, since the longer they try to stall, the sooner their rivals will send out a fleet. That last bit proved to be a little bit controversial, but eventually everyone adopted the idea. Without a central leader to impose total control, it was best to let the individual leaders try to earn their own paydays. As soon as the meeting ended, every captain scrambled to reconnect their quantum entanglement nodes. Aboard the Calcardin, Captain Spencer already left the conference room in order to race down the decks to supervise the procedure. As for Commander Leaf, sent a mental apology to her home state. The glowing planet had currently drifted into the nominal borders of the Bright Republic, and would only depart from their territory a couple of years later. With the heightened state of tension between the Republic and the Kingdom, she suspected that this discovery might end up being the spark that blew up the tentative peace between the two. She felt as if she betrayed her home. I'm sorry, but I just want to earn a fair share. While the convoy started to sell the valuable coordinates of the glowing planet, back at Cloudy Curtain, VS proceeded to reduce his backlog of orders. He wiped the sweat from his brow as he left the cockpit of his latest Blackbeak. He fabricated it in record time, having managed to reduce the time needed to complete a copy down to 2 days instead of the 3 he needed from the start. Of the entire fabrication process, VS always loved the very end, where he entered the cockpit in order to affix the gold labels underneath the center console and affix one of Lucky's gems in place. He could have left the job to a simple bot, but VS enjoyed the personal interaction between himself and his mechs. Every machine he completed in this manner solidified the direction of his nascent design philosophy. Slowly but surely, VS began to lean towards a lifelong quest to maximize the value out of every single mech produced from his hand. How many mechs have I made so far? This is the 10th copy out of the current batch, Chief Cyril answered as he arranged to transport the newly completed mech from the workshop. You've got 9 more to go before you're done. Less than a month had passed since the duel. Much had changed since that time. The outcome of the duel had far-reaching effects for the LMC. First, the Black Beak proved to be an enduring success. When mech portals managed to get their hands of the rare and exclusive gold-label Black Beaks, they gave out universally positive reviews. Even if their price leaned on the higher side, the gold-label mechs remained consistently in reasonably high demand. Unfortunately for VS, the bronze-label versions received a mixed reception. The first copies of the Black Beaks fresh off the EME's production lines proved to be rather rough. Neverland's company faced a stiffer learning curve than they expected due to the difficulty of working with the alloys used to form the Veltrex armor system. EME actually lost more money than they gained due to being forced to replace the defective armor plating after they already sold the mechs. VS silently cursed the greedy Mr. Neverland. If the third-party manufacturer had caught the defects before they sold the mechs, they would have been able to recycle the faulty plating and recoup the majority of the costs. But no, Mr. Neverland skimmed on the quality control in order to cash in as quickly as possible. How is Carlos doing at EME? Has he finally managed to get a grip on their quality control? He's been trying, Chief Cyril replied. He regularly kept in touch with Carlos in order to mentor him about how to enact changes without being too direct. It's difficult to suggest any meaningful changes without stepping on their toes. Neverland is very self-absorbed for a mech designer, but what works for his Clemsons doesn't always fit with the Black Beaks. Their armor systems are just too different from each other. VS considered laying down his work to take another trip to Bentheim. Carlos has to find a way to get Mr. Neverland to listen. That's a tall order for Carlos. Neverland isn't inclined to listen to a failed mech designer. The man should know that Carlos speaks on my behalf. I expressly insisted in the contract that the EME should seriously consider any suggestions made by any liaisons we send out. Good luck trying to enforce those terms without pissing Mr. Neverland off. Despite his grumbles, VS was reasonably content with the arrangement. He already expected some hiccups at the start. The EME already managed to produce a total of 30 mechs since the LMC extended the license to them. That was already far more than what the LMC could achieve at its best. The third-party manufacturer's 4 production lines pumped out enough mechs to satisfy the most urgent demand for now. Quality went up with each additional mech they produced as well. Reviews started to turn positive again, to the point where demand for the model increased. It would have been better if Dumont didn't come back from the dead. Chapter 275 Money and Money-O. VS took a small break after finishing up the latest mech. After that, he stopped by the office to speak with Gavin about the competition. How is Dumont doing these days? He's very aggressive in trying to sell the Havilax, Gavin replied, and called up a projection of the ads that had popped up recently. If you look closely, most of the ads emphasize the Havilax's amazing price-performance ratio. The standard price has dropped to 50 million credits, but a number of buyers are taking advantage of discounts that can go as deep as 10% off. The aggressive promotion coupled with the heavy discounts and price cuts served to slow the bleeding of Dumont's company. After losing a whole bunch of orders after losing the duel, the rival mech designer actually gained enough new orders to sell as much mechs as he could produce. I guess a month is long enough for memories of the duel to fade. If you leave out its recent history, the Havilax is a pretty decent design, so I shouldn't be surprised that it's starting to sell again. VS disgruntledly concluded. Still, its production costs should be higher than the Black Beak. I'm nearly certain that he's making a loss if he sells his mechs for 45 million credits. It's not about making a profit at this point. Dumont is trying to make everyone forget about the duel by putting as much copies of his Havalax in circulation as possible. All the stories his buyers spread as a result will slowly push away the past into obscurity. Clearly, Dumont's strategy worked. He had essentially overwritten the collective memories of the public with a more positive message about his mechs. The revitalized competition forced the LMC to up their game and boost their marketing. They already coordinated with Marcella to flood the Bentheim region in all kinds of promotions that raised the profile of the bronze label and silver label Blackbeaks. The sad thing about it was that the LMC spent far more on these campaigns than what they got back from the EME in licensing fees. That's going to change in a couple of months, Gavin predicted. The marketing is a bit heavy-handed because the public has only heard about your exclusive gold label mechs, which are very hard to obtain. We still have to let the market know that there are cheaper and more abundant alternatives available. VS didn't argue about the need to invest in marketing. He simply found it disconcerting to be throwing millions of credits away each day. Still, unlike Dumont's company, the LMC earned far more money than they spent. Much of it could also be attributed to their new contract with Marcella. She kept her word and devoted a lot of her own money in helping to promote the Black Beak. By the way, Kelsey's been wanting to meet with you. A lot has changed on this planet as well. With all of his attention directed to Bentheim, VS forgot about his backyard. He did hear a few things from his employees on how Cloudy Curtin felt a lot of pride for his recent achievements. Still, he didn't hear too much beyond that considering he holed himself up in his workshop trying to finish his batch of orders as quickly as possible. He nodded to Gavin. Send her to my office. It's about time I received an update on the situation on the ground. VS took care of a couple of other matters, like feeding an increasingly radiant Lucky. He could clearly feel his pet had almost reached the point of saturation before he triggered another evolution. Eat well, but not too much, okay? I'd still like to cuddle you in my arms once in a while. Meow. Lately, there hadn't been many threats for Lucky to take care of. The security detachment from Sanyo Eblin easily took care of the occasional fans and crazies trying to sneak into the workshop. They also caught and disabled most of the microscoping spy drones sent in their way. Fortunately, Lucky possessed keen enough senses to sniff out the remainder that proved to be too advanced for the workshop's current security suite to detect. VS held off on upgrading his security package until the company moved to a larger site. VS winked at his pet before heading to his office. The cramped office attached to the workshop building became increasingly more crowded lately as the company started to do more than making and selling mechs. It gladdened him to see he built his company up to the point where it could be called a genuine medium mech manufacturer. If VS factored in the EME, then the goal of selling more than 1,000 mechs in the LMC's second fiscal year would definitely be met. VS! It's been some time since I last saw you. Haha, my apologies for that. I've been busy, as you know. Have you finished your studies yet? Yup. I wasn't able to rush my courses as fast as Gavin, but I'm all done now. That's great to hear. Even if Maisie Duval has taken over much of your duties, I still prefer to deal with someone I trust like you. I'll be depending on you to keep an eye on our home planet. VS rarely talked to his managers these days. Jake and Primrose kept everything running smoothly without his input, just as he intended. He didn't wish to be bothered by trivial minutiae that his underlings could take care of by themselves. He was far more comfortable in the workshop than the conference room. He only made an exception for Gavin and Kelsey. They were around the same age and they had been with him from the start, so VS didn't feel the need to watch his words around the two. Let me brief you on what's happening on the streets. Calcy handed him a data pad that contained a mix of local news articles. They all profiled the shift in public opinion with regards to VS and the LMC. The living Mech Corporation, a homegrown sensation putting Cloudy Curtain on the map. Total Mech mania has engulfed the younger generation. Mech haters must get lost. Freslin has overtaken Orinoco as Cloudy Curtain's trendiest city. Mech fanatics flock to the hometown of VS. The political winds have turned. The Greens and the White Doves are at wits' end. That last headline seemed especially important. Tell me about the people at the top. Is the ruling coalition still thinking about raising taxes? They shelved those plans for an indefinite time right after you won your duel, Calcy reported. You don't have to worry about any new threats on that front. You and your company have pretty much become the public mascots of our planet. It's political suicide to propose any bill that hinders the growth of the LMC. The LMC didn't pay much taxes to the local government, so it didn't actually benefit the local citizens directly. Maybe a couple of years from now, the LMC's profits might reach the point where it represented a significant chunk of Cloudy Curtain's GDP. Still, the citizens mainly cared about pride. The LMC became the planet's standard bearer in a way the two major farming consortiums achieved. Calcy showed him plenty of indicators that noted this change of heart among the public. That's good to hear. VS nodded. While he didn't need the public's love, it certainly didn't hurt to benefit from it. What about the pioneers? I've only been hearing good things from them lately. Calcy had a strong connection to the pioneers, so she should know best what went on with them these days. The pioneers recently became embroiled in a power struggle. The old guard wanted to stay aloof while the younger members supported more proactive policies. I take it the latter won the power struggle? Yup. Most of those stubborn old goats got booted out of the member roles by the new leadership that swept into power. Some of them retired, but a significant chunk defected to the White Doves. Is that bad? Not really. Calcy dismissed any worries. Sure, they know a lot of secrets, but by now most of what they know is obsolete. The pioneers have transformed into a dynamic young movement now. And you can bet their main priorities is to see the LMC grow, thereby dragging the rest of the planet out of its squalor. That's a bit strong, don't you think? People are hardly starving on the streets. Neither are they finding any better opportunities. Lots of farmers are doing the same work their parents did, who in turn have taken over the work of their own parents. Social mobility is practically glacial compared to the glitzy Bentheim. VS became a little worried at Calcy's enthusiasm. Bentheim isn't the best role model for a planet you want to live on. The best cities like Durham and Ansel cost a fortune to live in. Some time ago, I promised my cousin Melinda a penthouse in downtown Durham. Do you know how much money I ended up spending? 15 million credits. Still, the suburbs are dash. It's even worse there. Places like Haston have become notorious for the breakdown in society there. It's not a coincidence the Bentheim liberation movement initially rose up from that town. Look, VS, that all sounds worrisome, but Cloudy Curtain is not about to turn into a second Bentheim. With smart leadership at the helm, we'll surely be able to swim past the rocks in the river. Aspirations like that have a tendency to be derailed. He shook his head. Anyway, it's not my business to meddle with the pioneers. They have nothing to do with me. Your relations department doesn't think so. They've been cautiously discussing some cooperative initiatives with the pioneers. VS forgot about that. He ordered the relations department to maintain friendly ties with the local power players. Mrs. Duvall must have taken that as an order to move towards an informal alliance with whoever was willing to play ball. Look, no offense, Calcy, but I don't trust the pioneers, even if they have a new coat of paint. It's not in the LMC's interest to get in bed with someone who can have a change of heart the next day. If you say so, sir. This discussion went nowhere as well, so they quickly changed the topic. Still, VS reminded himself to check with his chief relations officer and make it clear he wanted the LMC to remain neutral. What else is on the agenda? There's the plans to expand to a new site. Several architects in collaboration with Sanyal Ablin have selected a suitable site further away from Freslin and drew up a final architectural plan. Kalsi handed out another data pad, this time a thicker one with more enhanced security features. VS actually had to authenticate his identity before he got to look at the drawings of the new manufacturing complex. If VS had to describe it, he'd call it ambitious. The schematics of the exterior defenses reminded him of the star-shaped walls of the forward base on Graining 4. Sanyal Ablin's influence could be felt throughout the architectural drawings. Everything had been designed to survive and repel a minor planetary raid. I see that much of the most important production occurs underground. That's correct. Kalsi nodded. As per your wishes, the surveyors have scanned and tested the terrain and found a site that provides a decent amount of buffer against limited orbital bombardment. It will hold out for a week at least. Much of the construction above the ground consisted of gleaming office buildings that VS intended to serve as the LMC's headquarters. VS wouldn't have to deal with cramped corridors anymore by the time they moved into this new place. VS nodded in satisfaction after a couple of minutes. I'm fairly satisfied with these plans. Still, it's obvious that I'll be paying a premium for all of this safety. What's the price tag? Well, the architects have loosely estimated that it will take at least 500 million credits to construct the barebones version of the plans. 500 million credits! His teeth already started to ache when he heard that sum. Just when he thought he could catch a break and rake in the profits, it turned out that he had to give the money away again if he wanted to prepare for the future. The LMC desperately needed to move out of their increasingly crowded location.